out on the city streets, announcing he's there to interview people. He's asking folks what they'd do with $70,000. That's a decent chunk of change, enough to pay off some bills, but not nearly enough to snag an apartment, right? The first person he talks to doesn't seem to get that, missing the point entirely. There's this chubby guy, probably not a hit with the ladies, already dreaming about buying a fancy car with the money. In another interview, a couple is asked the same question, and the woman, clearly the one calling the shots, says they'd stash the cash in savings. Then the interviewer switches it up, asking what they'd do if they were the richest person on the planet. The question catches everyone off guard, leaving them stumbling for answers. One girl says she'd probably start living it up, focusing on fun and enjoying life. Elsewhere, another woman responds to the same question, saying she'd first want to figure out how someone even gets that rich before planning what to do with the wealth. The scene shifts to a television show, where a host comments on how fascinating these responses are. She's excited to speak with the first Korean to ever become the world's richest person, eager to hear about their grand vision. This person, who some claim can predict the future, is in the spotlight. He awkwardly insists he can't see what's coming, brushing off the idea. What a liar, right? But then, out of nowhere, his eye starts glowing. At the back of the room, an old woman stands with an eagle perched on her staff, and suddenly the bird takes flight, glowing with a brilliant golden light. It soars through the air, and the man flashes a sly smile. He seems totally distracted, like he's lost in the moment. The host snaps at him to hurry up and answer the question. He casually claims he's just a guy who got lucky with investments, nothing special. But hold on, are we even in the present anymore? Did you think this was the start of a Billionaires story? Nope. The real beginning of this story is when someone shouts, and he jolts awake, mumbling something about Sergeant Jinho. It's obvious this guy's been through military service and is now back home, flat broke. Jinho wondered why that creepy figure from his military days kept appearing in his dreams. It's unsettling. At first, it felt like a hint of the future, but no, it's just a dream messing with him. This is our guy, Jinho, 23 years old, jobless, broke, and in a rough spot. Jinho's living in what's practically the basement of his mom's house. Things weren't always this bad though. He used to have a dad who ran thriving businesses and a mom who was sweet as a flower. Life was like a dream back then. Jinho gets a text message and heads to see a friend. This friend's got a collection of action figures. Check out that one. It's mid-tier quality, pretty cool, but way too pricey for Jinho to ever own. His friend, rocking glasses, brags about his awesome collection, now twice as big and bursting with color. Jinho, though, points out that this guy's action figure collection has been huge since they were in elementary school. There's no way Jinho would notice any change in it now. His friend argues that Jinho just doesn't get the finer things in life. This friend, an otaku also 23, asks what Jinho's next move is now that he's done with military service. Jinho says he's already got his college degree, so it's time to find a job and make life better for his mom. The friend, Taekyu, raises his drink, praising Jinho for being a great son. Jinho's grateful, especially since Taekyu kept his mom company last Christmas, having dinner with her so she wouldn't be alone while Jinho was stuck in the military. They chat about random stuff until Taekyu drops a bombshell. He's got something big to share. He's finally cracked the password to his bitcoins. Jinho looks puzzled, so his friend reminds him about a game called Lutnia they used to play years ago. Back then, the friend sold all his in-game items to buy bitcoins, only to lose access to them. Jinho is floored, knowing those bitcoins are worth a fortune now. Taekyu mentions he rarely cleans his waifu shelf, but while tidying up recently, he stumbled across the encryption key. Jinho, eager to know more, asks how much was in there. He was really shocked. When he asked how much the bitcoin was worth, Taekyu said the price per bitcoin was 1,120. Hearing this, Jinho realized his friend Taekyu gained around 1.2 million won, but Taekyu shook his head, clarifying he meant he had 1,120 bitcoins, not the money. What? Jinho, stunned, starts crunching the numbers in his head. Math isn't Jinho's strength, and after picturing 36 different scenarios, he finally asks if Taekyu really made close to $9 million or 13.5 billion won. What more could anyone want? Flustered, Jinho asks if Taekyu's lost his mind. There's no way he scored that much cash. Taekyu admits he was also overwhelmed by the amount. It's so much money he's unsure how to process it. Meanwhile, Jinho jokingly demands 100 million won, but Taekyu refuses, saying he already moved the funds to an exchange since Bitcoin's value was set to climb higher. Jinho, frustrated, calls Taekyu a stingy jerk, saying he'd have taken the game more seriously if he knew it could lead to this kind of wealth. Then Jinho suddenly recalls something. He grabs Taekyu, reminding him that back when they played, Taekyu also sold his in-game character. Taekyu better share the profits, or he's a crook. Taekyu shrugs, challenging Jinho to recall what percentage he owned. As Jinho pauses to think, he notices that same eagle from his dreams staring at him from a nearby building, throwing him off. It's the exact creature from his visions. The eagle flaps its wings, flies toward him, passes through the window, and soars over Jinho. Flames trail in the air, forming words. Taekyu, seeing Jinho's odd look, asks what's wrong. Jinho asks if Taekyu knows anything about Mountain Hill Tech. Taekyu, confused, says that's the exchange where his money is stored. The words in the air warn that Mountain Hill Tech is about to collapse. Jinho recalls a similar vision from his army days. What if this isn't just a hallucination but a real gift? He urgently tells Taekyu to sell all his bitcoins right now. Taekyu hesitates, unsure why Jinho's so intense. Jinho insists there's no time to wait. Selling immediately is critical. Taekyu stares, but Jinho's seriousness convinces him. Taekyu agrees to sell everything, noting he already had his sister set up an account. He demands Jinho explain everything afterward. Jinho nods, still wondering why the eagle keeps appearing. It's bizarre for a warning like this to appear out of nowhere about the company's collapse. Suddenly, Taekyu jumps, shouting that the exchange servers just crashed. Jinho immediately asks about the bitcoins, and Taekyu reveals he sold them just before the crash, narrowly escaping disaster. He starts checking what happened. It might just be server maintenance, but Jinho's fixated on why this happened right after the eagle's appearance. Then Taekyu yells in horror. The servers are back online, but everyone's accounts have been wiped out. The internet's in chaos. Taekyu demands to know how Jinho predicted this catastrophe. Jinho is at a loss for how to explain his sudden foresight to Taekyu, who keeps pressing for answers. Hesitantly, Jinho suggests he might have developed the ability to see the future. The story flashes back a year to Division 10 during mortar training. A fellow soldier snaps at Jinho to stop daydreaming and focus. Jinho, looking dazed, nods and said he understand, but then that same radiant eagle appears, far too majestic to be an ordinary bird. It swoops past him, and when he mentions it to his comrades, they look at him like he's lost it, calling him crazy. Suddenly, words form in the air. KM-188 explosion. Confused, Jinho wonders if it's related to the training equipment. Right then, a 188 mortar is being prepared and fired before he can speak up. The launch seems weak, and in that split second, Jinho realizes something. When faced with life-threatening danger, humans act on instinct before thinking. He yells for everyone to hit the ground, and the area erupts in a devastating blast. Back in the present, Taekyu marvels that it's a miracle Jinho survived. Jinho explains that some soldiers died in the accident, but his premonition saved him from harm. When he tried telling others, they brushed it off as confusion or trauma. Taekyu, who is a die-hard otaku fan, remarks that 2 perfect predictions sound like a superpower. Jinho admits it's possible but questions how they could prove it. And furthermore, he wondered why Taekyu seemed to believe this so easily. Taekyu, with his quirky wisdom, says belief comes down to mental strength. Even if a stunning elf girl appeared before him, he'd believe it. Jinho urges them to focus on something practical, like the 1.24 billion won he's owed. He recalls that of Taekyu's 11,000 bitcoins, 1,000 came from Jinho's character, so Taekyu better pay up or Jinho will torch his action figures. Taekyu assures him the money's no issue, but taxes are a headache. Jinho jokingly asks if Taekyu's setting up a tax haven, maybe funneling the money to my bank account to dodge Korean taxes. Taekyu was shocked and admitted Jinho's economic studies at the Korean university were not wasted. He admits his sister's been helping navigate the rules, explaining that Korea's Bitcoin taxes are steep. That's why he's starting a company in Dela Island, an ideal spot, with the initials name of OTK. Jinho's eyes blanked. Is it OTK for otaku? But Taekyu retorted angrily. OTK stands for my name. O Taekyu. With this setup and his wealth, he'll live comfortably, and he promises to send Jinho's 1.24 billion once it's sorted. That very day, fresh from military service, Jinho gets his money thanks to his loyal friend. At first, he only takes 500,000 won, as Taekyu warns it's too soon to celebrate. Jinho can't get the full sum at once, even with the tax haven, since the government takes 20% on transfers. For now, Jinho has his 500 million, with the remaining 740 million safely stored. Jinho is sitting there, completely content, thinking if this is a dream, he never wants to wake up. Now he's wondering what to do with all this money. First, he plans to tell his mom to work less and maybe treat her to some nice clothes at the mall. As he walks, he notices a crowd gathered around a commotion. Getting closer, he hears someone shouting, threatening to report the incident to the owner and make a woman kneel. A woman in a fancy coat is yelling about how expensive her shoes are, furious that someone dared to dirty them. The security guard in front of her keeps apologizing profusely. He turns to another woman, demanding she kneel and beg for forgiveness. Jinho's gut tells him, bet $1 quadrillion. That other woman is his mom. The other woman is raging, pointing at her shoe, insisting she clean it as an apology. The guard, flustered, urges the janitor to speak up. Jinho is stunned. His mom always said she worked at a call center, so why is she wearing a janitor's uniform? Anger surges, and just as she starts to kneel, Jinho steps in to save her. He's a hero. Saving his mom beats rescuing any waifu, hands down. He glares at the woman, asking why she's making a huge fuss over something so trivial, forcing someone to kneel. His mom looks away, embarrassed. The woman, hands on hips, snaps, asking if he's her son. Jinho calmly confirms he is. But then his mom flips everything, denying it, claiming she doesn't know him. Usually, kids deny their parents, but Jinho turns the tables. He asks if she really thought he'd ever be ashamed of her. The crowd is baffled, whispering, wondering if she's truly his mom. Jinho demands the rude woman explain herself. She then claims Jinho's mom touched her shoe with a mop. Everyone's recording now. Jinho asks if this whole drama is really about that. The woman, losing steam, repeats that he has no idea how much her shoes cost. Now she's dealing with a real one. Jinho pulls out 600,000 won, telling her to take it and leave, but only if she apologizes to his mom. If she wants to walk away with nothing, that's her choice. The crowd murmurs. Taking the money now would be humiliating. Jinho smirks, saying he could toss it on the ground for her to crawl after if she prefers. Flustered, the woman mumbles an apology, eyeing the crowd to see who's filming. The moment she's done, she snatches the cash and starts counting it. Jinho calls for the security guard, instructing him to ensure the woman's shoes are removed, as she is now practically barefoot since he just bought them. If she refuses, he'll report her for theft. She freezes, her face twisted in shock. Jinho ignores her, walking off with his mom. The woman keeps whining, telling him not to be so cheap since he won't even wear the shoes. He shrugs, saying he'll just take them home and toss them in the trash. She starts screaming, and a fight erupts. Soon, they're outside. His mom urges him to go back and make peace, but he hugs her, assuring her everything's fine. He's more worried about why she's lost so much weight. She thinks he pities her because of her job, insisting it was a one-time thing and not to worry. Jinho promises she won't have to work in a place like that anymore. He'll handle everything. She beams, saying he's grown up so much. They start talking about the money, and she asks where he got it. He casually says he sold a game account for his friend Taekyu. Just then, his phone rings as a plane lands nearby. A striking woman steps off a plane, commanding attention. That time, Taekyu seemed panicked when she mentioned his sister had just arrived in Korea. In Namsan Hotel, a car plastered with anime girl stickers rolls up, driven by none other than Jinho and the OG otaku man himself, Taekyu, who are there to meet his sister. As they walk through the hotel, Taekyu remarks that Jinho is bold enough to complain after being given the privilege of driving such a flashy car. Someone nearby clears their throat, and there she is, the impressive woman in a sharp skirt, Hyunju. Both Jinho and Taekyu greet her warmly, well, almost terrified to be precise. Jinho then asking how she's doing. At a cafe, she inquires if he's done with military service, and he confirms he is. She suggests he consider working at Golden Gate with her. Jinho says he'd jump at the chance to join an international company like that. Noticing her quiet demeanor, he asks if something's troubling her. She turns to Taekyu, asking what happened with the money from Bitcoin, having heard Mountain Hill Tech went bust. Taekyu grins, saying he sold everything just in time. She's visibly surprised, and he adds that he transferred it all to his company's account. She sighs in relief, realizing she was worried her brother had lost 11 billion won. She slides a piece of paper across the table, the contact for Golden Gate's financial transfer guy, explaining they can reach him to bring large sums into the country. Then she questions Taekyu's decision to sell all the bitcoins at once, when the plan was to do it gradually. Taekyu panicked, saying he just had a gut feeling it was better to sell immediately. He teases if she missed him, but she shuts it down, saying she's in town for 10 days on company business. To Taekyu, that sounds like an eternity, hinting at their strained relationship. She picks up on his reaction, assuring him she's staying at the hotel, with the company covering all costs. Taekyu mutters that top-tier companies are something else. As she gets up to leave, waving goodbye to handle her tasks, Taekyu grumbles that his sister always intimidates him. Just then, she gets a call about a meeting with a company called OPEC, which Taekyu recognizes as an oil-related group. Suddenly, Jinho's vision kicks in. The eagle reappears, soaring above. He's getting used to this and braces for the message. This time, it warns that OPEC is about to slash production costs. After taking phone, Hyunju notices Jinho's distant look and asks if he's okay. Jinho brushes it off, saying he just zoned out for a moment. She then asks him to keep an eye on Taekyu, knowing her brother's hopeless. Jinho chuckles and asks about the meeting at OPEC. She explains it's about production cost cuts, but Jinho, like most people, doesn't get it. She clarifies that financial markets lean on stocks and assets, while companies like OPEC bank on oil and gold. The US, despite being a major oil producer, consumes heavily for wars, often using more than it produces. The rise of shale gas changed the game, turning the US into an oil exporter. Now, the question is how this shift will ripple through the market. If oil barrels sold and drop below $50 each, a ton of companies are going to go bankrupt. That's why this big OPEC meeting's happening, to figure out how to cut costs and keep things afloat. Right now, a barrel's at $60, and they're already sweating. Jinho asks what happens if they strike a deal. Hyunju says if that goes down, oil prices will shoot through the roof, and everybody'll be thrilled. Well, not regular folks, just those damn billionaires. She gets all curious, asking Jinho why he's so into this. Jinho just shrugs, saying he thought it'd be cool if something like that happened. She agrees, but says the forecasts are pointing somewhere else. Later, stuck in traffic in Takyu's car, Jinho's wondering why that eagle message popped up this time. If he's got this edge, knowing oil prices are gonna climb, he could buy a bunch of barrels now and sell them later for a fat profit. Sounds nuts, sure, but he called the mortar explosion and Mountain Hill's crash, didn't he? Problem is, how much cash to throw in? He's got 100 million won set aside for his mom, leaving him 275 million won to mess with. There's still 740 million won chilling in Taekyu's account, but dumping it all on this would be straight up crazy. Out of nowhere, Taekyu asks if it happened again, saying Jinho's staring off like a total idiot. Jinho sighs, muttering, damn it, this guy notices way too much. Taekyu pushes him to spill what he saw. Some time passes, and Jinho lays it all out. Now Taekyu knows Jinho's planning to buy oil barrels to flip back home, but then he asks where they should put the barrels. Back at Taekyu's home, it turns out they buy oil online. They start checking prices. Barrels are $60 each right now. Taekyo's got 12 billion won to play with, while Jinho's sitting on 600 million won, and he's already hyped to buy. Just gotta figure out where to buy. Turns out, the exchange goes through New York Mercantile Exchange, all online. Jinho says he's gonna buy the oil for 300,000 won. Taekyu laughs, saying that's chump change, he's going big with 10 million. When Jinho asked if it was in won, Taekyu shook his head, saying it was in dollars. This immediately made Jinho call him a lunatic and ask if he'd lost his mind. Taekyu dials it back to 5 million. Jinho tries to warn him nothing's a sure bet, his visions aren't 100% confirmed. But Taekyu's like, I ain't betting less than 3 million, take it or leave it. Jinho gives up trying to talk him down. Thinking it over, barrel prices have already dipped a bit, so even if the deal flops, he might just lose a little. But throwing in 3.3 billion won? That's scary as hell, especially when the reason's still not confirmed yet. Still, you gotta be bold to win big. Jinho starts clicking, and boom, they buy the barrels. Now they just wait for the OPEC meeting. By some miracle, Jinho managed to sign a contract for 2-room and apartment for 120 million won deposit. The place is way nicer than he thought, with 2 bedrooms and a high floor where you can catch the sunrise. His mom's over the moon, getting all emotional about it, and for Jinho, hearing her say that makes it all worth it. While they're unpacking, his mom goes quiet, holding stuff from the boxes. Things that were his dad's. Their homes kept getting smaller over the years, so there wasn't space to keep this stuff out. When he looked at his mother, she was gazing at a picture. Jinho then stares at a photo of a house his dad poured his heart into building for them, but after his death, they ran out of money and likely had to sell it. Seeing his mom clutch the picture, Jinho asks if she still thinks about his dad a lot. She says of course, he worked so hard just to die like that, and if only he'd lived a bit longer, he could have seen days like today. Jinho looks at the photo too, and his mom starts crying. She abruptly gets up, telling him to finish setting up his room while she rests for a bit. Jinho could only look at his mother, she's getting old. Scanning the kitchen, Jinho realizes they need new furniture and appliances. When he sees his mom hauling a box, he tells her to stop working so hard, he'll handle everything. That's when he hands her a card linked to an account with 100 million won. That's about $70,000, damn. Korean currency's wild, but no joke, it's a serious amount. His mom immediately smacks him, scolding him not to go handing out money to everyone. She insists she's saved plenty, and he shouldn't worry. But Jinho pushes back, saying this money's just him looking out for her. After covering the apartment, giving his mom cash, and sorting other expenses, he's got 275 million won left. In theory, he could coast for 20 years without a job, but are soon to be the richest investors on earth not about to settle for that. Later, Taekyu shows up at the house lugging a bunch of stuff. He also said he gonna order jjajangmyeon, that Korean black bean noodle dish, but this dude also brought some useless stuff. What the hell? Is this economy? Believe it or not, our otaku friend bought 2 bags of toilet paper. Jinho's totally baffled why this fool thought that was a good housewarming gift. Taekyu asks what he expected instead. Jinho says he could have brought something useful, like a television or a fridge. Over dinner, they chat about the crypto exchange that went bankrupt earlier, Mountain Hill Tech. Total mess. Everyone got screwed. Their bitcoins vanished. Poof. The jerks declared bankruptcy, but now the cops and banks are after them. Taekyu says Jinho predicting it at the perfect moment was nuts. Jinho shrugs, calling it a fluke, but Takyu's not buying it, insisting nothing's random and he's got a theory. Jinho asks what's up, and Takyu claims his power only kicks in during crises. That's how heroes are made, and it's gotta be tied to that. He slams the table, declaring Jinho's got an incredible Oracle AI. Jinho just stares, thinking his friend's got some serious mental issues. He tells Takyu to quit obsessing over naming the power and focus on the OPEC meeting. Cause so far, things have gone okay, but if this goes south, they'll lose a ton of cash. Takyu stays cool, saying it's all good, cause Jinho's got the Oracle AI. The next day, Takyu's back at Jinho's place for the meeting results. Jinho feels like he's stuck in some never-ending suspense flick, the results just won't drop. Since the meeting started, prices have already dipped 3%, meaning $70,000 gone down the drain. Jinho asks if Takyu's still chill about this, and Takyu, full of confidence, says he's not worried because he trusts the Oracle AI. To take his mind off it, Jinho plays a video game with him, but this damn nerd's only into dating sims with hot anime girls. Meanwhile, the money's still dropping, but Jinho tries to keep his cool. Losing it won't ruin his life. $100,000 less wouldn't have let him retire anyway. Still, it's terrifying to think if it all tanks, they're back to slaving at awful jobs. He dozes off and wakes to Takyu screaming. The OPEC results just dropped, and every news outlet's screaming that they've agreed to slash production costs. Takyu's all over it, asking what the new oil price is, and when they look, it's already at $73. In just a few minutes since the announcement, prices have shot up 20%. Jinho, freaking out, tells Takyu to check their account and sell everything now, cause he's got no clue what's coming next, no premonition or nothing. Takyu doesn't waste a second and gets it done. Sometime later, they're crunching the numbers on their profits. Damn, it's like they've got a cheat code for cash. These bastards pulled in $630,000. Jinho's just sitting there, hands on his head, looking like a complete idiot. But since he put in way less cash, he's only walking away with $60,000. What a raw deal. Taekyu, though, says if he'd thrown in the full 10 million, he'd have made a killing. But that's not even the big deal compared to one huge fact. This is the third time Jinho's nailed it. Luck might cover 1 or 2 hits, but 3 times? That's proof Jinho's ability to see the future is real as hell. Jinho's sitting there, feeling like a total fool, wondering if he's got some next-level power straight out of a movie. Normally, you'd think a special ability means some jacked guy running around, kicking ass, punching bad guys, and taking down villains. But in the modern world, where violence ain't the answer, a hero with just physical strength is useless. Machines can do all that heavy lifting, but seeing the future? That's something else, untouchable. Something not even the most powerful computers in the world could ever match. Taegyu's hyped, asking if Jinho can predict everything, like sports results or accidents. If his power really works like that, it'd be absolutely insane. But Jinho, as much as he's a damn idiot sometimes, wants to figure out when this all started and why it even happens. Taegyu's got a point though. It all kicked off with that mortar accident when he was about to die, which shows his ability only pops up in emergencies. Obviously, if this ability is real, that little eagle might be a golden goose. The goal now is to figure out why it showed up the first time and how to make it appear again. While they're talking, Taegyu brings up that the first time it happened was with the Bitcoin crash, and the second was while chatting with his sister about OPEC. Looking at those two, maybe Jinho's power only works for financial stuff. Jinho thinks that's weird, cause of the mortar thing wasn't about finance. But Taegyu suggests maybe there's one small exception, life or death situations. Then, out of nowhere, Taegyu spins around in his chair and asks what happened after that accident. Jinho says it turned into a massive scandal, cause the mortar malfunction came from corruption and cheap, low-quality materials. Obviously, the companies supplying that junk saw their stock market value tank hard. Taegyu points out that, in a way, it wasn't just about Jinho's life. It was financial too. Jinho nods, saying it makes sense, cause in this world, everything's tied to money, directly or indirectly. Sometime later, Taegyu lays out the offer they both knew was coming. Jinho would use his power to see the future, and Taegyu would front all the cash they need for investments. Jinho thinks it's a damn solid deal. Investing $600,000 ain't nothing compared to $10 million. Plus, he's got no idea how long this ability's gonna last. For all he knows, this could be the last time it ever kicks in. Since Taegyu's ready to cover all the losses and still split the profits if the investment tanks, Jinho wouldn't owe a dime. It's almost too sweet a deal. Jinho starts questioning if this setup is even fair. It sounds tempting, but there's one glaring issue. Even if his power's real, there's no guarantee his visions are 100% spot on. Jinho's throwing out all sorts of excuses, but Taegyu, drunk on greed, doesn't give a damn. He just tells him to shut it. All he cares about is if Jinho's power is legit. If it is, they've got a golden ticket to get filthy rich. Taegyu's sitting on 13 billion won to throw around, and together, they could rake in absurd cash. All Jinho's gotta do is shake his hand, and they'll dive headfirst into the wild world of investing. Jinho hesitates, then shoots back. What if I don't shake your ugly ass hand? Taegyu's hand starts glowing like some dramatic movie scene, and he declares, then we're done, never seeing each other again. With confidence, he said, come on, my friend, join me in the land of the rich. Jinho's practically shaking when his phone buzzes. It's some guy named Minho, inviting him for drinks in Hongdae. Jinho replies, if Kim's gonna be there, he's in. Then he bails on Taegyu, saying he's got new plans and will catch him later, probably chasing some hot chick, ditching poor Taegyu in under 15 seconds. At the bar, some guys spot him and yell, Sergeant's here. Jinho greets his buddy, saying he's just a reserve now. Right away, his friend points out the real reason Jinho showed up so fast, 2 girls. The only way this future-seeing investor could go broke is sitting right there, Yuri on the right, Hwang Ji on the left, both walking red flags. Jinho's not safe anymore, he's already grabbing a drink. He's looking for someone named Kyung, but his friend says he'll be late. The guy asks if Jinho's heading back to college next year. Jinho says he's thinking about it. Now that the house is paid off, money's not an issue, so graduating fast might be smart. Yuri stands up, raising her glass all classy, saying it's an honor to serve you, senior, and takes a sip, showing off. She raises her glass again when Jinho compliments her drinking game. Then Jung Ji-hong walks in, looking like Jinho's junior or senior or something. Jinho then welcomed him, and the senior said it had been a while since they had seen each other face to face. The senior then lamented how hard it was to find a job these days. He mentioned 4 companies merging into one mega corporation. But the problem was, when 4 companies combine, they don't keep all the staff. Some people are going to be laid off. Jinho asks what this dumbass plans to do if he still can't get a job. The guy says he's already into investments, so maybe taking job at private equity company. After a few bottles, he's ranting that there's no such thing as a good investor in this country. Just good entrepreneurs. But they need someone bold with serious cash to make big moves in the city. Maybe what Korea needs most is an Asian Warren Buffett. Meanwhile, Yuri's snapping a pic under the table. Is she recording? Told you this girl's trouble? I don't know, guys. Blonde girl in Manhwa is so sus. The clueless dude next to her finally asks, what the hell's she doing? She says, all innocent. She was supposed to meet a friend but ditched for this, so she's calling her friend over. When she drops the name Suna, the whole bar goes dead silent. Jinho starts sweating buckets. Either this girl's dangerous as hell, or something went down. But it's too late to back out. Suna's already walking in. Jinho's sitting there, looking like a total fool, sweating his ass off. She spots him right away. Jinho, whoa, it's their first reunion since the breakup. And damn, it's awkward as hell. This is his ex, so our guy's not some broke nobody and hopeless romantic like us. This bastard had a girlfriend before the story even kicked off. A few seconds later, it's just them at the table. She says it's been 2 years since they last saw each other. Jinho confirms he's doing okay and asks if she's happy with that senior dude. She says yeah, they're good, she's dating Junhyung now, and our boy lost out to that guy. Honestly, Junhyung looks more like her brother than her boyfriend. They literally have the same hair, but whatever. Guess what? Jinho got dumped, and this Junhyung is the third son of some filthy rich corporate big shot. Right after she and Jinho split and he shipped out to the military, she started dating this tycoon's kid. Now Jinho's just staring at her, looking like a total moron. She says he's changed a ton, that she used to think he was kinda plain. Damn. So she was even harsher back then. Jinho really caught her during her worst phase. She apologizes for dumping him when his life went to hell. Jinho just says it's cool, it's all in the past. Now she's getting all soft, biting her red lips, giving him that look, saying she always liked him a lot from the start. Jinho's not buying it. She hasn't even pulled the sad puppy face yet, and he's already asking what the hell she means by that. She says it might sound weird, but she's always liked him because he's got this confident vibe she's always been into. Jinho cuts in, asking why she broke up with him then. She shrugs, flat out saying she saw a chance to date a rich guy and took it. Yeah, she just admits it like it's no big deal. She adds she couldn't pass up her shot to chase her dreams. Her dream? Apparently, marrying rich. Jinho's like, what the hell does that even mean? She freezes, awkward as all get out, realizing she just screwed up. She stands up, all stiff and weird, saying she's out of there. But Jinho's not letting it slide, demanding what she means by her dream. She gives him one look, then bails, thinking to herself her dream's about being successful. Meanwhile, Jinho's slumped in his chair like a piece of garbage. 2 years ago, before his dad's funeral even happened, their house was already gone, his relatives ditched him, and Suna broke up with him before he could even process his grief. He got shipped off to the military, leaving his mom to fend for herself, working to survive. Man, that was a brutal blow, not many could have handled it. But lately, things flipped. His investments paid off, starting with that big oil trading win. Now he's sitting there, full of himself, wondering what success really is. Right then, the eagle shows up in front of him. Jinho even cracks a joke, asking if it's here for a drink. But as always, the creature takes off, soaring over him. When he sees the message, his eyes light up. This is his future. Of course, the damn author won't spill what it says, but going by Jinho's face, it's gotta be good news. Next thing, he's at Taekyu's place, shaking him awake, yelling about something big. Taekyu, half asleep, grumbles, asking what he wants. Jinho, all fired up, shouts he wants success. No way, is he still stuck on that boring-ass Suna? Yuri's 10 times hotter, the real queen, even when she can't read the room and kinda annoying. But better than stupid Suna, right? Morning hits, and the hangover slams Jinho in. That's why they say drinking's just stealing joy from your future self. Dumb, drunk kids. Taekyu, being a real bro, already ordered Jinho a burger to shake off the hangover. My god, is this some American diet or what? Taekyu's dying to know what went down last night. Jinho just shrugs, saying he doesn't remember now. Is he bullshitting? Or was he so wasted he actually forgot? Taekyu starts roasting him on the spot, saying Jinho came home all hyped, yelling about seeing something big. Jinho sighs. Alright, I'll spill. He asks Taekyu if he's ever invested in anything. Taekyu scoffs, hell no, of course not. Meanwhile, Jinho studied finance in college, joined investment clubs, but when he started investing for real, he only had 1 million won and lost nearly all of it. Pretty much every time he tried, he lost 50%. Taekyu gawks at him. So you studied all that just to learn jack shit? Jinho explains he only invested for a year. It takes time to get the hang of it. They pool their cash and realize they've got 13 billion won. Jinho knows that's more money than most folks will ever see in their lives. The catch is, in investing, the size of your stack matters big time. If you bet 10 million won to make 100 million, you need a crazy 1000% return. But with 10 billion won, just a 1% gain nets you 100 million. Taekyu only made bank on the oil trade because he threw in way more cash. But obviously, the more you bet, the bigger the risk. Takyu's like, so when are we diving in? Jinho raises an eyebrow. Why's a dude with 13 billion even itching to invest? Takyu's answer is pure gold. The more money you got, the better, so I want more. This guy's just a tad greedy. Jinho's buddy then asks what he's planning to do with the cash. Jinho says he's holding off to invest, waiting for a vision first. If that eagle doesn't show, he's not moving a muscle, he's not a dumbass. After what his friends said, he figures he needs to dive into finance stuff to boost the odds of triggering his power. Days pass, and he's been reading every damn economic article out there. Investments, money transfers, stock trends, you name it, watching like a hawk for his ability to kick in. But public info's mostly useless. When folks say something's gonna rise, it's already up. When they say it'll crash, it's already tanked. So you get no edge from it. Now Jinho's got a new headache. After all these days, his power hasn't sparked once. He's still confused. Did nothing actually go down at the bar that night? He saw something but forgot. What the hell happened? Taekyu suggests it's time they lock in a contract, splitting every profit by 50-50. They sign it. Hope our boy checked the fine print. Jinho's heading out to grab a coffee, but Taekyu yells there's no coffee left. At that moment, Jinho's phone rings, and a voice on the line asks, "Is this Jinho?" He says yeah, and it's her, Yuri, our queen. Jinho instantly remembers that orange-haired stunner from the bar. Hell yeah, what's up, baby? She asks if he's free, saying she'd love to grab a hot coffee at a Starbucks, some deep web vibe spot. Jinho strolls in, and she jumps up, all excited, telling him to sit across from her. Okay, not the cozy seat next to her, but in front. She thanks him for showing up on short notice. Jinho brushes it off, saying it's no big deal since he was near a friend's place anyway. She catches him staring and asks, "Why you looking at me like that?" Jinho smirks, saying Yuri looks like a K-pop idol doing a dance cover. She fixes her hair, a bit embarrassed, asking if that means she's pretty. They keep chatting, and he learns she's from China, which probably means she's loaded. Jinho, not one for small talk, cuts to the chase, asking why she called him. Yuri says she wanted to apologize for inviting Suna that day at the bar, not knowing Suna was his ex. Jinho apologizes too, saying he knows she had no clue about their past. Well, she just can't read the room. Other than that, she is a diva. She asks if he's going back to college next semester now that his military service is done. He says yeah, and she mentions they'll likely be in the same class. Interesting. Then, out of nowhere, she says she's got a favor to ask. Jinho panicked, wondering why she's acting all shy now. Is she about to confess? Damn, he's got no idea what to say. Reject her? Accept her? She's way too gorgeous to turn down. Is that how this works? This guy's the real deal. But then she drops that she just needs help buying a new phone because she's scared of getting ripped off. Jinho realizes he was totally overthinking it. He agrees to help but warns he's not a tech whiz. She smiles, saying just having him there's enough. Jinho thinks Taekyu would have been perfect for this. That bastard buys every phone and gadget out there. At the phone store, Jinho walks in and asks for a Samsung Galaxy Note right away. Jinho sits while the clerk rambles about features. Our guy's just thinking, damn, buying a phone these days is such a pain, it should be easier. Honestly, he's not even needed here. So he wanders off, checking out the displays. He picks up a Note 7, remembering that before he went to the military, the latest was just the Note 3. That's when his power kicks in. The eagle swoops into the store, flying over him. The message reads, Note 7 discontinued. Jinho frowns, confused as hell. What does that even mean? It's pretty obvious, right? The phone's getting axed, but let's see where this goes. Yuri catches him zoning out, asking what he's staring at. Jinho blinks, muttering some BS about a low-flying mosquito, that's all. Of course, he's stoked, another vision hit. On the way home, Yuri says she almost got the gold one but went with blue because she liked it better. Jinho casually nods, saying it looks nice but it's going to be discontinued soon. She frowns, and Jinho freezes. He was so caught up thinking about it, he blurted it out. Trying to cover, he says he's got to bounce for some business, waves goodbye, and bolts. Yuri watches him go, thinking he's leaving too damn fast, sighing that she at least wanted to treat him to a meal for helping. Meanwhile, Jinho storms into Taegyu's place, yelling his name. He says the Samsung Note 7's getting discontinued. Taegyu pulls out his phone, totally lost. Why? Jinho's got no clue. Samsung's got a ton of models, and the Note 7 is a top seller, but it still lags behind Apple in premium phones. Apple hasn't even taken a real bite yet. Samsung's been killing it lately with the Note 6 and Note 7. The Note 5 sold by 50 million units, and the Note 6 is expected to hit 70 million. Taekyu says it's a massive global win, so why the hell would they discontinue it? He wonders if it's a patent issue, since a single phone's got over 200,000 patents tied to it. Jinho doesn't buy the patent dispute idea. If Samsung lost a patent fight, they'd just pay the fines or snag another license. They've been making phones since the 2000s, so they own a ton of their own patents anyway. Now they've got to figure out why the Note 7 is getting discontinued and when it'll go down. Jinho asks Taekyu what kind of news could trigger something like this. Taekyu says it's tricky. Usually, if there's a problem, the company just shells out for damages. Phones always have issues. They don't just scrap a whole model over one or two defects. They sit there racking their brains. Time passes, and that night, Taekyu lets out a scream. What the hell? He's lying in bed, staring at his phone, and it's literally burning up. He was playing games, left it charging next to him, and now it's a fireball. That's nuts. 'Cause he bought it just a week ago. It's basically a ticking bomb. Right then, they both click. This is why the Note 7's getting discontinued. The next morning, 3 days after the phone launched, reports are already popping off about Note 7 units exploding. Samsung's downplaying it, as usual. Technically, 1 in a million phones blowing up is normal. But here, 1 in 10,000 is going kaboom. That's way too many. Weirdly, sales haven't taken a hit yet. Takeyu's just stoked they finally get why Jinho's vision happened. But Jinho's got a different vibe. How do they cash in on this? This ain't as simple as buying oil barrels or yanking money from an account. They'll need a few days to plot the best move. The next day, a Samsung guy shows up to replace Takyu's phone. But there's a shady catch. Customers can't post about it online. Those sneaky bastards are hushing it up. Jinho and Taekyu realize the rep didn't even flinch seeing Takyu's fried phone, meaning this is happening a lot. Phones are glued to people's lives. If they're unsafe or straight up exploding, that's curtains for the product. No way Samsung can keep pumping these out, which means they're staring at a huge financial gut punch. especially if they gotta refund all those sales. Jinho's gotta figure out how to play this. Take-You breaks it down. It's tricky, but you borrow stocks from a company, sell them at the current high price, say 100,000 won a share. When the price tanks, you buy back the same shares for dirt cheap, return them, and pocket the difference. That's short selling. Jinho's listening, but he's already scheming ahead. They just need the perfect timing to pounce. Since it's about the number of shares, not the cash amount, it's a bit confusing, but screw it. Just sell to get rich. They'll need to bet big though. Take-You's ready to throw in $4 million, but Jinho's pushing to find a way to milk even more profit. It feels like binary options in Korea or something. And no way they're asking Take-You's sister for help. She'd never let them risk 13 billion on something this shaky. Jinho says chill. He knows a guy, a former prez of their investment club. Some call him a weirdo, others a genius. There's two types of geniuses, the badasses who crush everything and the oddballs who are wizards at one thing. Nobody gives a damn about the weirdos though. Oh, and this guy grew up in Australia, moved to Korea later. He was a math genius caught up in the chaos of it all. He dove into investing and quickly became hooked. His incredible knack for numbers made him a powerhouse in the investment world from one of his earliest bets. He risked 500,000 won and turned it into 5 million. Naturally, like any savvy investor, he faced losses at times. But overall, he was still profiting, even starting with just 500,000 won. When Jinho met him, he had already amassed 300 million to invest. The catch? He lacked substantial starting capital. If he had begun with more, he could have reached 6 billion by now. Then his hot streak fizzled out. He mistook a chemical battery company's logo for LG's, thinking it was a sure bet. He believed the stock was underpriced and poised to double. Then disaster struck. His entire wealth vanished in a catastrophic loss. Broke or not, this fearless guy clung to his shares, refusing to sell, certain they would rebound. But they never did. He went completely bankrupt, ruined by dabbling in binary options under the guidance of some so-called guru, instead of sticking to actual stock purchases. This wouldn't have happened in a restaurant. So rather than doing binary options, let's just work at MCD, guys. Now, here's the great investor, that so-called investor genius, looking drained, like he hasn't stepped outside in weeks. He's probably glued to market charts all day. Jinho then introduced his friend, Take-You. Realizing who it was, the senior asked if Take-You was Jinho's friend who had gotten a lot of Bitcoin early on but lost it. Jinho nodded and asked how he was holding up since dropping out of college after his financial collapse. Sang-yeop, the senior, says he's been driving for Uber, scraping by to survive after losing it all. He finally realized even the basics have worth. Jinho gets oddly sentimental, calling him an inspiration. This guy endured immense loss but never quit. Jinho then told what his purpose was in coming here, explaining he wants to open an account for futures trading. Sang-yeop then describes futures trading. For example, in 5 days he'll buy a stock for 5,000 won no matter what. The seller then agrees. Regardless of price changes, he would pay 5,000, and the seller must deliver. If the price climbs to 10,000, Jinho scores a bargain. If it falls to 500, he's stuck paying 5,000 for something nearly worthless. That's futures trading, buying for a future date. Unlike regular stocks, where you sell at market value, a drop means selling low. If the stock rises, you profit. They spent time crunching numbers, but the concept is clear. Jinho then made a small simulation. He calculated that if he bought a stock for 100 million won and then future traded it, when the stock hit the target he aimed, if all goes well, he could make 900 billion after the expiration date. Sang-yeop calls him crazy, saying it's impossible in real life. To gain that much profit, the stock need to be up more than 30%. Things usually go wrong. It's a once-in-a-lifetime event when a stock can fluctuate that much in a couple of days. Well, Sang-yeop's a realist. This is what happens to people chasing online trading courses. You better send this channel $10 gift rather than buy from a sketchy trading gurus. Look at Senior Sang-yeop, for example. He once had 300 million in his account. Now he's driving Uber for 100 bucks a day. This is why trading courses destroy lives. Sang-yeop then asked what the real purpose was for his junior wanting to use futures. With confidence, Jinho stated he was going to short sell Samsung stock. Sang-yeop then brushes off Jinho's theory about the Note 7's failure, which is now selling like a hotcakes. Jinho smirks, noting it'll be discontinued. Sang-yeop, after some thought, conceded that there was a small chance of it happening. He correctly guessed the reason was explosions but stated that it wouldn't be enough to shake Samsung's ground in the market. Jinho plays it cautious, admitting it's possible but never certain. Sang-yeop warns him to be careful, or he could end up broke and miserable like him. With that, he waves goodbye. Outside the restaurant, Jinho, now confident, looks at Take-You and says, "Let's give it a try." Jinho now has all he needs to act. The choice is clear. High risk for a huge payoff, or low risk for smaller gains. He's confident the price will drop at least 10%. Since it spiked 10% with the Note 7 launch, it'll likely fall 20%. News reports about Note 7 explosions are emerging, and these two are already at their screens, ready to invest heavily. Jinho hits the enter key. It's unclear how much they invested, but only 800 million remains in the account. If they truly dumped all 12 billion into this, these guys are out of their minds. Jinho, no longer feeling bold, sits there terrified, practically trembling. Then the worst hits. Samsung's stock jumps 8% the next day, tanking his futures bet. It's a total catastrophe, and he's on the verge of losing it all. Jinho, sipping his drink, notices Taekyu looking grim as well. Samsung seems to be expertly hiding the explosion issue, replacing units at lightning speed. But is Jinho still sure of himself? Not really, especially since the eagle's vision guided him. Taekyu asks if Samsung will discontinue the product tomorrow. Jinho just shrugs, hoping so. But they both know they're fucked as hell if the stock doesn't drop in the next couple of days. The next day, Samsung's CEO steps up, acknowledges the battery problem, promises replacements, and issues an apology. Instead of pulling the plug, they announce free replacements for 6 million units, which is a nightmare for Jinho. Public sentiment oddly swings positive. Replacing 6 million phones for free is seen as remarkable. They might even reuse the batteries in returned units for sales in less affluent markets. Yet, Samsung stock only dips 1.5%. This company just showed how precise industry titans can be. Taekyu paces, crushed. 6 billion of their 12 billion is already gone. Jinho's unfair contract haunts him. He's causing his friend to lose 6 billion, while his own stake was smaller. He feels the weight of it all. Now Jinho doubts his abilities. Did he misinterpret the vision? Why is everything going wrong? That night, Jinho lies awake, thinking 6 billion could fund a lavish life forever. 100 million a month would more than suffice. But they lost it in one day. To recover a 50% loss, they'd need a 100% gain. Unless things shift before their futures bet expires, their billions will disappear. Jinho is paralyzed by fear, and Taekyu can't sleep either. They both wake up at midnight and head out for drinks, half joking about getting used to poverty, already acting like they're destined for the streets. The usual drama kicks in. Jinho says he warned Taekyu not to invest, but Taekyu insists he trusted Jinho's insight. Time drags on, and Samsung keeps replacing phones. New buyers and those with replacements are happy, and Samsung's stock keeps rising. Of their original 13 billion, only 3.6 billion is left. Thankfully, some was in regular stocks, or they'd be completely wiped out. Taekyu slumps against the window, bidding farewell to the 13 billion. Jinho, no longer at ease, has lost 600 million himself. With just 1 week until their futures contract expires, if nothing changes, it's over. He recalls Sangyop's warning not to invest, or he'd end up broke. Jinho buries his face in his hands, wondering if he misread or misanalyzed the vision. The scene shifts to a plane. A man sprays a fire extinguisher near a bloodied woman, as if a Samsung device exploded. But it's just a dream. Jinho curses the misleading vision. But wait. His head pounds, his eye glows, as if confirming it's a true vision. The plane ticket on the floor shows the 9th of December. 4 days remain. Jinho urgently tells his partner that they have just 4 days until the vision unfolds. If his power is real, they have no reason to fear anymore. Taekyu checks Samsung's stock, and everything still seems normal. But Jinho, overly dramatic, mutters that nothing is finished until it's truly done. Then more reports surface. Some Samsung batteries are exploding again because a contact point inside the phone is causing fires. 4 days later, the news explodes. A Samsung phone detonates mid-flight, injuring a passenger. Nobody wants to board a plane with a potential bomb, and the Note 7 is officially banned from being taken on flights. The next morning, the stock market opens, and Samsung shares drop by 10%. Experts immediately claim this is the ideal moment to buy more Samsung stock, but Jinho and Taekyu aren't buying it. Meanwhile, at Samsung's executive meeting, the vice president, Im Jin-young, enters, and they're all discussing the battery explosions and the injured passenger. Some executives propose replacing the phones again, but public opinion is already destroyed. A strategist suggests another recall to buy time, and everyone in the room agrees that delaying the fallout is the top priority. The vice president faces the challenge of buying time without further losing public trust. Everyone knows there are ways, but nobody has the courage to propose them. He wonders what his father would do. The man who built the company from nothing, passed it to his father, who then passed it to him when he fell ill. This is truly an example of nepotism in Korea. Glancing around, he spots a marble ship on the table, reminding him of his grandfather's lesson about the ship of Theseus. If a piece of wood falls off and is replaced, then another, and after 1,000 years no original piece remains, is it still the same ship, or a different one entirely? The same applies to the company. The original employees are long gone, and everything has changed, so is it still the same company? Yes. It's about courage. After deep thought, he decides to discontinue the Note 7. Everyone who bought one can get a full refund or exchange it for another product. The executives freeze. This isn't just losing the money already earned, but sacrificing future profits to greedy opportunists. The vice president slams the table, declaring that no matter how much money they lose, they can always earn more, but they cannot afford to lose the people's trust. A glasses-wearing executive stands, saying they will prepare the announcement immediately. At 1:40 p.m., the official statement drops. The Note 7 is off the market and discontinued. Jinho and Taekyu are stunned into silence, staring at each other, then erupt in celebration. The cursed phone is finally discontinued. Investors panic, selling off shares, and Samsung's stock price crashes, the biggest drop since 2008. An investment firm notices someone bet heavily on Samsung's collapse, with a profit margin nearly 1,000 times, a massive win. They trace the bet back to Golden Gate, linked to Hyunju's firm. Everyone is losing their minds. This is unheard of. No one bets billions out of nowhere. They rush to find out who orchestrated it. Meanwhile, Jinho and Taekyu, glowing with joy, grin at their screens, watching Samsung's stock plummet, their futures bet already up over 1,000%. Their safer investment has climbed 21%, and they're glued to the computer, silent, as the numbers skyrocket to a 3,800% profit. They're floored. Could they practically buy Korea with this? Then they lose it, screaming, tossing everything in the air in pure chaos. In the investment world, one person's win is another's loss, and this time, the world's catastrophe became their jackpot. Their wealth has now ballooned to 685 billion won. That's roughly $470 million. And they marvel that Elon Musk's fortune is about 800 times larger. Still, they're now multimillionaires and waste no time cashing out to avoid any risks. Takyu stares at his tablet, mesmerized by the staggering figures, while Jinho nods, stunned, saying he didn't know numbers could have so many zeros. Taekyu reminds them their contract splits profits 50-50. Jinho's share is 336 billion won, enough to stack cash into a skyscraper. Jinho sits there, dazed, struggling to grasp how he's ended up with this much money and what he's supposed to do with it. Just days ago, they were terrified of losing everything, and now they've hit the opposite extreme. Jinho feels grateful that Taekyu stuck by him when things looked bleak, and now, with their massive win, he's sharing the profits evenly. Finding such loyalty is rare, and this experience shows the true power of glimpsing the future. One small insight, a phone being discontinued, changed their lives. But Jinho wonders what if he foresaw something bigger? What if he saw a financial crash, a war, or a natural disaster? Taekyu cuts him off, telling him to calm down and keep their success under wraps. Jinho agrees, trusting only his friend and his mom. While Taekyu keeps celebrating, Jinho feels the weight of their actions. Samsung's collapse, as one of Korea's giants, is practically a national loss. Meanwhile, Chinese and American tech stocks are soaring as investors pull money from Samsung. Taekyu tells Jinho to lighten up. They didn't cause this. They just bet on the future, and there's no need for guilt. He's right. When it comes to money, patriotism fades. Always has. Always will. This time, they were the ones to cash in. Now they're lounging, dreaming about what to do with their fortune. Jinho, slouched in his chair, jokes he'll need his own tax haven. The money he's made could fund a lavish life forever without lifting a finger. But he's not content to stop here. He recalls a prophecy from the bar he hasn't shared with Taekyu yet. The vision mentioned OTK Corporation and its CEO, Jinho himself. Steal his friend's company? No, Jinho's not that guy. He shakes hands with Taekyu, vowing to rise to the top together. Jinho realizes a CEO doesn't need the most shares, just the power to make decisions, meaning he and Taekyu will run OTK together. This shared goal simplifies things. They can park their money in the same tax haven, keeping every cent from Korea's tax collectors. Taekyu suddenly asks to see their contract again, scans it, and without hesitation, tears it up. Jinho jumps, shocked, asking what he's doing. Taekyu says the 50-50 split is outdated. From now on, it's 80-20. Jinho freezes. Is this a raw deal? Something feels wrong, but he can't believe it. Taekyu smirks, telling Jinho he gets 80%, while Taekyu takes 20%. Jinho stares, bewildered, as if he doesn't recognize his friend. Come on, even I can tell what kind of person Taekyu is by now. He is a true friend. I would die to have one Taekyu in my life. Jinho asks if his friend ate something weird, but Taekyu just shrugs, joking about eating black bean instant noodles. As expected, of our Korean otaku. The truth is, when Jinho vowed to stick with him, Taekyu had already made up his mind. Taekyu decided he'd stay committed, even if it meant taking just 20%, because Jinho's ability to see the future was worth more than any cash. Plus, after their massive win, Taekyu likely feared Jinho might ditch him once he was filthy rich. But Jinho had the opposite mindset. Despite their wealth, they're now playing globally, and pooling their billions is smarter than going it alone. Jinho still questions Taekyu's sanity for giving up 30%. But Taekyu grins, saying he's not losing anything. 20% of OTK is plenty. Jinho argues it only works if the company profits later. But Taekyu's confident, saying he knows Jinho will make it happen. Taekyu slaps Jinho's shoulder, declaring him the new CEO of OTK Corporation, fulfilling the prophecy. Jinho feels guilty for doubting Taekyu, even briefly, because Taekyu trusted him completely from the night Jinho told him to sell everything. In the end, Jinho was the one who lacked clarity. Taekyu gives a thumbs up, agreeing it's time to start to be more rich. But with one rule, Jinho better not waste money on that ex who left him for a guy in Gucci. She can suffer. They start planning Christmas. Last year, Jinho was stuck in the military, while Taekyu spent it with his mom so she wouldn't be alone. What a guy. Jinho told his friend to send his initial 800 million won and start keeping an eye on taxes. Taekyu then looked to find a scrap of paper with an address from Hyunju. After seeing the address, Jinho said he'd need the money to get cash to buy gifts. At building agency, a woman complains about unpaid bills. When Jinho enters, she offers coffee, assuming he's a broke student hunting for a cheap apartment, thinking even a small commission beats nothing. She asks if he wants a studio, politely implying a tiny space to crash in, like those cramped Japanese capsule hotels with barely room to lie down. Jinho shakes his head, saying he's not here for a studio, he needs to buy a house. She pauses, asking how much he's willing to pay for rent. Jinho corrects her. He's buying, not renting. She's stunned, but Jinho repeats he's buying. She snaps out of it, explaining house prices vary by location, size, and condition, ranging from 300 million to 1 billion won for high-end homes. Jinho steps to the door, points at a house across the street, and asks how much it costs. She glances over and says 600 million. It's his childhood home, the one his father built. Man, this guy's sentimental. Jinho goes quiet, then says he wants it. The agent's confused but sees no reason to refuse. Her commission would be huge. She starts checking similar listings, but Jinho stops her. Jinho firmly states he wants that exact house. The agent sighs, gesturing toward the garage where a car is parked, noting that someone already lives there. Jinho responds that he knows, but the owner wouldn't refuse an offer above market value. The agent nods, admitting it's true, but questions why anyone would pay more than the market price. Jinho strides to his suitcase, pulls out a huge stack of golden brown bills, practically the size of a gold bar, and slams it on the table. He announces he's willing to pay 200 million above market price. He adds that if the agent makes this happen, he'll include a bonus for her as a broker fee. The owner of the house reflects that she'd always dreamed of moving from an apartment into a house, and this deal could be her chance, especially since the house was sold at a discount years ago when Jinho's mother was forced to let it go. Back then, Jinho's mother had to sell it below market value because the house was in terrible condition, moldy, falling apart, and trashed. That's how the current owners got a great deal and made a decent profit. But even after all these years, the house never appreciated, still valued at 500 million won. The agent had been trying to sell it for a bit more, but there were no buyers. Then the current owner gets a call from the real estate office. Someone's offering 800 million. She freezes. That's enough to buy a luxury apartment, far better than this place. But she's cunning, with a plaque on her wall reading, "Humble beginnings lead to a prosperous future." She schemes with her husband, convinced there's a reason for the 200 million over market price, and decides to push for more. She calls back, saying she won't sell for 800 million but might consider 1 billion until the buyer nearly walks away. Welp, she is greedy as hell. But when the agent said the buyer was planning to cancel the deal and go for another house, she panicked and then accepted the 800 million deal. Later that evening, she's already calculating a deposit, wanting at least 30% up front to ensure the buyer doesn't back out. Jinho, the buyer, requests they vacate within 4 days, before Christmas, so he can spend the holiday there. She immediately refuses, saying it's impossible to move in 4 days without a place to go. The agent relays Jinho's new offer, an extra 20 million to rent a place immediately if they clear out fast. That seals it for her. The agent then calls Jinho to confirm the family will be gone by tomorrow. Jinho, who finally relaxes, has reclaimed his childhood home 2 years after his father's death. The agent congratulates him. It's time to sign the contract, at least. She's secured a massive commission. Now outside, Christmas trees are set up across the city. Jinho, meanwhile, is irritated, seeing couples everywhere while he's single and miserable. But he's excited about buying presents, which lifts his mood. His phone rings, it's his mom. Jinho smiles, feeling the Christmas spirit, answering that he's on his way home. He's planned to take his mom out to eat, though she insists on eating at home to save money. Jinho pushes her out the door, already climbing into Taegyu's car, which is decked out with his waifu plastered on the doors. The hell, Taegyu now is rich as hell, but his car is still this trash. Jinho mom asks where they're headed, but Jinho says it's a secret, promising somewhere really nice. Then his phone rings. It's Yuri. She was furious, asking why he hasn't answered her calls, her voice still stuck in his head. Jinho apologizes to her, saying he didn't notice the call, especially on Christmas. Yuri then presses him about how he knew the Note 7 would be discontinued, a detail he accidentally let slip earlier. Caught off guard, Jinho tries to dismiss it as a joke, saying he has bigger things to handle and will call her back later, wishing her a Merry Christmas. She yells, calling him senior, but he hangs up. At the same time, he notices messages from the guy who went bankrupt, likely talking about the same thing as Yuri. Before Jinho can dwell on it, his mom gently touches his arm, urging him to look. They're parked in front of their old house, and his mom, standing there, is clearly flooded with 20 years of memories. She says it's enough and suggests they head back to the car to go to the restaurant. But Jinho, acting like he's unraveling, walks straight toward the house. His mom tries to stop him, but he's already inside, noting it looks like the previous residents have moved out. As she walks through the rooms, she recalls moments like Jinho's poorly drawn circle that resembled an egg, or his joy when he got into college. She lowers her head, saying it's enough. They need to leave since the house, though empty, still belongs to someone else. Jinho asks what she means by someone else's house, startling her. He explains it's like they've rented it, because it's finally theirs again, revealing he bought it back. His mom, overcome with emotion, demands to know how. Jinho explains he made money with his friend Taekyu and used it to buy the house. His mom drops to her knees, and he knows she's been bottling up her pain since his dad's death. She's endured suffering, struggle, and sadness, and it's no lie to say it's been tough. Overwhelmed, she tells Jinho he's grown up so much and become so responsible. He urges her to calm down, insisting today is for joy, not tears. Meanwhile, Taekyu, standing nearby, is sobbing with the most unflattering expression, drooling everywhere, caught up in the moment. Jinho starts explaining to his mom but avoids revealing the full amount money he got to spare her a heart attack. When she asks how much money he has left, he says 1%, about 3 billion won. She's stunned even at that, and he muses she'd faint if she knew the real figure. He mentions he's considering skipping college to focus on investing. His mom warns that investing is risky, recalling his dad saying that anyone promising a secret to wealth is usually a liar. Jinho feels awkward, wondering why she doubts him, but understands her concern. He reassures her he'll be cautious, only using his earned money, a safer strategy. She sighs, saying she'll have to rely on Taekyu to keep Jinho from squandering it all. Jinho nods, assuring her Taekyu's trustworthy, never letting him waste billions or trillions. The house needs repairs though, especially the sink, where the water looks like it could give you tetanus. His mom was anxious, fretting that repairs would cost a fortune, but Jinho reassured her not to stress, promising she could stay in their current home until everything was fixed. Just then, his friend, Taekyu, piped up, noting their restaurant reservation was nearing and they needed to head out. Soon enough, they were clinking glasses, savoring a calm Christmas together. In his thoughts, our boy spoke to his dad, assuring him he could rest easy now, vowing to look after his mom. This guy's got a heart of gold. Cut to the next scene. He was already helping his mom relocate, telling her not to fret. She urged him to keep in touch and promised to check on him if anything went wrong. Our boy then went with Taekyu. Inside the car, Taekyu mentioned gearing up for bigger investments and needing a proper base, revealing he had bought a new house specifically to focus on their investment goals. When he asked about the cost, he dropped a staggering 4.2 billion won. Seriously? He snagged a sprawling cinematic mansion. The plan was for him to live on the first floor while his friend stayed on the second floor. That wasn't all. Taekyu also wanted his friend's opinion on a space for a library on the ground floor. Guys, we could tell what this guy was really scheming, a manga shop library probably. Then the otaku boy declared it was shopping time. Jinho asks why they need to shop when everything already comes with the house. But Taekyu says it's not about how much you make, but how much you spend. Naturally, like us, our boy thought that logic was nonsense. Still, they went shopping, like a newlywed duo furnishing their home. Jinho was visibly nervous, while the otaku strutted in, demanding a 100-inch Samsung television. The salesperson seemed uneasy until Taekyu casually said he'd take one of every pricey item in the store. The salesman, already picturing a discount card, looked baffled when the attacker insisted on only Samsung products, crediting the brand for their good fortune. The bill totaled $68,000, and Taekyu just remarked he expected it to cost way more. With that, they left, store staff bowing as they exited. The next day, the house was fully decked out, like a movie set mansion, pool table, chandeliers, straight out of fancy rich kid house. Upstairs, one room was the investment hub. One document spitting out of the printer was the company's registration, the OTK certification, showing our boy owned 80% of the shares. He sat, staring at the paper, still struggling to believe it. Now they had to figure out how to trigger his predictions more often, since that was the only way to invest with confidence. They needed methods to boost the odds. Right now, predictions were wildly erratic and vague, offering limited details. For instance, a prediction might hint that a plot of land would rise in value, but it wouldn't clarify if that had happened tomorrow or in a decade. They nearly lost everything with the phone fiasco because the prediction only said, discontinue, with no timeline. Plus, long-term predictions weren't guaranteed truths. The future isn't set in stone, and their choices, or others, could shift the outcome. Taekyu noted that natural events like volcanoes or meteors were fixed, but human-influenced outcomes were more likely to change. Our boy was stunned. His friend grasped something so profound and asked how he knew. Taekyu just shrugged, saying time travel and altering the future are standard topics. The frustrating thing was, that jerk was actually correct. Jinho explained with an example. If they'd waited even a bit on the Samsung deal, all their cash would have been gone. Elon's worth might not rise if some critical supplies suddenly got too costly. Predictions were key, but how they acted on them was even more important. Taekyu was totally pretending to agree. Just then, he also asked if Jinho was certain he hadn't lost his ability, and Jinho replied no. He'd been feeling a strange vibe in his palm recently. Even the flavor of coffee wasn't as clear as that sensation. His friend then told him to concentrate on using the power more often, while he'd watch over everything else. While our boy worked on the computer, with that jerk napping, he suddenly spotted something online that shocked him and yelled for his friend. People on the internet were trying to figure out who'd placed binary option bets against Samsung's future. Talk was spreading that some overseas investment group had used sneaky moves to make it happen and cash in on South Korea. It was clear he knew they were the ones who'd done it, even if they hadn't directly caused the event itself. In a quick meeting, he pointed out that, they were the top suspects and maybe should have split their accounts up a bit more. His friend agreed, admitting he hadn't thought it would blow up this much. Jinho commented that it's normal when you profit on a long position where everyone gains, everyone's fine. But when you bet against the market and make money while others lose, of course they get mad. Taekyu didn't care, but Jinho warned that if they kept pulling off billion and trillion-dollar deals and winning every time, people would get suspicious. The way to avoid suspicion, my guys, was by making some normal investments, so their company would turn into a holding. It would grab shares in different companies. That way, their profits would look like they just happened naturally, while their other investments would seem like regular wins and losses. He tried to break it down with lots of red and flat arrows on percentage charts, but I'm too clueless to get it. Just say they'll spread money across many places. They'll buy up various companies using that future knowledge along with some standard investments. After figuring it all out, they were already shaking hands, saying it was time to get moving. But in just a moment, they looked totally worn out. After studying the whole stock market and everything else, Jinho had no idea where to put their money. By the time it was 11:58 p.m., he spent a full day analyzing, while Taekyu doing nothing at all. But whatever, right? The jerk is loaded. He's the boss. It doesn't matter. That's when Taekyu suddenly just came in with a pile of papers, saying he knew their boy would get fed up staring at a monitor all day. Dude, you're doing nothing and just giving my MC more work? At this point, whether Jinho was awake or asleep, all he saw was paper, paper, and more paper. And he still hadn't found anything useful. Plus, the predictions weren't kicking in. On top of that, they had so much money that investing in small stuff would mess up the market. But investing in something huge meant they'd have to pour in billions upon billions, which was dangerous with that kind of cash. When you don't know how to do something but have money, what do? You hire someone who knows. That was their strategy. They were going to create a division of their OTK company, filled with investors to take care of the work for them, and the first person they wanted to bring on was already in mind. That's when Taekyu's phone suddenly rang, and he answered the call in a panic. It was his fierce sister, absolutely ripping into her foolish brother, demanding to know why his house was empty. He tried to clarify that he was in the middle of moving, but she just ordered him to send the address right away. Jinho, who thought the timing was perfect, had been eager to meet her. Next scene, Hyunju had already shown up at the house, but why did the artist draw her from behind? Dude, of course it would have been cooler to show them watching her back. She was a badass alpha woman. Hold on. Looking closer, she's gripping a cigarette in her hand, the notorious life shortener. Taekyu was about to crack open a window, complaining the place reeked, but she sharply told him to sit down. Even with 330 billion, these guys couldn't dodge her scolding. She demanded to know what this house was, and he said he'd be living there now. She clearly wanted more details, but the guy was acting like a total idiot. Explain what, man? She jumped onto the table, furious, demanding to know how the hell he had billions in his bank account. Man, she was climbing on the table. This sister is intense. Now I'm scared. I get why she's so mad. Since she works at an investment firm, she caught wind of the Samsung stock mess. Everyone lost big money and got angry when they found out someone had profited. They were even more enraged at Golden Gate, the corporation where the account that raked in all the profits was registered. When she first saw the name OTK, she never guessed who it was tied to until she checked the records and saw one person had made 672 billion. That's when she learned the owner's name and how much he'd gained at Samsung's crash. She practically screamed at our screen, demanding to know what her dumb Taekyu brother was doing. She asked if it was really him behind it all. The poor guy stayed silent, sitting there looking guilty as she glared at him. Put down that cigarette, lady, you're too stunning to die young. Taekyu was totally defeated, asking why she was so upset. She explained that because of their actions, the country's financial regulators were demanding all their company's documents. He asked what they were after, and she said they wanted to see everything OTK had bought, sold, or done in the country. He asked if they'd sent all the documents, and she said it wasn't that simple. Their company was registered in the United States, so they couldn't just hand over client info easily. Man, our boy was on his knees in total humiliation, wondering why they were being grilled so hard. It's not like they did anything wrong. She shot back that they suspected insider trading when you're connected to a company and use secret info to bet against it. It's highly illegal. The issue was, if their profits were ruled unfair, they wouldn't just lose the 670 billion. They could face 5 years in prison, rethinking their life choices. But for that to happen, solid evidence was needed, so in theory, they were okay. Still, you never know with politics. At that moment, she turned to her otaku brother, demanding he explain where he got the info and what gave him the nerve to make such a move. The jerk just pointed at his friend, stiff-chinned, who admitted he was the one who shared the info. Jinho just sat there, frozen. Then she slammed her heels on the table, ordering him to explain now, because they clearly didn't grasp how serious this was. Without a solid explanation, this could turn into a massive financial crime. Terrified, Jinho hurriedly said he would clear everything up. A bit later, they'd explained it all, naturally leaving out the part about seeing the future. My guy explained that they noticed Taekyu's phone exploding and saw the news about the battery issue starting to spread online. Based on this, they decided to take a big risk after looking into it. She seemed to somewhat buy the story, though she still sensed they were hiding something. But it added up, and it looked like these guys had serious guts. Apparently, that's a finance term for when someone's a total badass, tossing around 13 billion like it's pocket change. Then she mentioned a past incident where some people deliberately tanked a company just to profit. Those guys made 50 billion, 10 times what they'd earned, and now the whole financial market was suffering. Her firm alone lost 20 million because of their stunt. Our boy was starting to realize this was way bigger than he'd thought. That jerk assumed the money just appeared, not that it came from somewhere. She explained that if OTK had been a Korean company, they'd be in deep trouble. Luckily, it was registered in the US. Also, props to the artist. She's now drawn sitting properly, looking stunning, not from those odd back angles. I swear. Don't make me explain this again. Looks like I need to teach you how to draw a manhwa too, but they still had goofy looks on their faces sometimes. That's kinda cute though. Meanwhile, she asked what they planned to do with all that cash. That's when they explained that the OTK shares meant the money would be split 80 to 20, with Jinho taking 80%. Her face? Yeah. You know she wasn't thrilled. She instantly started grilling her brother, demanding why it was divided that way. He said he only provided the money. Jinho, who devised the strategy and everything else, deserved the bigger share. Our boy knew in finance, the one risking the most cash gets the largest cut. But even though Jinho put in nearly all the investment, Taegyu still the one with the money. His sister pointed out that, at this point, OTK basically belonged to Jinho. Taegyu nodded, admitting, yeah, he knew. But he still wanted to keep investing with his friend. He was beaming, all shiny and proud. But before he could soak it in, his sister shut him down, saying they just got lucky this time. They wouldn't always nail it. He told her to chill. He already had solid ideas for their next moves. Plus, he'd already made back the 13 billion he put in, so he didn't even need more money. She demanded to hear the rest of the plan, and that's when Taegyu asked her to join the company, offering 3% of his shares, worth 20 billion. What the heck? Now the artist is drawing her from some weird low-angle shot with an invisible chair. Man, I'm done trying to teach you perspective. Jinho knew she was probably earning $500,000 a year, so 20 billion at once must have floored her. Of course, in Korean won, that's less in dollars, but it's still a ton of cash. Our boy backed the plan to bring her in, asking if she wasn't worried about him handling it all solo. She wouldn't even need to quit Golden Gate. She could stay, gathering useful info. Instead of replying, she just told our boy to grab her a coffee. Stunned, he instantly knew what that meant. He knew she was the brightest person invited to a top university without any private tutors. Plus, she was far too young to have earned a spot at Golden Gate, a place reserved for the most seasoned professionals. Meanwhile, her idol brother was a complete failure until he somehow became a billionaire overnight. What a fair and just world we live in. The scene shifts. Our boy sat in a cafe, picturing her feeling torn about such a big offer. But in the next moment, Taekyu called, saying she was already telling them she'd help. Then back to the house, she told her brother to go buy her cigarettes, basically shooing him away so she could talk to our boy. Go away, loser. He need to speak with our MC. Once the otaku nerd left, our protagonist felt her eyes on him. He thanked her for helping out. She replied plainly that they offered her 20 billion, and there was no way she'd refuse. Besides, if she didn't take it, they'd just find someone else. Jinho, who could have guessed that was true? But they wouldn't have paid another person 20 billion. Sipping her coffee, looking cute, she admitted she doesn't know what her feeling is right now. It was the first time she saw her brother do something unrelated to fanboying over 2D anime and do something to make money. Jinho nodded, noting Taegyu had been way too excited lately. Then she got serious, telling him they needed to realize how dangerous their actions were. Jinho, utterly defeated, admitted, yeah, I get it. It's only luck because I can see the future. If not, we'd already be living under a bridge right now. They had just barely avoided losing it all. She praised him for earning 672 billion but asked why he kept investing. Our boy, the most honest and least driven protagonist ever, confessed he didn't know why he started investing or why he wanted to continue. He knew money was great and wanted more. But with this ability, going back to a normal life was impossible. Every historical legend had a unique talent, and his was seeing the future. Totally overpowered, man. Logically, everyone has some edge, and this was his. He said this, glowing like a true protagonist. I'm certain this is where I'll shine the most. She didn't reply, just fixed her hair. Was that a hint? Then she taught our boy a lesson, explaining that the financial world wasn't as simple as he thought. It was packed with fraudsters and highly skilled people. After 10 years in the industry, she still felt like a beginner in understanding the market. Her one piece of advice was to avoid jumping into this world recklessly, but he assured her not to worry, saying he just wanted to protect Taekyu from harm. She replied she was glad he was her brother's partner. Standing up, she extended her hand, saying she looked forward to working with him at the company. Our boy quickly shook her hand, saying it was a pleasure to work with her too. With that, she officially owned 3% of the company. Now get to work, you're hired. Start with your computer, damn it. The next morning, it was time to research which companies they would invest in. Talking over the phone, Hyunju sighed, leaning back and said, Fine. That's why I'm here, after all. She will conduct a report for them. But now they need to hire more people for their investment firm because one person is not enough. They needed a full team. And Hyunju was sending over investment tips from Golden Gate. It struck me as odd. Wasn't that against the law? In my mind, it definitely felt shady. It seemed like she was employed in the Golden Gate, by how she pulling sensitive information and passing it along for others to make investments. But well, who claims crime doesn't have rewards? The data she shared appeared to focus on the fourth industrial revolution, touching on topics like artificial intelligence and a digital world. She said they should focus on that sector at the moment. The two men sat there, looking completely clueless, admitting they didn't grasp a word of it. That's when they thought why they wouldn't want to reach out to the senior who lost everything trading options before. That's when they got a call from that precise senior, asking them to meet for barbecue. This time, though, he arrived dressed in a sharp suit, looking impressive. Jinho stated why Senior Sangyap had come in a suit. Sangyap then mentioned he had an important meeting to attend. But for now, he was treating them, so they should just have fun. They wondered if he was still at his old job to make ends meet. Sangyap laughed and said no. He'd cleared all his debts. Our boy was baffled and asked how. The man replied, Clearly, it's because of him. That threw Jinho off. The man clarified it was due to the tip about the Note 7 phone being discontinued. Our boy quickly asked if he'd bet against Samsung too. The man shook his head, explaining he didn't expect the Note 7 to be discontinued. but he did predict they'd swap out the battery, which would hit companies tied to battery manufacturing. So, he went all in with what he had left, 700,000 won, a total gamble. This guy was wild. He either hit big or lost everything, and once again, he left them stunned. He spotted an investment chance that even Jinho, who was glued to the market, completely overlooked. Jinho had to know how much he earned. The man warned them not to lose it when he shared the number. 150 million won. It might not sound massive, but consider this. He began with just 700,000. That's unreal profit. Jinho, who'd made a casual remark at their previous meet, gave this guy just a sliver of info, and he turned it into a way out of rock bottom. Sang Yop then shared that after the windfall, he settled his debts, got a new suit, and was gearing up for a job interview. Then they turned to our crimes partner, asking how much cash they'd raked in. Jinho got nervous. How was he supposed to respond? He didn't want to spill the full figure until Sang Yop casually guessed it was probably near 500 billion. He mentioned hearing from a finance buddy that a foreign firm had bet 13 billion against Samsung, and he assumed it was them. They froze and denied it, saying there's no way they had that kind of money to throw around, claiming they weren't that reckless. But the guy jogged their memory, pointing out their friend once lost 10,000 bitcoins, which, at today's value, would be enough to back that kind of move. Jinho was floored that this guy still recalled such a specific detail from way back. Truth is, everyone knew about that disaster, losing 10,000 bitcoins. The guy never stopped griping about how much he despised crypto afterward. Sang Yop then backtracked, suggesting maybe it wasn't them since it was a foreign company. Jinho jumped in, agreeing it couldn't possibly be them, until Sang Yop hit them with the real bombshell. The company was named OTK, which just so happened to match the initials of Jinho friend's name. Jinho was cornered, with no escape. This nonsense thing happened because Taekyu is so dumb. He tried his best not to smack Taekyu's head. All he could do was sigh and admit the senior was truly remarkable. It was no surprise he was seen as one of the brightest minds at their university. Then he asked why Sang Yop wanted to meet. The response was simple, just to say thanks and show his appreciation. This was a concern for our boy, who didn't want anyone learning about their strategy or how rich they are. He asked Sang Yop to keep it under wraps in return for a favor. Sang Yop, as the club president, assured him he would, then quickly asked about their next investment move. Jinho, caught off guard, reminded Sang Yop he'd said to keep investing. But this clever guy already seemed to know their plans. Noticing their reaction, Sang Yop pointed out they'd just launched a new company. Jinho, frustrated, told him to back off, but Sang Yop kept praising him, saying from their first meeting, he knew Jinho was unique. He explained that winning in the market takes more than just numbers. It requires a special kind of luck, gut feeling, or vision. Jinho just chuckled at the compliment. Damn, this Sang Yop guy is no joke, guys. Jinho brushed it off, saying he didn't have any special instincts, and no one could predict a company losing billions. Sang Yop smirked, saying not everything has an explanation. After years in the market, he'd learned the biggest shifts are always unexpected, quoting Isaac Newton about calculating celestial movements but not human madness. That quote hit hard, making Jinho feel almost poetic. Sang Yop declared that to rule the market, you must embrace the chaos, stay bold yet calm, and keep a clear, steady mind. And he saw Jinho as a strong investor because of this. He's got that thing, Chad intuition. That's why he had his eye on Jinho as his next boss. Now, Sang Yop was curious about the outcomes of their efforts. Jinho, confused, asked what results he meant, calling Sang Yop crazy. Sang Yop clarified he was there for the interview he'd mentioned earlier. Jinho, impressed by his brilliance, agreed to hire him on the spot. He realized Sang Yop had been steering the conversation toward this moment from the start, while his otaku friend ate quietly, oblivious to the deal unfolding. They knew Sang Yop was the help they needed. Of course, Hyunju is also a key figure, but just the three of them wouldn't cut it. They needed someone who could analyze the market objectively and make smart choices. Some might see Sang Yop's approach as self-serving, cozying up for personal gain. Still, his talent was clear, and Jinho genuinely admired his audacity. As the company's CEO, Jinho said he was seeking someone to help them expand to match his ambitions. The table fell quiet as Sang Yop, staring at his drink, called Jinho's name and declared himself as his senior. Sang Yop jokingly said Jinho should serve him with both hands, then stood up, dismissing the formality. He clasped his hands, ready to work, and said he'd keep personal and business lives separate, valuing skill over age. He was convinced partnering with Jinho was the best move. Jinho knew Sang Yop was far more equipped than both of them. Honestly, a CEO's role isn't about being the most skilled but about finding those who are. Jinho teased Sang Yop, calling him a wannabe Jeff Bezos. With that, they shook hands, welcoming Sang Yop to OTK Company. The barbecue turned into a full-blown celebration. Even Jinho was finally unwinding with a beer, admitting he'd been nervous but could now relax. Sang Yop was still formal, but Jinho told him to ease up for now. Sang Yop asked if it was just the two of them, and Taegyu chimed in, mentioning his sister, a star at Golden Gate. Sang Yop instantly got it, asking if that's where they found the confidence to dive into this venture. Jinho didn't bother clarifying that his sister had no role in their venture. Instead, he just asked how things were going. Sang Yop mentioned he hadn't been around school much, as he was focused on chasing the next major industrial trend to improve his life. Jinho pressed him to explain his grand ideas, calling him a genius and urging him to share. True to form, Sangyap launched into a philosophical spiel. Initially, companies doubted multifunctional phones would succeed, yet now everyone owns one. Visionaries shape the world, and followers only notice the change after it happens. Even if you're not a genius, staying alert can help you catch a trend and seize the opportunity. Jinho nodded in agreement, while Taekyu just sat there, chiming in with vague support but admitting he didn't understand a thing. They raised their glasses to OTK Company. Later, Jinho was back home, drained. The next morning, he woke with a pounding headache. His mom called, demanding to know where he'd been. He admitted he'd been drinking and overslept. Now, sitting in the living room reviewing papers, he was eagerly awaiting the next investment chance. Taekyu came downstairs, asking if he'd answer his constantly buzzing phone. Jinho brushed it off as a scammer and ignored it. But as Taekyu got closer, he saw the caller was Yuri. He teased Jinho for being too harsh and urged him to give her a chance. Despite hesitating, Jinho answered. Yuri asked if he'd taken her number and was avoiding her calls, sounding hurt. Feeling awkward, Jinho muttered an apology. Lounging on a sofa, looking stunning, she invited him to grab food to thank him for the Note 7 discontinuation tip. Once he suggested a meeting spot, she brightened, noted the address, and said she'd be there waiting. Taekyu whispered, asking who Yuri was, warning Jinho, as CEO of a billion-dollar company, to be cautious about his connections. Jinho pushed him off, saying she was just a junior. But Taekyu kept prodding, reminding him of his company duties. Jinho's problem? His wallet was nearly empty. Without a corporate card to tap company funds, everything was in Taekyu's name. Feeling broke, Jinho asked Taekyu for some cash to go out. Taekyu, acting dramatic, questioned the point of billions if it was all tied up in a foreign account, but reluctantly handed over 100,000 won. As Jinho grabbed the bill, Taekyu held it tight for a moment. Later, at the subway station, Yuri rushed over, her slim legs moving gracefully. She smiled brightly, asking if he'd waited long, drawing stares from nearby guys due to her striking presence. At the restaurant, she confessed she was surprised he'd come so far just to meet her. Jinho clarified he'd moved nearby with a friend. She grinned, teasing that since they were so close now, they'd have to meet more often. Jinho, caught off guard by her warmth, hadn't expected her to be so friendly, given what he'd heard about her. Yuri wasn't the type to socialize much, so why had she asked Jinho out for such a fancy meal? His thoughts were spiraling. As he watched her eat ramen, he couldn't help but think she looked graceful, almost captivating. Clearly, his mind was a bit scattered too. After they finished eating and tidied up, he offered to cover the bill, but she was adamant about paying herself. She insisted she'd pay since she was the one who invited him. Out on the street, she thanked him for coming, saying she was fed up with eating by herself. When he asked why, she said she lived alone. Then she pointed to an apartment complex. Shockingly, it was his own building. That place was one of the most expensive in the area, and she had a whole unit all to herself. Jinho thought to himself, she must be loaded. Then she invited him to see her apartment. If it were him deciding, he wouldn't say no. She mentioned the beautiful walkway and a nice cafe nearby. When he asked how long she'd been there, she said she'd lived there since she was a kid. She'd moved out for a bit during renovations but came back 6 months ago. He asked where her parents were, and she said they were overseas for work. He wondered if she was too perfect, and asked how much the apartment cost. She casually said the cheapest unit was 2.3 billion. Jinho's place with his friend was 3.3 billion, but a 2 billion apartment still seemed wild. Even he, with his money, thought it was a crazy price for just an apartment. She said her family bought it for 1.8 billion, and by doing nothing, they'd made a 500 million won profit. Suddenly, she asked him to hold on, saying she had a question and wanted an honest answer. Since their meeting at the phone store, something had been stuck in her mind. Jinho got nervous, wondering if she was about to propose something big, with Taekyu's warning about their billions ringing in his head. But her question was harmless. How did he know the Note 7 would be discontinued? He relaxed, remembering he'd tried to dodge this question before and failed. He used his usual excuse, saying he heard online chatter about phones exploding and took a chance. She laughed, saying his casual tone made her think he had some secret info. He laughed awkwardly, saying he wished he had that kind of knowledge. Deep down, he was annoyed, because his predictive ability hadn't worked in a while. She looked a bit down, saying it'd be nice to know things ahead of time. She then became gloomy, stating her mom was very sad because she owned a lot of Samsung stock. She asked what he thought, and Jinho said it was still a good company to hold. Of course, thanks to Hyunju's market overview from Golden Gate, he had insight that Samsung wasn't going bankrupt anytime soon. He explained their control over semiconductors, saying prices would likely go up. He told her to keep the stock and trade it later but added he wasn't an expert. She said it didn't matter if he wasn't. Experts are often wrong. Since he suggested it, she'd keep her Samsung shares. Jinho was surprised to learn she owned Samsung stock. Jinho quickly asked how many shares she owned. Yuri casually said she had 20 shares that she bought using pocket money, leaving him stunned. Those were worth 2 billion won. Damn, what kind of daughter gets that crazy amount for pocket change? My mom only gimme $100 a week. Just then, an elderly woman approached, greeting Yuri as her granddaughter and saying it was nice to see her grown up enough to find a husband. Yuri, flustered, clarified she was only 20 and not getting married. The old woman just smiled, saying that at her age, 20 was ideal for marriage and kids. Jinho was still reeling from Yuri's 2 billion won stock portfolio. The grandmother handed Yuri some cash, insisting she take it as usual. With no choice, Yuri thanked her and tucked it away. After the woman left, Yuri explained she'd been her neighbor since childhood and had always supported her. The woman owned 3 apartments in their complex, with her children owning others. She wasn't just any old lady, she was extremely wealthy. Decades ago, she bought properties, their values soared, and she sold some to buy more, building her fortune. Over 40 years, she'd made a 19,000% return, Jinho noted. Now she lived comfortably in her later years. He called her an IPO investor, someone who backed small companies that later exploded in value. An idea sparked in his mind. Yuri, puzzled, asked what he meant, but he just grinned. He suddenly realized what to do next and took off. They'd planned another coffee, but he left her standing there, despite her hopes of showing him her apartment's living room, kitchen, or even bedroom. Looking as stunning as ever, she muttered that he always vanished abruptly. Meanwhile, Jinho raced through the city, texting Taekyu to check their list. Bursting into the house, he shouted for him to stop gaming, declaring he'd figured out their next move. Taekyu asked if he'd had a vision, but Jinho said no, explaining a strategy inspired by the apartment complex's success. The plan was to invest in startups or companies restructuring, catching them before their value surged. Taekyu, distracted, asked about Jinho nearly visiting Yuri's apartment. Jinho pushed him to focus, exasperated. He stressed this was their industrial revolution, like cars overtaking carriages, Airbnb disrupting hotels, or Uber replacing taxis. They needed to find startups poised to spark a revolution. After a lengthy explanation, Taekyu finally understood. Such investments were tough for most, but their future-seeing ability gave them an edge. They just needed his visions to trigger while evaluating startups. Next thing we know, it was New Year's, and Jinho's mom visited, cooking for them. Everyone was emotional, thrilled to avoid poverty again. As she prepared to leave, he asked if she liked the new house. She said she was happy. When he asked her to move in, she noted that the house she was currently living in was her favorite place because of the memories of his father. Jinho smiled as she hugged him, warning him not to do anything foolish. She waved goodbye from the car and left. Back in the workroom, papers were piled everywhere. Taegyu hadn't shown up in ages, and that guy were pretending to work, waiting for Jinho's future vision to kick in. The only investments they'd recently made were suggested by the office queen, Hyunju, whose impressive skills made it hard to believe she was related to Taekyu. Jinho stared at towering stacks of papers about new companies, desperately waiting for his vision to activate, but it wasn't happening. Hours later, Taekyu was slumped on the couch, fast asleep with his Nintendo Switch in hand. Jinho clutched papers, sensing a faint energy in his hands. Suddenly, he smacked them down to jolt Taekyu awake, demanding he get to work instead of lazing around just because no vision had come. Taekyu shouted back, asking if he was nuts, but Jinho smirked, saying he was joking, and told him to scatter the papers across the floor. His instincts were growing keener, and Taekyu was at least good for this task. They spread the documents out, and Jinho slid his hand over them. Some papers felt empty, so he ordered Taekyu to tear up every one that didn't spark anything. If a paper didn't trigger his senses, it was destroyed. A grueling test of patience. Taekyu, however, thought the endurance struggle was Jinho's problem, not his, and stayed unbothered. Sometime later, Jinho finally sensed something. He touched a paper, felt it activate, and flung it to the center of the table. The rest were shredded, surrounded by heaps of papers and food wrappers, as day turned into night. Night shifted to morning, with Jinho buried under countless pages. 10 days later, the massive pile had noticeably dwindled, but it was still overwhelming. Taekyu told him to take a break, pointing out his relentless pace, but Jinho shook his head, insisting he was locked in and wouldn't stop. He was determined to finish what he started. Taekyu just shrugged, accepting it, and cheered for leveling up in his video game. Jinho's vision started to blur slightly, but he told himself to keep going. Then, he found himself standing before a galaxy above a lake, where a golden unicorn appeared, catching him off guard. Unicorns, weren't they the term for startups that soar to billion-dollar valuations? The unicorn galloped past, leaving a clue about Face It. More horses appeared, linked to Half Point, M-Pizza, and EDM Entertainment. Each one was set to explode in value. This was the moment. He'd finally uncovered what he needed. The next morning, he woke up in bed, asking how long he'd been out. Taekyu said roughly 20 hours. Jinho mentioned dreaming of unicorns but groaned and yelled, realizing he couldn't recall the details. Taekyu comforted him, saying he'd written down the names Jinho muttered in his sleep. He assumed that's what went down and said they had some solid leads to chase. They were focusing on private companies, which, unlike stocks, involved complex negotiations, pour in a ton of money, and if the company grows, get a massive return. That was the basic idea. Jinho pointed out that building a whole team to manage these investments would take far too long. They needed to move quickly to capture the opportunities from his dream. A two-step strategy was required, and he was fully prepared to jump into action. Sangyop was nervous when he suddenly got a call from our boy, asking him to come over. He waited by the door and could somehow hear Jinho and the others talking inside. It looked like they planned to use Golden Gate's name to build trust as serious investors. Hyunju mentioned that managing this deal would take 1.8% of the total investment amount. Plus, a 500 million investment would mean a commission of at least 9 million. Sangyop, hearing these huge numbers, was totally floored. These young folks were playing at an elite level. He felt a bit ashamed of the cash he'd bragged about 150 million won that day. Maybe it's just a pocket money for them. As he watched the meeting unfold, Sang-yup got more nervous, thinking Jinho was truly headed for big things. The catch for Jinho was, they couldn't keep investing via OTK company, since it couldn't be connected to Korea. Being known as major investors would help with publicity, but staying unknown kept their lives quieter and safer for family, like Jinho's mom. Taekyu pointed out that investing this way would be challenging. That's when Jinho said he had a specific plan and told Sang-yup, who was hesitating by the door, to come inside already. Blushing, Sang-yup said sorry and stepped into the room. He introduced himself, a bit shy, to the Golden Gate Queen, who kindly said she was thrilled to meet him and gave her name as Hyunju. Sang-yup thought she was clearly a big deal. Then Jinho started explaining the company's goals, saying they'd set up an investment subsidiary under OTK, which would finance it all. The initial funding was $70 billion, and Sang-yup would be in charge of it. Sang-yup nearly had a heart attack, stunned by the scale. He wasn't even that old. He'd also get 2% of the company's profits each year. Sang-yup was reeling. $70 billion to start a company, and they were handing it all to him. The boldness he'd shown at that dinner came from thinking this was just a possibility. Now it was real. Right there was Jinho, a genius investor who'd made billions on his first try, and Taekyu was there too, making Sang-yup's mind spin for some reason. Those two people combination is too strange, but he doesn't know why. His intuition said both of them would make the company big. To be honest, he thought he'd just be a regular worker, but now he was running a subsidiary with shares in it all. Jinho praised how he'd handled the Note 7 deal and every choice he'd made. Sang-yup couldn't back out. Jinho had already rented an office space for him to work in. It seemed the queen had arranged it all. Sang-yup, embarrassed and flustered, said he hadn't expected things to move so fast. Jinho told him that was final, no turning back, as Sang-yup was the right guy for the role. Taekyu, as always, wanted to pick the subsidiary's name. Jinho quickly shut down Taekyu's idea of some over-the-top name like Royal Blood Company. Watching Jinho, Sang-yup was amazed at how he stayed the same guy despite all his success. Sang-yup stood and suggested naming the subsidiary K, short for Keep, since it would hold the funds from the main company. And just like that, the company was named K Company. Hyunju and Taekyu remarked that the name was straightforward yet powerful. Jinho agreed, declaring Sang-yup as the CEO since he'd oversee all of K Company's operations. Jinho even handed them a USB containing all the company details, presenting it in an absurdly fancy hotel setting. Hyunju was swamped with documents, while Jinho and Taekyu stood by the window, gazing out. It seemed this spot, right by the airport, would be K Company's office, perfect for investors to arrive and depart swiftly. Today, they were set to meet one of the company's lawyers, and a girl come with confident stride made it clear she was a force to be reckoned with. The queen rose to welcome her as she approached. She seemed surprisingly down to earth compared to others. Her name was Ellie, 26, joining the legal team to handle legal matters. Jinho smiled, admitting he hadn't expected a woman, prompting Taekyu to tease if the CEO was scouting for female hires. Jinho brushed him off and greeted her. Taekyu introduced himself, and Ellie, all smiles, shared that she'd pictured the company head as an older man, not a young guy like Jinho. Hyunju teased her, asking if she was interested in their CEO. Taekyu, standing behind Jinho, was already hooked. Yeah, this guy was nuts from any drama, including the elderly neighbor drama from his Ulf apartment. Apparently, Ellie spoke 4 languages, making her a powerhouse for global investment deals. Jinho marveled at how some people, unlike him and Taekyu, were truly exceptional. Hyunju had already briefed Ellie, ensuring she knew her Golden Gate work must stay separate. The queen then asked how Jinho planned to manage the meetings for their scheduled investment. Would he meet face-to-face or avoid them? Jinho replied he'd meet each person directly to gauge who was joining. She nodded, saying that was ideal. Then it was time to dive into investments. Jinho was set to nail it all. He launched into investment basics. Buying more of a company gives more control but higher risk. Buying less means less control and lower risk, but you can't shape the company's path as much. Taekyu felt like Taekyu, dazed by pie charts, not understanding what Jinho was talking about. Jinho sat at the table's edge, a bit uneasy in his suit, finding these company meetings somewhat daunting. He explained to our lazy otaku that they just needed to invest without interfering with the company's management. Meanwhile, Hyunju and Ellie were relaxed, as if this was just a casual outing. Jinho glanced at the meeting list and looked startled. Taekyu asked if he was okay, but he brushed it off. Just then, the first 2 company owners arrived. Toby Strong and Gerald Bacon. Gerald Bacon. What a quintessentially American name. Jinho believed strong companies should sum up their mission in one sentence. He steeled himself to hear what these eccentrics would pitch. The spiky-haired one, Toby, said Face had aimed to be the Netflix of the adult industry. At least he was concise. Bet boys who see this recap gonna search it now. He explained the industry was worth $15 billion now but projected to hit $100 billion, with their company growing tenfold. Current leaders clung to outdated models. With super-duper horny Face, he planned to disrupt by building the Netflix of adult entertainment. Speaking entirely in English, they left Jinho and Taekyu completely confused. Looking closely, their logo seemed like a blend of Facebook's and Netflix's, and Netflix was disguised as Metflix. In this manhwa. For what you ask? To avoid striking from those company, of course. Come on, we are in investing manhwa. You should be able to use your brain to this extent, right? Toby said they wanted to fuse Netflix's tech with the adult industry, incorporating VR and other innovations. The presentation was so bold that even the screen was pixelated, concealing who knows what visuals. Taekyu took one look at the images and proclaimed the idea was absolutely brilliant. Of course, as expected, Taegyu is a cultured otaku man. The Queen of Gambit, the money queen, however, said it didn't add up. Why would anyone pay for content that's free online? Taekyu quickly told her to hush, boasting he was the authority on this industry. She gave in, agreeing they'd invest in Face It. It appeared the investors, especially Taekyu, were genuinely intrigued. The next company, M Pizza, pitched robots making pizzas without human staff, a tasty way to bet on the end of manual labor. Taekyu declared it a perfect plan and urged investment. Hyunju wasn't convinced, but Taekyu, dubbing himself the pizza expert, claimed she didn't understand pizza like he did. He went on about taste, saying it'd be great since people were familiar with ordering pizza and loved its flavor. After a long debate, they invested $7.5 million. Night came, and Jinho fell onto his bed, exhausted. He asked if Taekyu was worn out, but he said no. The meeting was easy since he just sat there the whole time. Jinho realized Taekyu hadn't used any mental effort. Unfortunately, another meeting awaited tomorrow. He thought about resting but instead chose to take a walk under the moonlight. His mind wandered to Suna, the girl who dumped him for the sketchy-looking dude, wondering if her vision of success looked like his current life. Leaving the hotel, he ran into Ellie, exercising at night. After a full day of meetings, she was still running, out of breath and a bit cheeky, saying she'd just wrapped up her workout. She offered to grab a beer, and he accepted. At the bar, he asked if this was her first time in Korea. She said no. She'd been here 3 times, but this was her first work trip. He thanked her for her help, saying she'd been a huge asset. Then she mentioned the Note 7 explosion issue, a devastating event that wiped out people's money, including Golden Gates. But she was aware how bold and good OTK was. The company that was linked to Jinho and his friend, who had made billions of dollars from a single prediction. She raised her beer can to toast his success. Jinho was stunned. His moves had made waves so far that someone from another country knew. He modestly called it luck, but she said no way. It took guts to bet on the explosions news to cause discontinued. Jinho thought to himself it was thanks to Taekyu, who'd pushed him to invest, believing in his skill. Ellie then found it amusing that people thought OTK was Japanese, since its name sounded like otaku. Her drink was empty, and she said she'd love to keep talking, but work loomed tomorrow. Back at the hotel, after getting out of the elevator, she leaned towards Jinho, creating a suggestive atmosphere, but nothing happened. Why did the artist draw this scene so dramatically? Then she paused, turned back, and said she had something to ask him. Ellie leaned in close and asked what his favorite actor was. Jinho, puzzled, just hit the elevator's close button. Was she hinting at something else? Or what was that about? No clue, but that thing is something he would keep as his secret. The next day arrived fast with another meeting. This time, guys from China, Xiaoyu, Min, and Yao, pitched investments in China's transport sector. They explained that in some areas, trucks returned empty after deliveries, so they wanted an app to optimize routes, ensuring every trip carried cargo. Their app could cut logistics costs by 30%. Hyunju seemed skeptical about their ability to run a big operation, and one guy defended it, saying the government was keen to back them. The back and forth got heated, and Jinho felt the room's vibe souring. The 2 guys then whispered at each other, and Jinho couldn't understand because they were speaking in Chinese. Then Ellie stepped in, assuring them they were listening and valued their proposal. The Chinese guys perked up, having struggled with broken English and assumed no one spoke Chinese. When Ellie spoke their language, Jinho noticed the mood lift instantly, as they felt at ease. Negotiations went smoothly, and the deal was sealed. This time, our MC just sat there like a clueless bystander, sweating nervously while contributing nothing. Even after some other meeting, Hyunju was phenomenal. She handled everything so smoothly and professional. Jinho knew he could learn a lot from our queen Hyunju. Later, at the hotel's banquet hall, top-tier food filled the table. Jinho said they were finally getting a breather and asked Taekyu's plans. Taekyu started to reply but got jabbed in the face with a fork. Ouch, watch it. Ellie, though, was eager to ask Jinho if he had any plans. He said no, and she asked if he'd mind showing her around. Taekyu raised an eyebrow, hinting it was practically a date invite. Ellie, unfazed, grinned and said it could be seen that way, then asked if Jinho was okay with it. Jinho agreed, and she promptly left, saying she'd see him in an hour. Ellie then called it their little date, leaving Jinho frozen, totally baffled by what just happened. The hell, why this guy is so popular? The allure of $668 billion in the bank was unreal. Soon, he stood like a dazed character. It's the only Manhwa cringe moment, in the hall until someone called his name. It was Ellie, looking polished and pretty. Jinho was floored, maybe smitten or just overwhelmed. Sensing the romance in the air, Taekyu offered his car, but Jinho wasn't thrilled. Its anime stickers screamed embarrassment. He told Taekyu not to mess this up, but Taekyu just wished him a great day. He promised it'd be perfect and handed over the keys, telling Jinho to take care of Kumi-chan, the car's goofy name. With no choice, Jinho took it and zoomed down the highway in the waifu-plastered car. To be honest, I would rather die than drive this car. Jinho then asked Ellie where she wanted to go, and she picked Korea University. Jinho knew he'd likely bump into a certain someone who'd see him now, all wealthy and polished. Ellie asked if it was doable, noting she heard he'd studied there. He confirmed it was, but gripped the wheel tightly, not scared of encounters, but terrified someone might spot him in that ridiculous car. Kumi-chan, if word got out that Jinho was driving this car, his reputation would be toast. Yet there he was, parking Kumi-chan next to a sleek BMW. As he stepped out, Ellie started to ask something, but Jinho's priority was clear: distance himself from this embarrassing vehicle. Then someone yelled his name, saying they'd missed him. He waved back, standing in the chilly air, agreeing it had been ages, but his friends were already gawking at the car, asking what kind of wild ride it was. A strange girl appeared, glaring at him with disgust, asking if he had no shame cruising around with those stickers. Her name was Jimmy, 23 years old. Jinho shot back, asking what her issue was with how others decorate their cars. She snapped that he should think about how gross it made others feel to see that junk. Jinho knew her type. She loved stirring trouble. His friends told him to brush her off, saying she was always like this. He nodded, admitting she'd always been a pain, though seeing her after so long felt odd. Then Jimmy shouted for Suna, and there she was, with the new boyfriend, the couple strolling beside a flashy sports car. Suna instantly clocked Take-Yu's sticker-plastered car. She knew it was his. Jimmy laughed in Jinho's face, calling the car absurd and saying she heard his family went broke, so showing up in that was shameless. His friends told her to shut it and stop being so rude. Then Ellie spoke up, asking why she was yelling. Jimmy spun toward her, even angrier, demanding if she knew who she was. Ellie played innocent, stepping beside Jinho and asking if these were his friends. He said they were just old-school acquaintances. His friends were now curious about this stunning woman, and out of nowhere, Ellie handed over her business card. Ellie, Golden Gate, a lawyer, and a fierce one. That silenced everyone, especially since she was such a powerhouse. Jimmy froze. She was pretty but not worth a dime to Jinho. Then Suna's new BF stepped up, offering a handshake, trying to charm Ellie and outshine Jinho. He might as well have sliced off his own hand with a katana, right guys? He asked what brought her to Korea, travel, or business. She said it was for critical work, but today felt more like a break. After days cooped up in a hotel with Jinho, she wanted to explore the university. His friends thought Jinho was a legend, spending days in a hotel with her, unstoppable. Jinho tried clarifying it wasn't what they thought, while Suna bit her lip, barely containing her jealousy. Meanwhile, her boyfriend handed Ellie his business card, introducing himself. Suna is the real beach. She was cheating for the wealthy guy and now had to act unbothered, as she should. The new BF said his father ran a company with Golden Gate ties and kept chatting. Glancing at Jinho, he offered that if he ever needed help, he could just shoot him a message. Jinho expressed gratitude but seemed indifferent toward the man, thinking that a connection with this construction company might be useful someday, though he doubted he'd ever need it given his own network. Still, he politely noted that this gesture provided some reassurance while smiling slightly, as if he didn't care that much. The man might have sensed a subtle jab or indirect message, feeling pressured, when Suna turned and urged everyone to hurry. The new boyfriend listened to he, then mentioned enjoying meeting Ellie as they left, while others invited Jinho to lunch. In the background, Jimmy the strange girl was annoyed, thinking there was nothing remarkable about being a Golden Gate lawyer. After shaking off the crowd, they completed their university tour and wandered through Seoul's parks, enjoying the scenery. Ellie remarked that the girl from the wealthy couple earlier was quite attractive. When asked if she meant Suna, she confirmed, mentioning it was likely the Korean beauty people always praised. Jinho was puzzled about how she knew of Suna, and she explained that Taekyu had already shared the full story of Jinho and his ex, leaving Jinho furious and eager to confront his friend. Ellie inquired if he still had feelings for Suna, and he firmly denied it, noting their breakup was long ago. Meanwhile, Suna watched from a car as he walked off with his new shady boyfriend, reflecting on their past. Eat that trash, girl. You don't deserve our handsome and kind Meek. Ellie then mentioned they'd be busy tomorrow, expressed enjoyment of the date, and they shook hands. Without even a hug, it felt like a quintessential Korean interaction starting from scratch. In Suna's new BF car, a conversation unfolded. The man asked if that was Jinho, her ex-boyfriend. Suna smiled and teased if he was jealous. He denied it, saying he was just curious about the guy and surprised by his odd car. Suna defended him, suggesting it was likely a friend's car, mentioning his unique friend. The man misheard "Oh take you" as otaku, but Suna corrected him, and then he questioned Jinho's link to a Golden Gate lawyer working across Asia. Suna shrugged, noting Takyu's sister worked at Golden Gate, so it might just be a friend helping her settle in. The man agreed, but was irked that Jinho seemed unimpressed by his business card, believing only someone with equal or greater wealth would react so casually in a money-driven society. Most people would lick him in the spot, but our boy was unbothered. Of course, dude. He is richer than you, duh. He admitted Jinho was intriguing and impressive as an ex-boyfriend. Suna, lost in thought, recalled dumping Jinho when he was devastated, but now he transformed remarkably in a short time, and she shook her head, overwhelmed by her emotions. In those times after they met in the restaurant, what happened to Jinho to change so drastically? The next morning, our billion-dollar man decided to stop thinking about others and plan to spend money correctly, intending to invest $5 million. But they were surprised to learn costs were much lower, needing only $2.3 million at most, which shocked Jinho, as $5 million now felt like a small sum to him. A company called Arset presented their AI-based business model. It seemed that engineers and AI capable of building structures were becoming obsolete. So our boy asked if they could truly handle a huge project. The woman responded with confidence, stating that with AI's rapid progress, this would soon be normal, suggesting engineering degrees were finished, as every company they encountered aimed to replace workers. AI was taking over everything, though one executive noted that design still had room for improvement, which was promising, meaning their projects could continue without issues. After several meetings and investments, it was 6:17 p.m., and Hyunju left, telling him to be back by 7 p.m. Ellie wasn't leaving him alone, inviting him to play squash, but he refused, feeling stiff and intimidated by the sport, which seemed exclusive to the wealthy, especially since he lasted only 3 minutes in his last attempt. Later, after declining her athletic invitation, he relaxed in the hotel, feeling drained. Tak-yu, no longer bothering to engage since he didn't understand English, was zoning out calmly but insisted on staying, citing his role as a major shareholder. Then he abruptly changed his mind, realizing he couldn't miss a potential blockbuster company like Faceit. Still, he found the process underwhelming, expecting dramatic financial ups and downs but finding it tedious. Jinho then started a long story, which he condensed. Alibaba once struggled against eBay in China until a daring investor put in $20 million despite doubts. 20 years later, eBay retreated from China, and that investment grew from $20 million to $330 billion, equating to 110 trillion Korean won in profit. Take-Yu asked why the lengthy tale mattered, and our boy explained that such investments aren't quick wins, stressing their edge in investing in top companies with foresight, potentially reaping huge rewards if even one succeeded like Alibaba. Think about it, with only $20 million, that daring investor made a $110 trillion profit. If they keep finding the right company, imagine what would happen starting with $660 million. Hearing that, the stupid otaku brain starts to open, and he can't even imagine how many digits the profit would be. Out of nowhere, his sister arrived, telling Take-Yu to sit and calling our boy over, saying a company they wanted to meet, Keros. That name rang a bell in Jinho's mind. Something about Yunsung Motors. She told him that Keros had sent a message. Jinho, a bit curious, asked for details, and she said they agreed to meet in Korea tomorrow. Take-Yu, puzzled, asked why it felt like they were the ones being judged when they were the investors. She clarified that some companies already have investors, so they must prove they're a better investment partner. Keros had also rejected their investment in the first proposal, leaving Take-Yu confused about why they'd turned down free money. His sister explained that they required a much larger sum, as the company wanted significantly more funds. The meeting with this group took place, featuring sharp-jawed, serious businessmen in suits who introduced themselves, as did the Our Future Richest team. One imposing man glanced at our boys, noting their ordinary appearance, and questioned if they were assistants to the women, asking who held decision-making power. Jinho firmly stated he had full authority, and his decisions represented the company's, earning a nod from the men, who agreed to trust him if Hyunju from Golden Gate approved. Then, one executive dropped a stunning demand. Keros needed $100 million. Take-Yu turned to our boy, asking why they need that huge amount, and the executive warned that failure to provide it would end the talks. Hyunju, with confident, shot back that money wasn't an issue, they had it. The two executives were stunned, visibly shocked, and asked if she meant they had the full sum or just a portion. The executive immediately became deferential, showing how money sways people, and they eagerly prepared to pitch projects, but she cut in, saying she'd already studied their entire business. She was well aware of their challenging situation, but wanted to hear it directly from them. An USB was plugged in, and the real meeting began, focusing on modern cars, specifically electric vehicles and self-driving tech, the two leading areas in automotive development. In the self-driving car market, Keros is one of the biggest, with Amazon held 41% of the stocks, Yunsung Motors had a 40% share, and Hitachi, Japan's electronic company, took the last small piece. The executive revealed that Hitachi went bankrupt, sold everything, and Amazon also decided to give up on developing autonomous vehicle. Yunsung then acquired it all. It's now controlled 86% of the stocks and aimed to sell Keros. Because they can't create the AI they want, they decided to sell part of Keros's assets, which are Keros's patents and core technologies. Tak-Yu still can't grasp what all of this means, so Hyunju explains to her brother's stupid brain that the partnership between Amazon, Yunsung, and another company had utterly failed in advancing self-driving car tech. Consequently, Yunsung wanted to sell Keros's patents to recoup some investment, but if they succeeded, Keros's value would plummet, as all their tech would be sold off, leaving Take-Yu baffled. She summarized that these executives were trying to recover their investment by securing funding, with the $100 million being Yunsung's price for the shares they once held. Start to understand, Take-Yu suddenly become angry, and asked if Jinho already know all this, and Jinho confirmed he did. Take-Yu then prompted him to explain further with anger. The women in the room seemed confused and suddenly asked everyone to let them leave for a while and take a break. In the break room, Tak-Yu lost his temper, asking if Keros truly is a subsidiary of Yunsung Motors. Our boy confirmed it and asked why he was more upset than him. Our otaku friend replied that there was no way he'd let those guys gain such an upper hand and $100 million. Kept hearing about Yunsung, Ellie turned to Jinho, asking if he knew who they were, and Jinho confirmed it was Korea's biggest automobile company. Our protagonist was eager to clarify the situation. He explained that this company wasn't just the largest in Korea but also the second largest business in Korea after Samsung. dominating the industry completely. He then shared why his friend was so furious. This company had ruined his family, and his father's death from shock was tied to their actions, with the full story about to be revealed. His father owned a small metal company with 10 workers and was overjoyed when Yoon Sung's company expressed interest in a new suspension system he'd spent years developing. After a meeting with Yoon Sung's top executives, they said it needed slight tweaks but could definitely be used in their new car models. They asked for ongoing product samples and a detailed explanation of how the system worked, which the Yoon Sung representative brushed off as just a way to make selling the product easier. He noted, however, that their small company might struggle to meet the production volume required. At home, his father shared the news with Jinho's mom, so he chose to expand their facility even when needing to take on debt. He was thrilled that working with Yoon Sung Motors could clear their debts quickly. But back at the company, they received shocking news. Yoon Sung had canceled the contract. An employee broke the news that Yoon Sung had created an identical product, filed a patent before theirs, and was already manufacturing it at a factory closely tied to Yoon Sung for years, rendering their patent useless. Jinho recounted how his father, utterly devastated, collapsed and never recovered, and the family business folded. When asked why he didn't take legal action to challenge the contract after they stole his technology, Hyunju remarked that only an outside lawyer would think that was feasible. She explained that in Korea, giant corporations like this operate above the law, controlling everything. Even if Jinho's father had won a long, painful court battle, he'd be up against 70% of the national market, making it a losing fight. Taekyu jumped in, furiously calling the company garbage and accusing it of treating people horribly. Jinho called for everyone to calm down and refocus on the contract and negotiations, Hyunju admitting that, family drama aside, she wasn't very interested in the deal, noting that investing that much money for a company with no track record or immediate product is foolish. Jinho then asked if $100 million was reasonable price, and she responded that, in theory, it was a good deal, considering Yoon Sung likely paid much more to acquire those patents. He inquired about their remaining capital, and she confirmed they had $120 million. Ellie warned that, even if it seemed like a bargain, the risks were far too great. Yoon Sung is too greedy. If they sold the patent, it would only cost them $50 million at most, so why are they asking double for $100 million to give up their shares in Karos? Taekyu, completely against the investment, vowed to block the company in every way possible. Jinho, lost in thought as everyone opposed the idea, struggled with his team's negative reaction, even though his vision assured him Karos would succeed. So far, Jinho had been relying on his gut to make decisions, but seeing everyone's hesitation, he conceded that they might not proceed with this contract. Hyunju agreed but reminded him that, as CEO, the final call was his. Jinho sat there, feeling foolish, clearly not wanting Yoon Sung Motors to gain from their investment. Buying shares would delight those jerks, the last thing he wanted, especially since there were better investment options elsewhere, making it a logical choice. Yet his intuition nudged him toward investing, leaving him torn between reason and instinct, while everyone in the room awaited his decision. In the end, he said to his team that at least he wanted to meet Karos' CEO. When the executives heard a demand for a meeting with the company's CEO, they cautioned that it would be tough, as the CEO had a conflict of interest and could not attend, which was why they were handling it. The CEO rarely visited Korea, and this frustrated Jinho, who facepalmed, wondering if he'd blundered by requesting the meeting. Hyunju scolded them to be sharper, noting they were the ones desperate for the $100 million, even dramatically removing her glasses, which Jinho found distracting. She stressed that they needed to act fast and respect the CEO's wishes. The executive relented, agreeing to try contacting their CEO. Jinho, relieved, thought things were falling into place. The next day, Taekyu asked if Jinho had decided, declaring he was done meddling, and the choice is in Jinho's hand. Jinho, who'd stayed up all night, was troubled by the idea of partnering with a Karos and make a big profit for Yoon Sung that exploits and discards people. Then a quirky blonde man appeared, introducing himself as the CEO of Karos. Jinho presented himself as the CEO of OTK, noting the man's odd, almost albino appearance. The CEO, calling himself Daryl Sagan, shook Jinho's hand, and Jinho's intuition flared, sensing the $100 million investment was minor compared to the potential. He envisioned a decacorn company, 10 times more big from Unicorn Company, one headed for a $10 billion valuation. Since this move would strip value from Yoon Sung in the long run, it felt more like revenge than aiding them with a mere $100 million capital today. Later, at 3:18 in the meeting room, Daryl Sagan discussed electric cars, claiming they'd revolutionize the industry with AI-driven technology. Jinho pointed out that Elon Musk was already selling self-driving cars, questioning what set theirs apart. Daryl Sagan explained that their cars went beyond pre-programmed algorithms. Their system would control every aspect on the car. Taekyu, thrilled, jumped up, comparing it to Cyber Formula, while Jinho laughed, noting the reference was to a 20-year-old anime. Jinho admitted he wasn't familiar with it. Daryl Sagan then revealed they were seeking someone to buy all of Yoon Sung's shares, because Yoon Sung's CEO had lost interest in their project. Hyunju pressed for reasons why they were pulling out, especially since it seemed like a market-changing opportunity. Daryl Sagan explained that the current Yoon Sung CEO prioritized short-term results to maintain his role. He needed immediate result for succession battle. That man cared little about long-term innovation, and their approach would only yield another standard AI system like many others, not giving Karos a chance to create the best possible result. Jinho, however, saw immense potential in the project, believing it far surpassed shallow ideas like a Netflix for adult content or pizza machine that aimed to eliminate jobs. This plan, unlike those, could revolutionize the world by creating self-driving cars that arrive at your doorstep like an Uber, but without a driver, navigating, parking, and charging on their own, though it would likely put even more people out of work. That's how this story unfolds, and when Take-Two inquired about the share breakdown, Daryl Sagan disclosed that Yunsung Motors owned 86% of the share, employees held 7%, and he had 6%. Acquiring Yunsung 86% share would finalize the deal. Jinho, thinking of his father, grew contemplative, and after about an hour, announced they'd buy but wouldn't pay full price, emphasizing they weren't in a hurry and had room to negotiate. Daryl Sagan asked him to elaborate, and Jinho reaffirmed their commitment to invest in the Keros company. Daryl questioned whether Jinho had the authority to decide, asking Hyunju to stand, and she confirmed that Jinho's decisions outranked hers. Daryl Sagan, puzzled, Hyunju then pointed out that Jinho was the CEO of OTK. Guys, I am so lost. Isn't Jinho had already introduced himself, why everyone became dumb like Take-Two as everyone seemed to suffer from selective amnesia? Well, Jinho sat on the couch, looking foolish, having concealed this to avoid complications, and offered an apology. Daryl Sagan expressed gratitude, then spotted Take-Two in the background, their eyes locking briefly. And of course, people said a dumb person is either truly stupid or a genius. The man suspected that Take-Two was the real orchestrator and controlled Jinho. The hell, this is so funny. Jinho then assured Daryl Sagan that, even if they bought in Keros, they wouldn't interfere with their vision, trusting their direction and believing that, despite no immediate gains, the future held prosperity, as seen by our protagonist vision by an image of a unicorn company valued at $10 billion. Turning philosophical, Jinho asked Daryl Sagan what he believed Keros represented. Daryl Sagan, standing awkwardly, called it a profound question. Jinho, reflecting that $10 billion was modest for the automotive sector, envisioned the company soaring to a $100 billion valuation as Daryl Sagan spoke of crafting a better future. As they shook hands, Jinho saw this as the ultimate revenge, planning to seize the company from Yoon Sung's control, knowing they were oblivious to its future value and relishing the thought of their shock when he claimed the wealth. Takyu, already jubilant, declared that self-driving cars like the robots in anime were about to be created and urged Jinho to leave and come with him. Apparently, he was off to buy a new car. Please don't buy Tesla, it's literally the rival of Keros. Thank God the group headed to a BMW dealership. They are chatting about Keros's groundbreaking work. Take-Two even asked if they were the only ones who knew the era of AI cars was coming soon, while Hyunju said she was going upstairs to grab a coffee. The boys decided to check out the cars downstairs, lingering in a corner of the BMW dealership. Two salespeople noticed them, assuming they were broke kids just fooling around, with no money to buy anything. Jinho, curious, wondered aloud how much one of the cars cost, and Take-Two admitted he had no clue. One salesman started to approach, but his spiky-haired colleague advised against it, pointing out the ridiculous car they arrived in, suggesting they were just high schoolers not worth bothering with. Still, the new salesman insisted it would be good practice, even if they were gawking at a banana-shaped fancy car. Its look ugly in my eyes. Take-Two asked if their self-driving system would soon be in all cars, and the new salesman approached, asking if they liked anything and offering a test drive. Jinho, humbly, said he didn't know when he'd ever afford such a car, but the salesman encouraged him, noting he was young and might become a client someday. Shit. Was Jinho acting down to earth when he is rich as hell? Jinho appreciated the salesman's upbeat attitude as he described the Series 4 convertibles. Taekyu jokingly suggested buying a few cars, but Jinho said they'd attract too much attention. The salesman found their rich kid act amusing, thinking it lightened his day. Jinho pointed to a sleek black car in the corner, asking to see it, and the salesman explained it was the flagship model, the brand's top-tier car, packed with the best technology to showcase their excellence. Jinho, sitting inside, remarked on its spaciousness, and asked if it could be taken home today with a signed contract. The salesman confirmed the white and gray models were available, and quoted the price at $139 million. Jinho, initially shocked, was reminded by Take-Two it was won, not dollars, and admitted it was more affordable than he'd expected, never imagining such a car could be within reach. The salesman, smiling, thought they were really committed to their play-rich game. Jinho quietly pulled Take-Two aside, asking for $150 million to buy it quickly. The salesman, still skeptical, mused that the day these kids actually bought something would be wild, while Take-Two handed over his card, warning Jinho to repay him when dividends came in, then declared he'd take a car too, the BMW with golden doors. The salesman, growing weary of their antics, asked when they planned to buy the Model 8, expecting a joke like, "I'm $137 million short, but I'll be back." Instead, Jinho pulled out Take-Two's black card, instructing him to charge both cars immediately. The salesman looked at the card that somehow now sparkled with golden light. At that moment, the legendary sales king, Kim Do-yoon, awakened. His quote is, "Every customer like a potential VIP." As he headed to prepare the contracts, the spiky-haired colleague asked if they were getting the cheapest model and financing it over months, unaware of the massive sale just secured. The salesman told his colleague that Jinho and Take-Two had selected the flagship and lead models, not the budget ones, and the card was already approved, shocking his buddy as he rushed off. Meanwhile, Taekyu stared at the car, realizing it wouldn't be easy to make this car as pretty as Kumi-chan. But Jinho could only beg him not to ruin the car again. Taekyu then noticed another car and asked Jinho when he'd repay the 100,001 he'd borrowed. He meant the cash Jinho needed for a date with Yuri, and just then, Ellie showed up, playfully probing about this girl who required 100,000 won for a date. Taekyu, adding fuel to the fire, revealed that the CEO of OTK, aka Jinho, even went to her house, piling on Jinho's embarrassment. Ellie smirked like a sly gremlin as Hyunju arrived, asking if they'd chosen their cars. Jinho said he was getting the Series F, but Ellie teased that it might be too big for him. Then Jinho leaned in, whispering something to her that left her blushing. The fuck? What are they talking about? I'm super annoyed when characters whisper secrets. Ellie, now hyped, called him a cool guy, making me even more itch to know what was said. With Ellie flight nearing, they squeezed in fun, hitting an amusement park, getting woozy on rides, and tackling the Viking ship, the story racing forward. Before long, Ellie was on her plane and gone, and all their investments were locked in, numerous companies set to succeed now in their portfolio. Takyu likened it to an auto-farming game, where they just wait for the characters to grow stronger. The next day, they dropped by the office purchase for Sangyup, where the team was worn out, not planning to return so soon after their investment spree. Jinho said he was curious about the office but checked if the guy was holding up. He insisted he was fine, no need for concern. Jinho remarked that the office was plain despite the 70 billion allocated, and the guy explained that with enough wealth, showing off feels pointless. They paused for a break, and Sangyup shared that he'd been sleeping and working at the office every day, showering at a sauna across the street, describing his grueling schedule. Jinho, stunned by his drive, urged hiring more staff to avoid working himself to death. Jinho volunteered to assist with hiring and asked if Jinho knew Jung Gi-hong. Jinho said yes, noting he was unemployed senior and could be a solid addition, but stressed that any interview had to stay confidential to keep the school from buzzing by the next day. Sangyup then questioned the logic behind their company choices to invest in, as some investments seemed smart while others felt utterly wild, covering local and global markets, industries, and even the face it. Unable to crack Jinho's strategy, Sangyup pushed for clarity. The more he analyzed, the more he see no direction or strategy in these investment. It's like the investor isn't even human. Damn, guys. T's senior is legit have 180 IQ. Jinho opened up, revealing that the final calls boiled down to rolling the dice and making bold picks. Hearing that nonsense, the senior could only shocked. Jinho laughed off the dice rolling comment, explaining that he wasn't serious and had actually pored over countless data sheets from various companies, carefully selecting those with growth potential, even if the odds were low, hoping just one would hit it big like a pot of gold. Sangyup agreed, marveling at Jinho's genius and intuition, which seemed to outshine everyone else's. Jinho, brushing off the praise, told him to quit sucking up, noting that his decisions often defied logic, appearing almost supernatural to others. When Sangyup asked how much money they had left, they told him 6.7 billion, and Sangyup eagerly asked to use it, claiming he had ideas for investments that could pay off big. Jinho gave him full permission, unbothered by the risk of losing it, and Sangyup, pumped, promised not to back down, planning to pour the funds into ventures with explosive potential, though it wasn't clear if the explosion would be profitable or disastrous, needing just a bit more clarity on his intent. But hey, I do believe 100% for Senior Sangyup. Jinho, however, only smile, pointing out Sangyup's methodical approach and avoidance of reckless moves won't make him worry for the future of this K company. Taekyu then gestured to a table covered with Sangyup's detailed calculations and scratched out names, showing his hard work. They both panicked, and Jinho said, "Let's pretend not to know it," even though that list contained their recent investments. A few days later, Yoon-sung negotiations wrapped up, with the price dropped from $100 million to $88 million, officially adding Karos to their portfolio. The two girls wouldn't leave Jinho alone, with Ellie saying she missed working near him, while Taekyu was off buying VR gear and diving into virtual fun. Jinho, after a hectic stretch, finally found a moment to chill. Then Daeun from the BMW dealership texted that the two punks' cars were ready. Taekyu asked which one they'd use, and Jinho, calling him a punk, said they'd obviously pick this one to fetch his mom, as her new house was complete, and it was moving day. When he showed his mom the new car and said he would give it to her, inside the car, she jokingly asked if it was a spaceship, and Jinho said it was a gift to spare her subway rides. She worried about the cost to buy an imported car, but he lied, saying he got a great discount, though he'd paid cash with his own money. No, dude. You literally borrow it from your otaku friend. Taekyu then revealed his gift, a house fully equipped with Samsung appliances. His mom, hesitant, questioned if she could accept such generosity from Taekyu but sat down, moved by how well both boys were doing. Jinho then announced he'd spend a year traveling the world to study with Taekyu, who was completely caught off guard by the news. "The hell, why should I come with you?" he said. "Man, sometimes this story just flies, and sometimes it drags its feet for ages. But here we are, the airport again. You might be thinking, no way, they're leaving already? Nah, it's been a whole year since their epic journey, and now they're suddenly back in Korea out of nowhere, just like that. Guess the author wanted to show that Jinho actually enjoyed some of his cash before hustling again." Taekyu was hyped, bouncing around because he finally touched down in Korea and could get his hands on black bean noodles again. Dude had been dreaming about it like it was the holy grail of food. Meanwhile, Jinho picked up his phone, preparing for something wild, heading back to college to finally graduate. He thought it was a little nuts, but he promised himself he'd wrap up his degree, no matter how absurd it sounded after all he'd been through. As he arrived at college, Yuri appeared, waiting for him with her classic smile, teasing that she'd probably have to fix one of his problems again. They didn't waste any time. They were already finishing registration and walking right out. Jinho barely got a word in before Yuri linked arms with him and insisted that she needed to explain stuff over lunch. She gave him that look that meant, don't even try to wriggle out of this one. Heading toward the parking lot, they strolled over to his shiny new sports car. Yuri eyed it suspiciously, asking if it was his. He laughed, saying it was Taegyu's, mostly because his friend never left the house anyway, so he might as well let someone else drive. The fancy ride rolled them all the way to a super nice omakase spot. You already know it wasn't cheap. Yuri insisted the meal was on her this time, as a thank you for always picking up her calls and keeping her company when things felt lonely. She was practically glowing, telling him that the Samsung stock kept rising, and thanks to his advice, she was making a killing. He remembered telling her to hold on to that stock, not to panic sell, because the price would soar soon. Curious, Jinho asked how much she raked in, remembering that last time she only had 20 shares. She claimed it was at least 100 million won, but after hearing his advice, she'd bought 30 more, so the profit way beyond that. Jinho grinned and gave her props for being so gutsy. She made that money because she took the risks. But Yuri noticed something. Last time, he'd freaked when she said she had 20 shares, but now, when she mentioned buying 30 more, he didn't even bat an eye. To her, that was proof he'd changed a ton in just a year. Jinho waved it off, saying nothing wild happened, just tested some things here and there, no big deal. Then, she leaned in to ask about orientation and the freshman party. He shot both down, saying he had a trip to Hong Kong coming up. Curious, Yuri wanted to know what was up. He shrugged, saying he was just there to hang with a friend and meet new people, and she should come with too, have some fun for herself. He basically laid it all out there, like he was about to go see another girl in another country, straight up savage. A few days zipped by and then, chaos. Taegyu, the otaku, lost his mind, hollering about some crisis. Jinho wanted to know what was up, and Taegyu ranted about something called Lost Iris Fantasy. Turns out, it was in trouble. The company might cancel it, or kill development, or who knows what. Jinho didn't even know what that was, so Taegyu went off about how this was the legendary series, and the main character was his waifu, and even plastered all over his car. But apparently, the Iris company was shifting to console games, thinking there was more money there, and the project director was reassigned. Jinho guessed the devs had just forced an old dude to work on a project he didn't care about, which sounded about right. But Taegyu suddenly flipped the script and fired back. Didn't Jinho see the opportunity? Lost Iris Fantasy could have been massive. Jinho said he didn't get any of those glowing signs, but Taegyu refused to be swayed. He was dead set on putting their money into the project, saying they should give Old Man Shu whatever he needed to finish Lost Iris Fantasy, a tiny 100 billion won investment. Jinho was shook, saying he'd lost his mind, but Taegyu dropped a truth bomb. What's the point of having all this money if you never blow it on what you love? It hit Jinho. Maybe the otaku knew what money was for better than he did. Instead of locking it away, Taegyu spent it on his passion without a second thought. Jinho finally relented, telling him they'd bring it up with Sangyup, and the otaku nearly fainted from joy, screaming that he would save his wife. Not a moment of peace, Jinho got another call from Yuri. This girl? Wouldn't give up, ever. She wanted the details on Hong Kong and when he was coming back to campus. He told her he'd be there tomorrow for class, and she was already asked to meet up again. Yuri said a guy in their department wouldn't stop pestering her, and she needed help. The whole time, Taegyu was eavesdropping on the conversation, obviously enjoying the drama. Soon enough, the day for Jinho to return to university after 3 years finally rolled around. Professor Kim Young met him, telling him, in his own blunt way, that if Jinho hit any trouble, just call him. Even though the best he could do was take him out for drinks. At least the dude was upfront about being useless. Jinho thanked him and then revealed he'd brought a gift, a framed signature from Chase Southwell. The professor straight up froze when he saw it. Chase Southwell was the CEO of Golden Gate, a rock star in the finance world, and the prof was a huge fan. Jinho flashed back to a week earlier, when he'd been in Hong Kong. Out of the blue, Chase Southwell had invited them to meet. At first, Jinho couldn't figure out why. Then it dawned on him, come on, they just made nearly $10 billion from his invested company in a single year. Now, there Jinho was, strutting around, billions in the bank, still making moves like he was poor or something. In the swanky Golden Gate conference room, Chase rolled out the red carpet for them, offering non-stop compliments about their genius knack for picking massive winners. He said with OTK's record, they'd easily hit another $10 billion soon, and Golden Gate wanted to team up for the long haul, and that's why he wanted to talk with them. Back at the university, Jinho asked if the professor wanted to accept the present, and the answer was the quickest hell yes, with great resistance. Of course. A little while later, Jinho found himself slumped over inside a classroom, utterly wrecked by a hard investment theory. It hit different from real-world hustle. He was used to flipping assets and making money, but sitting in a lecture? That hurt in a whole new way. He started to wonder how he ever thought this would be helpful. Then, a couple of dudes showed up, telling him not to sweat it because apparently, none of them understood either. Right then, a whole squad of faceless girls gathered around, whispering and started talking to our boy. But the other guys hushed them, arguing that they'd started the convo with him first. Jinho wasn't interested and shut it down quickly, telling them he had lunch plans with Yuri. His friends, all fired up, begged to tag along. Out in front of the school, while he waited for Yuri, one of his friends poked him, asking if he was still in touch with that lawyer from last time. That question flashed Jinho back to a sharp Ellie memory. She'd grilled him about whether he'd be strolling through campus with that Yuri girl again, and Jinho had gotten all flustered, insisting he'd never do that. In reality, he just told his friend Ellie had gone back to Hong Kong, so not much contact these days. But right there, his focus snapped back. He spotted some slick-looking dude grabbing Yuri's arm. The guy's name was Cha Myung-ho, apparently some big shot's son. The family owned a whole fried chicken chain. Jinho wondered if they'd gotten close, but then heard Myung-ho awkwardly invite Yuri out for food, probably chicken, which was just lazy if you thought about it. Yuri barely hid her annoyance, telling Myung-ho not to talk to her so casually cause he didn't even know her like that. But the dude didn't quit, kept pushing harder. That's when Jinho rolled up, staying chill and saying Myung-ho should let go. Myung-ho got all defensive, wanting to know who Jinho thought he was. Jinho introduced himself like the boss he was, a senior in the business department. Hearing his name, Myung-ho just shrugged, said he'd never heard of him, and told him to get out the way since he had plans to eat dinner with Yuri. But Yuri shot him down for good, repeating she wasn't interested. As realization clicked, Jinho figured this must be the annoying guy Yuri kept complaining about. He told Myung-ho it was too bad, but he and Yuri already had plans. Myung-ho instantly got salty, asking why Jinho was smirking. Jinho didn't sweat it. He just threw an arm around Yuri's shoulder, giving Myung-ho a wave as they walked off. The clown stood there, stunned, hand on head, looking like he forgot what planet he was on. Before they could get away, though, a hulking guy with a jaw sharp as a brick, known as Juan, the senior, came. This dude looked ready to body slam someone. Juan tried to play the senior card, stepping up and asking Jinho what his deal was to annoy Myung-ho. But Jinho kept his composure, shooting a look that made even Juan flinch a bit. The crowd around started buzzing as it looked like this was about to go into chaos. But then Myung-ho surprised everyone by telling Juan to cool it. He told him Jinho probably already figured it all out, so there was no point. Juan started sweating, clearly rattled, and then just mumbled that he understood before backing away. Everyone murmured about how wild it was, realizing even Juan didn't want to mess with Myung-ho. Then the truth comes out. Juan was sucking up to Myung-ho since their own family's fried chicken business went down after crossing that guy's dad. So now, he tried his best to be one of Myung-ho's lackeys. Yuri then showed Jinho some texts from Myung-ho, and it was wild. This creep had been messaging her all hours, even in the middle of the night. The situation was so bad, even Myung-ho himself was fuming in the background, promising revenge and wondering what made Kang Jinho act like a boss. Fast forward to that night, the crew packed into a little bar, not even thinking about the chaos from earlier. They were just there to drink, hang out, and maybe laugh about the drama. Suddenly, Suna walked in. Yeah, that Suna, sashaying up and asking how Jinho was doing. He answered super chill, showing he wasn't fazed at all. Even his friends wondered if they'd sat at the wrong table this time. But then the door flew open, and in rolled the clown trio. Myung-ho, Ju-an, and an annoying girl who was all over Myung-ho. She talked about Jinho's car last time, talking trash about the stickers plastered on it, but then quickly flipped and gushed about how Myung-ho drove a real man's car. She spotted Jinho and immediately started drama. Calling him out loud enough for the whole bar to hear, Myung-ho swaggered over, acting all casual and acting like running into Jinho was some grand fate. The clown dropped the bomb that he'd heard about Jinho's family going bankrupt, saying that must be why Jinho left school. But Jinho brushed it off and said, yeah, they went broke, but by some fluke he'd made it back. Not missing a beat, Myung-ho reached for Yuri's shoulder again, and she told him off, telling him to stop it. Trying to play it down, Myung-ho told her to forget what happened, but Jinho went savage. He asked Suna if she thought guys who got rejected but kept pushing were pathetic. Suna agreed, which made Myung-ho's face go red. He looked ready to explode. Myung-ho tried to save face by saying he'd give Jinho 1,000,000 if he needed money so bad, but Jinho cut through the nonsense, told the guy to just sit down, then flipped it, and said if Myung-ho walked out that second, Jinho would double it, offering 2,000,000 won. The annoying girl thought Jinho was just bluffing. Even Myung-ho said how stupid Jinho was to try to show off money in front of him. But Jinho suddenly acted shocked and wondered if Myung-ho really thought he would give money just to make him leave. All the other people laughed, and Myung-ho felt super ashamed. Suddenly Myung-ho lost his cool, smashed a bottle on the floor, and called everyone's attention. The dude threw down a crazy challenge. Whoever between him and Jinho could put more cash on the table in 2 hours would win. And the loser? Out of school, for good. Old school drama. Myung-ho was convinced Jinho's confidence was just fake bravado, and figured this was his chance to watch Jinho fall flat on his face. He kept looking Jinho, asking why he was so quiet. Was he getting scared now? But Jinho just grinned, said he was in. Suna stared, shocked. Jinho's friends begged him not to get involved in something so childish, saying it would only wreck his reputation if it went south. But out the door, Myung-ho and his crew went, and he shot back that he'd take things seriously. Jinho shrugged, smiled at others, and said he had a secret. To be honest, he had a couple billion to spare, so whatever. Dude, this guy is so dumb. Isn't he trying to keep low-key and not wanting people to know he is rich? What the hell happened now? Soon after, the bar was shut down for a special event. Everyone had to cough up their phones, for real. Is this some kind of secret meeting or something? The two finalists sat at a table, and Myung-ho explained the ground rules. 2-hour limit. Any liquid cash or foreign currency counts, but no checks or funny stuff. Jinho played it cool. Blondie kicked it off by slamming 5 million down, flexing hard. Yuri was there, looking pretty, just watching. Jinho's friends were still sweating for him, but Jinho casually dropped the same, plus another 150,000 won he had chillin' in his wallet. Myung-ho scoffed, then really turned up. He slammed 100 million on the table. Boom. One guy even said it's his first time having ever seen actual stacks of bills like that in real life. Yuri just watched Jinho's face, a faint, knowing smirk on his face. Jinho's friends tried making him back out before he lost for real, warning that leaving school would be the ultimate humiliation. But Yuri, she was chill. She had a feeling Jinho was gonna win. Myung-ho, never missing a chance to swagger, told Jinho to get on his knees now, and he'd forget any of this happened. Jinho didn't even glance up, just said, "The time's 2 hours, right?" Suna, in the back, still couldn't figure out why he was wasting time with this nonsense. Guys, to be honest, looking at her face is make me so mad I don't know why. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door, and this shocked Suna. There, Myung-ho was counting down 10 seconds, ready to call Jinho a coward and urge him to surrender. But then, Taegyu burst in with not one, but 2 massive suitcases. Straight up rock star moves. He pointed right at Myung-ho, calling him out for being the chicken shop idiot who thought he ruled the place. Before anyone could blink, Taegyu flung open a case and dumped a fat load of cash on the table. The room went wild. Myung-ho stood up, shaking. Jinho, still calm as ever, told him the real fun was only beginning. The crowd fell silent. Myung-ho started screaming, totally panicked. How did Jinho drop 500 million won like spare change? People muttered in disbelief. Someone beside Yuri asked if she knew about this. She just replied with a smile. She kind of had an idea. Desperate, Myung-ho ripped out his phone and called Director Jung, screaming to have $1 billion in cash delivered as soon as possible. But Jinho cocked his head and reminded him about the ticking clock. No need to keep everyone waiting. Jinho decided to help things along. Taegyu fished out a giant collector's card, some game thing called Contaminated Treasure. Probably a joke for the nerd crowd. Jinho explained they could count virtual funds too if Myung-ho really wanted. Myung-ho challenged him about that, but Jinho just smirked. He knew exactly how much their 20 billion won company could play around with. Now even the thickest in the room started to realize Jinho and Taegyu came ready for a serious war chest. Myung-ho started trembling. Taegyu hadn't even cracked open the second suitcase yet, and rumor had it there was enough in there to take over the whole round. Jinho announced that if they wanted a number, he could stack up 2.6 billion, won in 2 hours, cash or not. The crowd blew up, yelling that it was impossible, but Jinho just tapped the collector's card, said it counted as 2.6 billion. This was just skipping to the final round, no more time wasting. Taegyu started clapping and announced, "Obviously I didn't come here alone." That's when the doors swung open. Suna, soon to be the queen of regret, was about to really learn the truth. Jinho wasn't broke anymore. She'd be wishing he'd take her back. Too late for that. Bitch. Just picture it. Ellie Kim on one side, Shin Yuri chilling on his lap, and Jinho in a Ferrari, shouting goodbye forever to this clown girl. For now, back in the present, Jinho's mind flashed to earlier that day when he'd teased Suna at the bank for a loan. She blew him off, but Yuri always trusted he had a plan. He wouldn't step into a high-stakes bet with nothing up his sleeve. Suna didn't buy it, convinced the son of a fried chicken definitely had more. But what Suna didn't know was that Jinho had already dropped a casual request for a small favor to Sang Yeop. Suddenly, outside the bar, crowds gathered and word spread. $5 million was there. Golden Gate bankers, yes, real-life investment pros, marched in carrying stacked briefcases. Even security showed up to hold off the rubberneckers. Jinho calmly tallied up the stashes. "That's 6 billion won in total," he said. Shrugging like this was pocket change. Myung-ho gaped, totally lost. He couldn't believe how this nobody could suddenly summon the full power of Golden Gate and haul in so much money, like flipping a switch. Everyone tuned in as the clock counted down. 10, 9, 8. Yuri shouted, 5. At 3, Suna had that "I made a huge mistake" look. At 1, Myung-ho fell apart, clutching his chest and yelling at the ceiling, having a full-on meltdown. Taegyu added insult to injury. He roasted Myung-ho dad's chicken business, griping the chicken always came up 9 instead of 10 as the ads. Jinho just shot him a look, like, "You are the dumbest person I ever see." Then Jinho asked Myung-ho if he needed directions to the dean's office to file for a transfer. The kid just broke down, clutching his head. Jinho turned to the Golden Gate crew, cool as a fuck, and told them to pack up. The show was over. Then, with a smooth flick, he showed them 1 pack of the money, telling everyone dinner was on him. Cash flew like confetti, people cheered, and even the most skeptical girls in the corner started paying attention. After the party ended, Suna, wide-eyed, pulled Jinho aside, desperate to know how he made it all happen, how he was suddenly surrounded by fancy investment people and rolling in cash. Jinho just shrugged, said his otaku friend had crazy money. Well, not a total lie. But then he smiled, and said he himself had even more. And with that, he strolled out the door, leaving everyone stunned, and letting Suna sit in her confusion forever. Bitch, serve you right. True, Chad move. Never waste a dime on a girl who ditched you in the past. I love Jinho for real. Sometime later, at their usual spot, Sang-yup was putting away enough food for 3 people, laughing that he wished he'd seen the faces of everyone at the bar after that crazy showdown. Taegyu, still buzzed, said it was so epic, he actually hit pause on his game just to watch things go down in person. Over the last year, people were talking about Sang-yup everywhere. He'd always been known as a smart investor, but now, running the company behind those legendary deals, he'd shot up to minor celebrity status. It was getting wild. He couldn't even keep his phone from blowing up. If one more person leaked his number to outsiders, he joked he was gonna lose it for real. He eyed Jinho and finally asked why he'd been called here. Jinho just poured a shot, saying he missed him, but then got serious. He'd been tracking the economic signs and didn't like where things were heading. Sang-yup pressed for details. But Jinho just said that in the long run, the startups might be fine. But when he gave the signal, they needed to liquidate everything and get that cash, no questions asked. 2 weeks into the new semester, thanks to Yuri taking care of a lot things, Jinho was sliding through college life like nothing changed, well, except for all the stairs. Ever since the suitcase stunt, everyone kept sneaking glances. Even that weird girl with ugly face stopped him to say he looked cooler now, acting like she'd had a crush from the very start. She elbowed his arm and tried to set up a coffee hangout, but he shrugged her off pretty smoothly, saying he quit coffee for his health. She pivoted to food, but he claimed he didn't eat anymore. Finally, he just asked what was up with her acting all different and trying so hard, when she could just be herself. Storming off, she crossed her arms, promising he'd fall for her eventually. This stupid girl is boiling my blood, guys. Jinho then just walked out to the parking lot, headed straight for his Lamborghini. No more borrowing Taegyu rides, he'd finally got one for himself. Yuri, waiting by the car, teased if he had bought it with company money. He said it was Sang-yup's idea for better public image or whatever, not that he cared much about flexing. Yuri mentioned the rumors flying around about him splashing cash and showing off supercars. Jinho brushed it off and told her not to worry. She nodded, saying she trusted him, but now she needed a joyride whether he liked it or not. Cruising down the road, air conditioning blasting, Yuri got a call from her dad. It was short. When she hung up, Jinho asked who it was. She replied that her dad was heading to the UK for a business trip. He pressed her. Was something special up? She explained there was going to be a big vote, Brexit, where the UK might leave the European Union. Apparently, it's this thing that happened a while back in 2016 when the UK left the European Union, guys. Back to the story. She didn't know the details herself, just that it was going to affect a lot of money people. As soon as she mentioned Brexit, a glowing eagle zipped right past the windshield, shocking him. He completely blanked, staring forward until Yuri yelled at him to focus before he crashed. My boy, for real, couldn't that eagle have picked a better moment? Our boy almost got cooked. Jinho saw the vision. The UK leaving the EU. He snapped back, asking what kind of work her dad did. Yuri told him he handled fund investments, pretty high up actually. Instantly, Jinho told her he had to run, emergency. She already knew the drill. Every time they hung out, something came up. Wait, is Yuri the lucky charm for Jinho though? He always sees the eagle with Yuri. The next thing we know is that she was left at home as Jinho took off again. But Yuri can't do anything because Jinho always left with a smile on his face. In the car, Jinho already calling his people to pull every scrap of data about Brexit and get it to him right away. Back home, Taegyu was online, scanning comments about their company. Since the news broke about OTK investing in the near-bankrupt animator, people everywhere are praising him as a true otaku. But looking at our boy, Taegyu brought up Brexit, wondering why he so insisted when every expert in the news was saying the UK would probably stay in the EU. But Jinho wasn't buying it. He said experts say whatever keeps them rich, don't trust the television with the real money moves. He broke it down simply. The EU was a group of European countries, but the UK was never tight with them to begin with. They didn't even bother using the euro. The EU wanted to force some laws on them, and the UK basically said, hell no. The problem is, this is going to cause chaos. Some stocks are going to crash, others will shoot way up. Now, that's the kind of short-term opportunity where you can make a lot of money. The key, though, was that there was a set deadline, the 23rd of June. So he can bet money without wondering when it's going to happen, like the Samsung Galaxy Note accident. Jinho grinned and said it out loud. Time to thank the British Empire. They're about to hand us free money. Suddenly, scene switch. Airport. Ellie just arrived, missing Jinho like crazy. He asked about the UK. Then Hyunju said she talked with the UK Golden Gate branch as he requested. But the vibe there was all gloomy. Jinho said they should talk more at a restaurant. In the next scene, there they were, greeting Sang-yup again. For real, every major move in this story started with a meal. Ellie shared that the UK public was sour about opening up to immigrants, recent violent events and all. Jinho immediately predicted that this made a leave vote way more likely. Hyunju pointed to the polling numbers though, still an 80% chance of staying, according to experts. Jinho asked Ellie for her opinion. She thought staying in was most likely, since so much of the UK's trade depended on the EU. Hyunju agreed. Losing that partnership would be a financial disaster, not to mention hiring only locals would blow up costs. Golden Gate was even thinking about moving their branch from the UK to Germany. Meanwhile, Sang-yup just wanted to know why they all cared so much, since they were just chilling back in Korea. Hyunju pointed out she only dug into it because Jinho asked. That's when our boy finally dropped the plan. He wanted to use the shares from both companies they owned as collateral. The big move? Taking out a loan for trading the Brexit, all in. At that moment, Ellie jumped up from her seat like she saw a ghost and asked if Jinho had straight up lost his mind. Jinho just grinned, told her he had, and said he was putting everything on the UK leaving the EU. That made everyone stop breathing for a second. Even Hyunju, who could keep a poker face better than most, demanded if he realized just how crazy this was. She asked him if he had any clue how massive of a play he was planning. Sang-yup agreed, saying with all the market signals pointing to the UK staying, betting everything on them leaving was basically playing with fire. If they do a wrong move, everything they build is going to collapse in an instant. But Jinho didn't back off, even a little. He pointed out that the vote hadn't happened yet, so the future was wide open. He said everyone thought staying was the safe choice, but he didn't buy it. People never act as rational as the numbers suggest. And with that, he told them about his future vision, plain and simple. He just knew the UK was actually going to leave. The team freaked out. It was too much, way too risky, and no expert out there was warning about an upset event like that. Jinho fired back that experts were the worst people to trust anyway. Ellie argued that it wasn't just the finance geeks. Even the media, and anyone with a brain, thought the UK would stay. But Jinho explained they were missing something. The Leave vote crowd was quiet, conservative, and off the radar. But on voting day, they'd storm the polls. Hyunju insisted that when there's cash on the line, people usually choose stability. But our boy cut in that this vote was about politics, not logic. That stuff gets real weird, real quick. Jinho didn't want to debate all night. He dropped a folder in front of each of them. It was a full-blown plan, with numbers, backup plans, and the whole outline strategy. They stared at the folders like he'd dropped a bomb on the table. He told them to trust him, the vote would pass. If they followed the plan, everything would work out. Hyunju practically groaned, saying it was too dangerous. Ellie wanted to know why Jinho kept risking it all when he could already retire. Jinho shrugged. People always asked him that. Ever since he and Taegyu first struck gold, he'd always given the same answer. He just loved making money, chasing the next big opportunity, and no amount was ever enough. Sang-yup was still shook. He reminded everyone of the winter 2 years ago, when he'd lost everything. One bad call, and he was rock bottom. But our boy just turned around and said even if they lost it all again, they'd just build it back, no sweat. That snapped Sang-yup out of it. He realized he'd been getting soft, playing it safe too long. If Jinho truly believed in this, he was in for all of it. Hyunju threw her hands up, saying resistance was pointless if his mind was set. Taegyu gave a short, firm nod. He was in too. Ellie looked nervous, but she promised to help in every way she could. Inside, Jinho knew everyone probably thought he was a crazy gambler. But after this, they'd changed their mind. After all, he got the Eagle message as his cheat code. With everyone on board, he set it straight. It was time to make some money. That marked the start of one of the wildest moves ever made in the investment world. Meanwhile, over in the UK, in the nerve center of the currency exchange, OTK's reputation was spreading fast. Those wild startup investors were suddenly flooding billions into Forex. Word on the street was they'd wrangled up $10 billion in cash. Everyone in the London market recognized their name from blowing up during the exploding smartphone disaster, and now, they were playing on a new level. Crazy returns if this gamble landed right, possibly turning $10 billion into $100 billion. The risk management folks at the banks and exchanges were losing their minds, watching all those flashy trades pouring in. They thought OTK just played with startups. Nobody saw these foreign currency bombing coming. Even the analysts wanted to know what the heck they were doing. Were they crazy or what betting on UK leaving EU? At home, Taegyu came through with the real talk with Jinho. He explained it in gamer logic. If you took $1, you could buy 2,001. If the rate suddenly became 4,001 per dollar, your cash just doubled for doing nothing. $1 becomes 2. The plan was to short the pound hard, bet on it crashing, scoop up the profit. Jinho gave a history lesson on George Soros, the man who basically broke the British pound doing the same thing. Soros was a guy who pulled the same move, betting against a country's currency. And now it seems our boys want to do the same. He laid out the red and blue scale. OTK was going to buy so much dollar currency, betting on Brexit will drop pound sterling, while the rest of the planet went in the other direction to buy pounds and hope UK will stay with EU. At the same time, bankers all over the world received news that OTK was betting Brexit would cause the pound to decline. They all laughed and chose to do the opposite. They only had one thought. OTK was going to go bankrupt this time because of their crazy, stupid move. Back to Taegyu. He said it was suicide. Soros went against one country, but Jinho was going against the world. But Jinho shrugged. All they had to do was survive to voting day, and when the results dropped, the winnings would be theirs. Back at campus, some dudes invited Jinho out for drinks, joking maybe he could meet the famous former senior Kihong, who now worked at the huge company K Company with senior Sang-yup. Dude, they had no clue Jinho was the boss behind the scenes. Jinho said thanks, but turned them down, hands shaking a little. His phone was blowing up with calls from Chase at Golden Gate. The legend himself wanted to know what game Jinho was playing in the currency market. Chase warned him this was a big, obvious mistake. No one would back him up, and he should pull the plug while he had the chance. But Jinho couldn't help but laugh. Chase just called him a colleague, and that hit different. Jinho told Chase thanks for the concern, but he was seeing this through. When the results hit, everyone would get it. Chase, shocked by what he was hearing, just froze on the other end of the call. Jinho ended it with a slick line. "It's best not to bet against me." Chase got real quiet after that, then called the UK division, telling them to watch and wait before doing anything crazy. Because things were about to get wild. They better play safe on Brexit this time around. Over at Sangyap's office, Ki-hong handed over a pile of paperwork, saying everything was in order. Sangyap wanted his opinion, and Ki-hong just stared at the numbers, saying this was nuts, then slipped out, saying he trusted the guys upstairs and didn't want to lose his job. Hyunju was on speaker asking if even Sangyap thought this whole thing was insane. Sangyap told her, what they did before? That was child's play compared to this. They were betting 1.1 trillion won with a single click. Basically, they are betting all the money they have in a single trade. In the end, he chose to believe Jinho, saying it'd all work out if Jinho said so. But even as he agreed, Sangyap was shaking so hard he could barely hold his phone. Then, the big moment came, voting day. Television reporters everywhere said turnout crushed expectations. Early numbers had the Remain vote at 60 to 40 for leaving. That meant OTK was getting hammered. Taegyu started freaking out, but Jinho almost seemed bored, telling him to chill because you never know till all the votes are counted. Only trouble was, there were 7 hours left to go. Now, doubt started to gnaw at Jinho, making him wonder if his vision this time had failed. He stood and announced he was heading to class. Taegyu was dumbstruck, but our boy just shrugged that the results wouldn't change whether he stood watching the computer or not. Taegyu grumbled, but wouldn't budge. His whole future was riding on this. Before Jinho left, he made him promise that if things went bust, he owed him a beer and some skewers on every payday. Jinho called him ridiculous, but Taegyu insisted. Our boy finally agreed to 2 cans of beer every time, and with a silly grin, our otaku friend called that a deal. At university, Jinho barely made it in before Yuri, like she had some sixth sense, found him in the lobby. She complained she was dead tired from staying up all night watching the vote and had overslept. Jinho said he hadn't really slept either. Wandering together, they nearly brushed hands as they walked, and soon spotted the infamous couple, Suna and her ugly new boyfriend. Suna, sparkling with gold digger energy, asked if Jinho and Yuri were a thing, since they looked close. Yuri hit her with the truth. Yeah, he took good care of her. Suna's face turned sour, looking like she'd bitten a lemon. Myungho, her new boyfriend, asked if Jinho knew K-Company CEO, Senior Sangyap. It seems his dad wanted to meet the big boss. Jinho promised to pass the word along, thinking how wild it was that Sangyap was getting legendary status now. Once class began, all anyone wanted to talk about was the Brexit results and who bet what. Students were even placing lunch money bets right in the room. Jinho bet they'd leave. Someone else, Suna's ugly man or whatever, bet on staying, and Yuri just copied Jinho. To most, betting on leave was straight up weird, since every poll leaned the other way. But now, with voting still underway and 52% for Remain, Jinho's hands started shaking. What if he got it all wrong this time? Back at HQ, energy was wicked tense. People were pounding on desks, demanding answers from Sangyap. Everyone was picturing themselves broke, losing their jobs, money, and everything they'd worked for. Sangyap escaped the chaos to make a call, his hands cold and sweaty. Meanwhile, in class, Jinho sat totally checked out. Yuri pointed out his phone buzzing nonstop. Startled, he checked. Turns out, they had to double down on their investment to keep their position in the currency game. The price was rising, so their losses kept getting bigger, and they needed to pour more money in to keep their bet intact. Dashing to the restroom, he started second-guessing everything. Was the future really set? Could his visions ever be wrong? He'd planned everything, covered every angle, and still felt like he was about to lose it all. The numbers on screen showed 48 to 52, and the abyss was opening right up in front of him. For a moment, Jinho nearly lost all hope, lying there on the cold bathroom floor, asking where he had gone wrong. But that's when the message hit again. It was the same cryptic vision, telling him the vote would pass after all. Hyunju messaged with a backup plan. If they quit now, they could still save Karos and face it, and walk away with $3.2 billion. People, and all bankers, also believed the UK was not foolish enough to leave, and thought it was over for OTK. Even Taegyu chose to drink to ease his mind, and Sangyap was throwing up due to the buildup of stress. But Jinho gave the order. Use everything that's left, wager the final money on the British pound's collapse and go for the 50 times profit. Hyunju begged him to think it through, but he barked back, do it. In the end, Hyunju only took a sigh. Even her brother had already signed off on the last stand order, to follow Jinho's words no matter what. Hyunju gave up then. If Jinho and her brother believed, so would she. She poured herself a hard drink, nearly trembling. Ellie came by to ask if she'd lost her mind. That time, Hyunju placed her hand on the computer and began betting all of their money. Ellie yelled at her, but when she learned it was Jinho's order, she told Hyunju to pour her one too. They were following Jinho's orders to the end. Sangyap gave Jinho a call, then asked if, should he go broke, Jinho would hire him again if he made it back from the pits. Jinho gave his word. The first person he'd hire off the street would be Sangyap. The senior could only cry, trying not to break down. Yeah, everyone chooses to believe in Jinho. All over Europe, the party had already started. Television anchors, politicians, and jokers on the street were celebrating. The world saw the UK and Europe as one. The numbers looked set, and no one on planet Earth thought the script could flip now. With the vote crawling towards its dramatic end, everyone either felt like a king Or, in OTK's case, like their entire future was about to vanish. One of the analysts pointed out how the wild crew from OTK was doubling down, sticking with the exact same plan right to the bitter end. Some suit nearby said these poor fools must be making a last desperate play. Soon they'd just vanish, completely destroyed. Truth was, everyone figured the real victims would be the unlucky workers who'd end up broke from this insane stunt. Meanwhile, locked in a college bathroom, Jinho was battling a total meltdown. Doubt clawed at him. Maybe that last vision was nothing but a daydream. Maybe this time, going up against the whole world's money had been a huge mistake. Every breath felt heavy. He didn't even have the guts left to check the news. The only noise he heard was his phone ringing somewhere in the distance, absolutely losing it. Then, suddenly, a voice piped up. "It's over." Jinho looked up and saw Suna walking by. She asked what he was doing there, and Jinho felt so lost he barely knew how to answer. She turned to leave, but then paused, turned back, and casually dropped the bomb. "You won." Jinho blinked, dumbfounded. "What?" Suna just repeated. "You won the bet. The vote flipped. The UK's leaving the European Union." He asked her to say it again, like he'd misheard. But it was real. Across the world, stunned analysts stared in silence. The entire room in the UK was frozen, faces hidden by hands and crumpled papers. The news anchors couldn't get a word out. For a second, the world actually stopped. And then, all at once, the otaku lost it, already busting out champagne, screaming so loud it could probably be heard across Seoul. People everywhere sprinted around, frantically trying to dump British currency. Even the smug financial bankers who previously thought they would win and OTK would go bankrupt are now in shock. They bet too heavily on the pound gaining value, and now they need to take a loss and start selling pounds to survive. The only ones on the other side of that trade? OTK. His mind trembling in shock. Was all of this OTK's play? Is OTK going to be the new Soros in the financial world? The entire system started to collapse, alarms blared, and some poor broker was begging the world to halt the sell-off, but it was way too late. Back in the hallway, Suna tried to read if anything was wrong, but all Jinho could do was stand up and thank her, saying it was nothing. Everyone else outside was living through a disaster, but Jinho just walked through the chaos with total calm. His phone absolutely exploded with messages, the kind of notifications you only see if you hit the jackpot or blow up the world. Overwhelmed, he just turned it off, ducked into a phone booth, and called the one person who actually mattered, his mom. She answered, worried, and asked why he wasn't calling from his phone. He just said he missed her, keeping his voice as normal as possible. A little before that, over at K Company, everyone thought it was over for real. People were ready to apply for jobs anywhere, and Sang-yup was practically foaming at the mouth. Even after the results, nobody could process that anyone would risk a whole company like that on the foreign markets. But then, reality set in. Hyunju slumped in her chair, drained, barely believing what had happened. Ellie could only mutter in shock. She stated everything is the same as Jinho's word. In Golden Gate's office, someone came in needing a word with the president. The man himself just sat thinking, finally seeing Jinho for what he was. From the report he got, the pound's currency is down so bad, and chaos erupted all over. People even demoed to urge the country to re-vote. Chase just taking a big breath. Jinho wasn't just a talent, he was a straight legend now. After what happened, there was no shot at him staying under the radar. This was history, and Golden Gate had missed their shot to pair up with him. The president ordered an emergency call. They were going to expand their Korea office. If they couldn't beat Jinho, they'd just have to join him. The next day, after the dust settled, OTK's crazy plays closed out. Company's value shot up to 5.9 trillion won, and OTK itself skyrocketed to 45 trillion won. That's $34 billion, bro. It clicked. They just hit 10% of Elon Musk's money. World domination? Coming up, baby. Jinho stared at the numbers, struggling to believe it. Taegyu just laughed, crowning Jinho the new richest person in Korea. Jinho was sure it wasn't real. The CEO of Samsung had 20 trillion won for sure. But as he crunched the math, he realized there was a chance he'd just beat that man up. He couldn't accept it. No way that old Samsung shark didn't have more cash hiding under the rug. All over the city, restaurants buzzed with gossip about what just went down. Everyone else got burned, except for the damn OTK bastards. Some journalists started putting it together, hammering out a headline about the Beast's attack. The company that came out of nowhere and destroyed the entire European financial market. OTK's crew became infamous overnight. Of course, when you make $30 billion betting against the world, people come hunting for you. Taegyu said it happened every time. Jinho replied, yeah, but this time they'd crossed the line for real. The streets even filled with protest signs. OTK, give money back to society. People in the UK straight up threatened his life if he visited. His friend even joked, congrats man, there goes one more country you'll never be able to enter. Right after that, Sang-yup called, complaining about a swarm of reporters so thick he hadn't seen daylight since yesterday. You could hear 50 journalists shouting questions, cameras aimed like cannons. Even the financial news couldn't stop with the updates. Golden Gate was officially expanding in Korea. Jinho remembered Chase's last call, hinting about good news. Now the picture was clear. Chase had even appeared on national television, saying he had faith in Korean investors. And when Jinho teased him about never betting against him, the old man just replied, I'd never do such a thing. Golden Gate beefing up their Korea operation? That was Chase's way of saying, We're with you now. Jinho respected the move. CEO or not, Chase could pivot with the best. Taegyu wondered what would happen to all those Golden Gate employees overseas. Jinho guessed they'd probably be transferred to Korea. That's when Hyunju got called in for a major meeting. Chase told her she'd be running the expanded Korea division. Not just as another name on a door, but with full authority. All that, on top of being a legendary top university grad, New York wonderkind, Asia division chief, third largest shareholder of OTK with over $1 trillion, in one move, she became one of the highest regarded executives in Korea. Wow, congrats to our badass sister. The next day, the moment Jinho arrived at the campus, he knew something was off. There was a huge pack of reporters waiting near the entrance, their cameras ready like sharks smelling blood. Jinho paused, totally confused. Why the heck are there reporters at his school? Is K-pop having a surprise concert? Or what? He searched the crowd for someone he knew, but before he could play detective, the reporters spotted him. Without warning, they swarmed him in a chaotic mess of camera flashes and loud questions. Someone with a big mic shouted his name, asking if he could give a quick comment. Someone else fired off questions about the investment and if he'd known anything about Brexit ahead of time. At first, Jinho totally blanked out. Why were these people screaming at him? Did his big moves finally get busted? Have they found out about him? How much do they know? He always figured a day like this would come, but he'd seriously hoped it would be, like, much later in life. He almost thought about running, but then a friend popped up, pushed his way through the crowd, and told Jinho to just act normal and be chill. That made him relax for a second, but then someone else yelled, asking about Sang-yeop, calling him a senior and wanting to know what kind of guy he was. Someone else insisted Jinho must have an epic story to share about CEO Park Sang-yeop, and even wondered if Jinho could call him live on the spot. Jinho realized what was happening. It wasn't about him at all. These reporters just wanted gossip on Sang-yeop, not on Jinho's own secrets. Suddenly calm, he shrugged and said, "Sorry, but he really doesn't know anything about all that." Jinho gave them a polite excuse about needing to rush to class and ducked out. He figured there was no reason to give even a tiny clue right now. It was definitely not the right time. That night, he was chilling at his place when Sang-yeop dropped by, looking super stressed. With a sigh, Sang-yeop explained that his whole day was crazy. Even now, reporters are crowding outside the company building and calling him non-stop on weird numbers. He had no clue how they even got his info, and said he might have to change his number just to get some peace. Takyu just laughed, telling Sang-yeop that he was basically a celebrity now. But Sang-yeop didn't find it funny. He muttered that things were way out of control. His whole neighborhood was going wild, and he worried he'd end up homeless if the insanity kept up. Through dinner, Sang-yeop kept grumbling about how rough election night had been, and asked Jinho how he found the guts to make such a massive bet with everyone watching. Jinho just shrugged again, saying he had a feeling he'd win. Sang-yeop just stared, super confused. He couldn't even imagine making that kind of all-or-nothing decision. When he did the math backward, Sang-yeop figured the only answer was that Jinho already knew how Brexit was going to turn out. That made Taekyu choke on his favorite jjajangmyeon noodles. No sane person would make a move like that unless they saw the future. Even knowing the outcome, Sang-yeop admitted he wouldn't have pulled that trigger. He stated that K Company's earnings from this last move were up to 4.8 trillion won. He honestly didn't know what to do with such a truckload of cash. Jinho asked what ideas he had for investing next. Sang-yeop said he'd been digging into the cryptocurrency market. Crypto, he explained, had no real government backing or set authority, but for some reason people believed it had value. Taekyu butted in with a smirk, saying he knew all about that. He rattled off facts about how crypto like Bitcoin couldn't be copied or hacked, and how the total supply was capped by math, not by some corrupted government. It was smarter to just see crypto like gold. Jinho sat back, thinking about it. Cryptocurrencies, huh? That sure sounded familiar. After all of his story begins when Taekyu finds his Bitcoin data. Suddenly, he felt the hair on the back of his neck stand up. The air changed, and his old vision friend, the Golden Eagle, popped into his mind, flapping its wings and dropping a new hint, this time about Ethereum mining. Jinho turned to Sang-yeop, asking him what he knew about Ethereum. Taekyu just grinned wider, clearly catching on that Jinho was chasing another one of his weird hunches. Sang-yeop explained that Ethereum was a newer cryptocurrency. Not only could it record payments and transactions, but you could code contracts onto it, letting transactions happen automatically under set conditions. Right now, it was only about a tenth the size of Bitcoin's market, so still kind of small time. Taekyu pointed out they already owned an exchange for crypto, so why not bulk up their own investment? Jinho agreed, saying they should double down on investments in Bansum, their exchange company, and separately stock up on some Bitcoin and Ethereum, or maybe even mine some coins themselves. When asked if Jinho was truly confident the market would explode, he just said that crypto would grow for a while but wasn't quite big enough yet for OTK company to fully jump in. The $30 billion cash pile sitting with OTK was looking for something bigger. The next day, Jinho was back in class. His professor started with some hot news. The famous Golden Gate was opening in Korea and hinted that anyone who worked hard might snag a seat at this legendary firm. They were even skipping their normal setup in Gwanghwamun and heading instead for an office in Gangnam, a weird move. The professor jabbed that if anyone made it in, they'd better come back and spill the real story about what was going on. Jinho wondered, why Gangnam? Why ditch a perfectly good office for a whole new setup? What could Gangnam offer them? His mind went wild with possibilities. Could it be Me? Did any of this connect back to what he'd done? He remembered that last late-night phone call with Chase, the mysterious guy always one step ahead. Suddenly, Yuri spun around in her seat, asking what he meant by it being because of him. Jinho got flustered, dodged the question, but Yuri kept bugging him, poking him to spill his secrets. Just then, the professor called them out for flirting in class. Yuri winked and teased back, making every guy in class glare daggers at Jinho. This girl is so consistent, guys. I swear. She better be the new girlfriend or I'm gonna smack our MC. After class, he grabbed Taekgyu and drove over to the airport. When they got there, reporters filled the arrivals gate. Taekgyu was shocked, wondering if a K-drama star was on the flight. But when the crowd started shouting about the future of the Korean market and asking for comments from the first Korean branch director of Golden Gate, Jinho and Taekgyu completely froze. The big shot director all the press wanted? It was Hyunju. The two friends looked at each other, jaws dropped. They'd just learned that Hyunju was now head of one of the most powerful financial firms in Korea, and she hadn't told either of them a thing. Out of nowhere, Ellie rushed up, looking excited, and told everyone that Hyunju was the very first woman to ever become a branch manager. Ellie suddenly grabbed Jinho's hand and said she missed him a lot. Wow, she is playing the game, guys. Meanwhile, Hyunju faced the crowd of reporters and explained the hiring process. She said the company would follow the rules and pick the best people, no matter if they were men or women. Ellie turned to Jinho and let him know that Hyunju needed to head straight to the office. She thought it was better if they all left for the office together. When they got there, Hyunju greeted Jinho and Taekgyu with a huge, proud smile since it had been so long since they'd met in person. Taekgyu still looked confused. He asked his sister how long she had been the branch manager and why she hadn't told him first. Hyunju said she'd wanted to share her news that day, but the media had found out before she had the chance. Jinho smiled and congratulated her. Still, she insisted it was all thanks to Jinho. She said that without OTK and K Company, there would never have been a Korean branch, so she could never have become branch manager by herself. Jinho looked surprised, not sure how something he did could make Golden Gate open a brand new branch in Korea. He quickly changed the topic and asked Ellie if she was going to move to Korea too. Ellie nodded and told him she was now on the legal team for the Korean branch. But then Hyunju playfully teased Ellie, asking if that was really the main reason she came. Ellie got flustered and explained that she was here because Hyunju wanted her to be, and she felt a little embarrassed. Seeing Hyunju joking around with Ellie, Jinho tried to make things less awkward by saying it was great that the two showed up together. He smiled and said she was grateful to have them both in Korea, since they'd be such huge help. Suddenly, Hyunju yawned. Taekgyu laughed and joked that his sister looked tired, asking if she was okay. Hyunju explained she hardly got any sleep, thanks to the crazy company transition, plus she couldn't rest on the flight because she had to go through a bunch of documents. Taekgyu teased that Hyunju was already rich, since she owned 3% of OTK, so she should take things easy. But Hyunju just smiled and said she loved working, and that was why she did it. Jinho shook his head, thinking how he would never be able to match Hyunju's workaholic energy. Next, Hyunju wanted to know if OTK had found a good building for their new office yet. Jinho admitted they hadn't. Without hesitation, she asked if OTK should just buy the building next to the Golden Gate branch. She even said that if Jinho was interested, she'd sell it on the spot. Jinho seemed surprised. Sure, the Golden Gate branch building was actually a twin set of buildings, but he didn't think someone could just sell half of it so quickly without talking to someone higher up. Then, Hyunju said that Chase had mentioned she had the highest decision power in Branch Korea, including this building. That made Jinho get serious. He asked her how much it would cost. Hyunju smiled big and said they would need to discuss all the details first, but the price should be around 500 billion won. Taekgyu said that was way too expensive, but Hyunju looked at the numbers and said that, honestly, it was kind of a fair price for a building in Gangnam, given the market these days. He then asked why Golden Gate was even selling one of its buildings. Hyunju said the company needed more money after suddenly starting a Korean branch, but that maybe it was also a favor for an important client. Jinho was amazed to be treated so specially by Golden Gate and Chase, but he didn't mind. Actually, he kind of liked it. He decided then and there that K Company would buy the building. Taekgyu got super excited, just imagining himself as the landlord of one of the fanciest buildings in Gangnam. Jinho was pumped too, thinking it would look awesome for their company's office to be right next to Golden Gate. Then Hyunju brought up something serious. Tons of people in the UK were angry at OTK, and K Company was in a huge spotlight. Golden Gate was also in the middle, catching all kinds of attention. She asked what Jinho planned to do to stay out of the drama. Jinho said he wasn't really sure. He knew Korean politics and media were tangled up with the richest people around them, and if they all found out that Jinho had no connections to big companies in Korea but suddenly became CEO of OTK, things would get crazy. Ellie asked what they should do next. Jinho answered that if they couldn't win against those huge companies, they'd have to join them, stand alongside them, and move with them. To be on the same level as them. Also, they'd have to pay back everything those companies had done in the past. Ellie asked if Jinho really planned to go up against the most powerful companies, like Yunsung Motors. He replied with yes. He said nobody could stop him anymore. He used to just accept life the way it was, but now it was totally different. Brexit had changed the whole game, and now he was playing at a completely new level. Hyunju explained that Yunsung Motors and Korean car companies were a huge part of the country's business scene, and the government wouldn't just sit around if OTK tried to compete with Yunsung. Suddenly, Taekgyu jumped up and cheered, promising to support Jinho all the way. He didn't care if the enemy was the global elite or some giant company. If anyone messed with Jinho, they'd get what's coming. Ellie agreed, saying she would help too. Jinho smiled at his team, thankful for all their support. Then he let them know his big next step was to expand into the US with their project, California Ross. The next day, Jinho was hanging out on campus with his friends. Out of the blue, Senior Ji-hong showed up, and everyone ran over to greet him. He bragged loudly that K Company just bought a building in Gangnam. Ji-hong kept boasting about how awesome his boss, Sang-yeop, was, and Jinho grinned, seeing just how loyal Sang-yeop's team was to him. He even thought about giving Gi-hong a raise. Ji-hong threw his arm around Jinho's shoulders and told him to hurry up and graduate so he could come work for them. He promised he would teach Jinho everything from A to Z. Dude, you are literally asking to teach your boss. Jinho only smiled, enjoying the nonsense. Suddenly, some juniors came over saying they wanted to join the economics club's dinner that night. All of them were from the math department and wanted to hear stories about CEO Sang-yeop. Ji-hong got excited and told them to join the party, proudly waving around the company credit card and saying he'd pay for everyone to have a great night. The whole group cheered, and the mood was through the roof. Then, suddenly a bitch called Suna showed up and asked if Jinho wanted to come with them to dinner. For God's sake, stop disturbing our MC. She mentioned finals were over and vacation was starting. Then she asked Jinho if he remembered how they first met at the party right after he finished his army service and wanted to know what had happened ever since. Jinho got confused and asked what Suna meant. She said Jinho wasn't the same person she used to know and asked what he was hiding. But Jinho, like a Giga Chad, didn't care much and replied that whatever he was hiding or going through, it had nothing to do with her anymore. Yes, King. Tell the bitch to shut the fuck up. That bitch eyes got wide when she heard what Jinho just said. She looked surprised. It was like she hadn't expected Jinho to be so cold. So just go then. But deep down, Jinho was thinking. While he dated Suna, he learned a thing or two about her. She was really sharp. She had a kind of quick gut feeling about things, sometimes even faster than normal logic. He thought that was cool, but now that they were strangers again, it only felt awkward. He told her that a lot of time had passed, so obviously he wasn't the same anymore. Luckily, Yuri, our goddess and my bet to be Jinho's girlfriend, comes as the savior. She popped into the scene just at the right time. She smiled, waved, and wanted to know if his exams went well and asked if he wanted to hang out, now that tests were finally over. She even teased and asked if she could borrow Jinho for a bit from Suna. With all this happening, Suna just said they'd talk later and slipped away. Thank God, I don't know my blood boiling when that stupid-ass girl comes into the screen. After Suna left, Yuri looked at Jinho and smirked, saying, "You saw that I saved you, right?" Jinho chuckled to himself. Another quick thinker, he thought. She wanted to know if he had any holiday plans now that break had started. He said he was about to go on a trip, with a friend, to the US. Yuri wanted to know who he was traveling with and where exactly he was headed. Jinho answered honestly. It was with a guy, and they were flying straight to America. Nearby, Suna's boyfriend was talking quietly with a guy wearing glasses. The glasses guy asked if that guy over there was Kang Jinho, and he confirmed. Suna's boyfriend thought Jinho was really weird. The other guy, whose name was revealed to be Hwang Yusong, started spilling what he knew. He said that before Jinho went into the army, his family suddenly went broke. But now, Jinho lived in a fancy house in Gangnam with a friend, and that friend's older sister had just become head of Golden Gate's Korean branch. Jinho drove a foreign car, supposedly paid $5 million in cash in front of some rich kid, and was rumored to have close ties to the CEO of K Company from a school club connection. Both of them laughed, saying it sounded crazy, like something no one would believe. Suna's boyfriend said that Park Sang-yeop, Jinho's senior, also seemed sketchy. He'd been in big debt and dropped out of school. Why would anyone trust him with investment money? The two started putting all the pieces together. Jinho, Park Sang-yeop, Takyu, Hyunju, K Company, Golden Gate, these were all huge names in finance. Gyusung said it was all he could find for now, but hinted that if his dad, the current prime minister, looked into it, they'd learn a lot more. Yes, he will get fucked up with our boy. Meanwhile, Jinho and Takyu were on a plane to the United States. Jinho started reading the documents, focusing on the latest trend in the car business. Car sharing was changing everything. Old car companies now had it rough. If the main factory stopped, all the smaller companies working with them would be in trouble too. Maybe even leading to mass unemployment and local problems. The big car companies were buying each other up, closing factories, or joining forces, leaving just 5 giants in control. One of those was Unsung Motors. Jinho sighed. He already knew how massive Unsung was, but it still surprised him. Even so, he wasn't scared, probably because OTK had managed to pull Unsung's ace card for themselves. Once Jinho and Takyu arrived in America, a Golden Gate worker named Henry came to greet them. Henry said branch manager Chase Southwell had ordered security and a guide for them. He suggested they rest at their hotel first, but Jinho insisted on heading straight to business. Takyu just grinned. Finally, it was time to see what their auto-hunting adventure had brought them. They rolled into KROS headquarters and the main R&D center. There, Daryl welcomed them with a laugh, saying they'd become famous while they were gone. Daryl had read the Brexit article and was glad things turned out well. He even joked that he was scared the company might change owners. But in his opinion, the current owner was the best thing ever to happen to KROS. Takyu tried to be humble, saying all they did was invest some money. Daryl replied that the hands-off approach actually helped development speed up, especially compared to when Yunsung Motors interfered. Daryl was eager to show off what they'd been working on. He took Jinho and Takyu to a big screen, explaining that they had over 3 billion miles of self-driving car tests logged in their virtual driving simulator. The monitor was packed with data showing their test cars driving, learning, and collecting info. They then headed to a meeting room where lots of people were already waiting. The atmosphere was pretty cold. Takyu whispered to Jinho, asking why everyone seemed so stiff. Jinho kept chill and joked that everyone was probably shocked at how young he was. At his age, people were expecting to see an intern, not a boss. The team started giving their progress reports, and it wasn't all good news. Takyu whispered that the guy was basically just admitting they hadn't made any cash and were running out of money. Jinho thought to himself that a company either made money or burned it, and CarOS was on fire, in the bad way. They were originally going to buy CarOS for $100 million, but got it for $88 million after some smooth talking. The leftover $12 million had been used up for development, but now the money is already gone. CarOS was like pouring water into a pot that never got full. Jinho suddenly understood why Yunsung Motors gave up on them. Without Jinho's special vision, he probably would have given up too. Next up was a quick update. Their self-driving tech was now 95% finished. Takyu was excited, asking if this meant they were basically done. Daryl shook his head. Even a tiny mistake in one sensor could break everything. That's why they needed to be perfect. Details mattered for safety. See guys, if only Elon Musk had the same thought as this guys, Tesla would be over the moon by now. Jinho respected this high level of care but worried it would slow them down. But the GOAT Daryl explained they had a partial solution. 3 companies wanted to work with them, but wanted a share of CarOS's stock. Jinho got real serious and asked what Daryl thought. Daryl said that even if their software was top-notch, it wouldn't work without the right hardware. Big companies had that. Saying no to their partnership could mean those companies would make trouble. It was important for car and tech companies to team up and finish things quickly. If they were too proud, CarOS might miss its best chance for a big launch. Hearing all the explanations, Jinho understood. They were ahead for now, but the money wouldn't last forever, and rivals could catch up. It was clear people in this room were already thinking about how much of the company to give away in a partnership. But Jinho stood up and said, "Thank you for the ideas, but I have no plans to give up any shares." Everyone was shocked and wanted to know if this was Jinho's own choice, or if the CEO agreed. Some workers shouted that they really had no other option. Yet Jinho told them there was still a path where they wouldn't have to rely on the big guys or be tossed away later. With $33 billion in his own hands, he was planning something huge. They would build everything themselves. He smiled. Game changer, right? They were about to make their own car, and that would change everything. If they could make their own car themselves, why need another company? Daryl looked really shocked by Jinho's plan. He asked what Jinho meant by that. Jinho kept it simple. He told them he meant it for real. They had awesome software now. So instead of depending on another car company, they would just build the cars themselves. The workers in the room started whispering. They said making cars was a huge deal, way harder than it sounded. They worried that they didn't have the technology, money, or time for it. But Takyu just smiled and said, "We have the money though." The workers were still worried, whispering that making cars was super expensive. Takyu said again there was plenty of money. "Dude, tell them you guys have $30 billion. I bet they are gonna die from the shock." When one of the workers intended to ask Takyu more about it, Daryl stopped him fast and told everyone to be quiet. Daryl looked nervous. He said they need to just believe Takyu. The truth is, this guy is still thinking Takyu is some kind of big shot and the true boss of OTK. He told everyone to let their guests talk. Jinho went on and said what Takyu mentioned was true. They had loads of money. What they needed now was technology and time. He said buying another car company could fix those problems in one shot. Jinho thought to himself how, before Brexit, they would need to partner with other companies. But now, thanks to their giant $30 billion cash pile, things were different. He understood his plan might sound crazy, but he promised to share the details soon to everyone from Karos. Just to be clear, Jinho told the team that this wasn't his own idea. It was actually the real CEO's plan. That night, Jinho and Takyu got to stay in this awesome, huge house that Golden Gate lent them. Takyu loved it, saying it was way too big for just the two of them. But Henry just said he was glad they liked it and to ask if they needed anything at all, anytime. After Henry left, Takyu sprawled out on the sofa and asked Jinho if he'd thought about which car company they should buy. Jinho replied that they definitely had enough money, but buying a car company was a huge deal that could shake up jobs and needed government approval from the US. It wasn't just about money. A lot of contracts and politics were mixed in. Takyu wondered why not just partner with whatever car company if their goal is just to make cars and compete with Yunsung Motors. Yet Jinho explained they still need a good company and solid plan. Tesla, for example, when they made electric cars at first, other car companies thought it was a joke. But when electric cars took off, Tesla suddenly became a giant, even threatening Yunsung Motors. He believed self-driving cars would change the world even more than electric cars. If they wanted to win big, they needed to bet big. Since they actually had the money, there was no need to split anything with other companies and just go all in. Takyu, starting to get bored of the topic, jumping up and laughing. He cheered, stating they still have bigger problems than car bullshit, which is what they were having for dinner. Jinho said he already messaged Henry. Soon after, Henry came back and said he found a great steakhouse. He also asked if it would be alright if his grandpa joined them for dinner, and Jinho quickly agreed, saying he'd be happy to treat them. When they arrived at the steakhouse, the smell was amazing. While they looked at the menu, a man in a hat walked up to them. Henry smiled and introduced him as his grandfather. The old man grinned and said he was really excited to meet the CEO of OTK Company. Hearing that, Jinho got nervous and asked if he knew who he was. The man told him he'd heard a lot about both Jinho and Taekyu from his friend Southwell. Suddenly, Jinho smiled, figuring it all out. He politely said he was pleased to meet him too. The old man was James Clark Goldman, the CEO of Golden Gate himself. James smiled and said Jinho had really good intuition for picking up on his identity. He wanted to know how Jinho figured it out so fast. Jinho told him the Asia branch, Chase, manager was someone he trusted and shared important information with. Even though the situation was rare, Jinho said he learned not to judge things too quickly from his senior. James clapped softly and laughed, saying Jinho was really sharp. He was surprised, but in a good way. He offered to toast with some wine to celebrate. James said when Southwell told him Jinho was coming, he made sure Henry took care of them right away. Jinho realized it was crazy and amazing that such a legendary investor would go so far just for him and Taekyu. James then said he didn't like discussing their big wins in public, even though what they achieved was truly amazing. He asked Jinho if he knew why he always avoided the media and tried to keep out of the spotlight. James leaned in and told Jinho a little secret. He wasn't actually good at investing. He joked that he knew nothing about financial products like trading, shareholders, or anything hard about it. Taekyu lifted his own glass, agreeing with James that he sometimes felt lost about those things too. James said financial products were simple when he was young, but now things got so complicated, he couldn't keep up. That's why he liked to stay hidden, and people started calling him the reclusive investor. James admitted again he had no special skill in investing, but he believed he was great at understanding people. He looked at Jinho through a circle he made with his fingers and said that when he talked with someone, he could tell if they were trustworthy. Jinho thought to himself that James Goldman's real skill was strategic thinking and choosing people, not just picking stocks. James finished the meal with a big compliment. He said that tonight he'd finally found another amazing investor. Both Jinho and Henry were a bit shocked. Then James looked at Taekyu with his little finger circle and said Mr. Taekyu was just as awesome as Jinho. When Taekyu heard his name, he looked around, surprised, and blurted out, "Huh? Me?" James then reminded everyone that it was actually Taekyu who first saw how smart Jinho was. Jinho agreed, and he remembered how, if Taekyu hadn't reached out to him first back in the day, things would have been really different. A flashback zipped through Jinho's mind. He remembered how his otaku friend had once told him that he believed in Jinho's powers and wanted to team up in the world of investments. There was another memory too, where Taekyu had even said he would give up some of his shares and let Jinho become the CEO if Jinho really wanted to. He knew that if Taekyu hadn't done all that, he would never have gotten this far. Back at the steakhouse, James smiled even bigger and said that he really admired their friendship. He shared that, after living so many years and seeing so much, he was sure of one thing: nothing was more important than investing in good people. Jinho thought about how people often said stuff like that at events. But when someone like the boss of Golden Gate Investment said it, it felt serious. James stated that Chase Southwell had once said that if he met those two, Jinho and Taekyu, he wouldn't just get good clients, but make good friends too. James said he agreed with that, and asked if he could call Jinho and Taekyu his friends as well. Jinho said that if James were on their side, they felt the same way. Henry, who was also at the table, suggested they make a toast. Everyone clinked glasses and drank together. Jinho thought that he still wasn't sure if investing in smart people was going perfectly, but one thing was for sure. Becoming friends with James was definitely a smart move. Suddenly, Taekyu imagined one of those silly polls in his head, like something from the internet. The poll asked if he absolutely had to go hang out right now, who would he pick? The options were, the CEO of Golden Gate, inviting him to be friends, super popular, Lim Jin-yong with some good news, or even some famous idols crying or confessing their feelings. Of course, most people picked hanging out with the Golden Gate CEO. Jinho thought the poll was funny and unrealistic, but Taekyu's imagination can't be held back, bro. The next day, Jinho and Taekyu were chilling in a fancy guest house owned by Golden Gate. The living room was huge and modern, pretty slick. Jinho told Taekyu that what they really needed was a car that could use the self-driving software called Karos. But it would be best to get an electric car for this. Taekyu groaned because any electric car company was expensive. He worried that if they showed any interest, the price would just explode even more. Jinho explained that electric cars still weren't super popular, just about 1 million sold every year. Most people still drove regular cars with combustion engines. But, lucky for them, their tech actually worked for any kind of car, not just electric ones. Jinho said they should try to buy a regular car company first and then get into electric cars later. Taekyu liked that idea. He asked Jinho if they could launch their tech in Korea. Jinho shook his head. It would be really hard because driving a car with no human driver was still illegal in Korea. Taekyu whined and asked when it would finally become legal. Jinho said it would only happen when Unsung Motors, the huge car company, finally made their own self-driving cars. He also explained that stuff like remote parking and fancy headlights used to be illegal too, but when Unsung started using them, the laws changed quickly. Jinho said this was like a secret way to protect local companies in Korea. Taekyu found that a little lame, but totally expected from a big company like Unsung. He looked at Jinho and wondered if Jinho had any special vision about which car company they should buy. Jinho said, "Nope, Every company on the market right now was either totally broke or really bad at technology. Taekyu agreed and joked that nobody ever sold a company with a bright future. Right then, the doorbell rang. Henry's voice called out and asked if they were busy. Jinho said they weren't, so Henry came in. He handed them a white envelope with a red wax seal and said that his grandfather wanted Jinho to have it. James liked doing things the old-fashioned way and said it was a little hint to help out a friend. As Henry left, Jinho thanked him and sat down with the envelope. Taegyu's eyes grew wide and he begged to know what was inside. The envelope was short, but Jinho looked shocked after reading it. He quickly grabbed the remote and turned on the television, as if something important was about to happen. The screen showed Donald Trump at a rally, yelling about stolen jobs. Taegyu was startled by the sudden noise. James' words echoed in Jinho's mind again, about investing in people. Jinho read over the letter once more. It said that if he was interested in the car industry, he should pay close attention to the US election. Jinho thought this was a huge tip. Maybe James wanted him to invest in something that the government supported. Taegyu was a bit confused. He figured maybe they just had to watch the election carefully. There were two main candidates. Diane was a famous politician from an elite family. Everyone knew her. And Donald Trump was her opponent. This guy was a wild businessman who used to be big in real estate. He acted totally different from typical politicians. He even promoted his golf resorts and cursed a lot in public. Taegyu couldn't believe that someone like that made it as the Republican candidate. Jinho explained to Taegyu that during the early elections, Donald said such wild stuff that he got way more attention than all the other candidates. His own party hated it, so they even stopped giving him money. But Donald just used his own giant pile of cash to win anyway. Now, it was Diane versus Donald. The two friends sat down to watch a television debate, but it mostly sounded like chaos and yelling. Later that night, they were still watching American politics on television. This thing was sure enjoyable to watch. Politician drama? I will take it too. Taegyu said that even though it wasn't his country, he thought this stuff was crazy fun to watch. He started talking about history too. He remembered a story from a game about China's 3 kingdoms. There was a smart advisor named Jiashu who said that if you joined the strong team, you were just another pawn. But if you helped the weaker side, they'd be grateful and help you more. Jinho thought that was a sharp idea. Taegyu wondered out loud if it even mattered who he supported. Because Diane was going to win the election anyway, she was up by a lot in all the polls. Jinho figured maybe they should try to meet Diane, especially with help from their new friends at Golden Gate. Just then, Jinho's head buzzed. He started seeing his magical precognition vision. A giant golden eagle with flaming wings flew through his mind. Jinho froze, shocked. Taegyu noticed and stared at Jinho, wondering what was going on. Jinho was so surprised. He pointed at the television and started to say something. Taegyu realized Jinho just had a huge vision and begged to know what it was. Jinho still looked stunned. He pointed at the screen, where Donald was yelling, waving his fist and shouting, "Make America great again." Jinho's mind echoed with the vision's words. Donald would become the next president of the United States. That was insane. Even Jinho couldn't believe it. Dude, things were about to get wild. The boys just sat there, totally stunned. Taegyu was lost. He wondered how this was even possible. Diane, the other candidate, was super far ahead in the polls. He thought maybe there was some crazy factor nobody saw coming. Jinho started thinking really hard. Suddenly, his eyes sparkled. Was the variable they were looking for actually them? Could their actions make the difference? He grabbed a deck of cards and smacked it down on the table, trying to explain his idea with some old-school poker vibes. Taegyu was a bit confused about all this talk of trump cards, but he was willing to follow along. Jinho compared the election to a poker game. He said it was like everyone already had 4 cards, and only one hidden card was left to draw. In this game, Diane already had 4 queens, a 4 of a kind. That's one of the strongest hands in poker. Almost unbeatable. Jinho showed this by laying down the cards on the table. Taegyu couldn't believe it. If Diane's hand was this strong, what did Donald have? Jinho showed that Donald basically had a king high with no pairs. Pretty weak compared to Diane. Right now, she looked sure to win. But Jinho said that the last card in the game could always change things. He let Taegyu draw some cards for fun. Taegyu got random low cards, nothing helpful. Jinho explained that this was like their situation 5 minutes ago. No matter what, Diane was winning. Even if they joined Donald before the vision, it wouldn't have helped because he was too weak. The only way things changed was the moment they decided to act. As their will to take part became real, suddenly things shifted in a weird way only the eagle visions could explain. Jinho handed Taegyu a face-down card. "This card," he said. Was it? The card that would let Donald win. He flipped it over. It was the ace of spades, the biggest, baddest card in poker. If Donald now had a royal flush, he went from dead loss to having the absolute strongest hand. Jinho and Taegyu realized that their decision to move could actually make Donald the winner. Dang, that was insane. Lol, is Jinho the real Elon Musk or what? Karos and now Donald Trump? Hell yeah. A little later, the two friends sat quietly, thinking about what to do. Taegyu asked who Jinho honestly thought would make a better president, just for the global economy. But he then sighed. Never mind. Forget complicated stuff like economics. Just think about what was best for them. Jinho guessed it would help them if Donald became president. Jinho wondered why they were both acting so serious. Taegyu then reminded him that their own history wasn't exactly pure. They had taken advantage of Samsung's phone exploding. They'd cleaned up in the Brexit chaos. This wasn't the time to pretend to be super noble. Jinho agreed, feeling a little guilty. But fuck, at least he got billions of dollars. Our otaku boy suddenly told a saying he liked from a Go comic. live first, then kill others. The time had passed for pretending to be a good guy. Now, it was about surviving first and thinking about the world later. Yeah, this is our goat for real. Jinho nodded. That sounded about right, but they should still be careful and maybe talk to both candidates before doing anything big. Meanwhile, Diane was busy with her own plans. She did an interview with the Wall Street Journal. People thought she would win so easily that the reporter already congratulated her on being the next president. Diane's team told her not to meet with any companies that looked sketchy, since she had the lead and had enough money. In the end, Diane told her manager to tell people from Golden Gate that she wouldn't make time for any extra meetings. Back at the guest house, Henry gave them the bad news that Diane's side said no to meeting. Even with Golden Gate pulling strings, Diane's team didn't want any trouble. Jinho accepted it. There was nothing they could do about Diane, so they moved on. That woman is gonna be flop a big time. Henry said Donald might have time though. He was in LA for a campaign stop and could give them 15 minutes before his flight out. He was kind of unsure why they would even bother since Donald's chances looked terrible. Jinho told him that meeting Donald would help both sides. He said they should hurry and get ready, no time to waste. That night, they went to Donald's huge shiny tower. The building screamed, "Rich Dude," with Donald's name written in gold on top. The three of them passed through super tight security. People in America would know that place for sure. Inside the tower, they were led into Donald's big office, where he sat behind his desk looking busy and a bit cranky, with two assistants beside him. First thing, Donald guessed that they were visiting him because Diane said no to meeting them. Taek-yu was surprised he knew, but Jinho figured that with a campaign this big, both sides probably track stuff like this. Donald said he was curious about OTK's mysterious CEO. He didn't expect someone so young, or so Asian, either. Jinho could tell that Donald was used to calling himself a businessman, which was how the media usually tried to make fun of him. Jinho told Donald it was an honor to meet. Donald gave Jinho a handshake so hard it almost hurt. He then asked who Taek-yu was. Jinho told him Taek-yu was the COO of OTK Company. He had just decided that right now. Taek-yu was shocked but went along with it. Jinho whispered that according to their documents, Taek-yu was COO from the very beginning. Donald got back to business. He wanted to know why they were really there. Time was money. What did they want from him? Jinho said straight up that he wanted to help Donald's campaign. Donald laughed loud and hard. Did they think he needed cash? If they wanted to give money, they should have come a long time ago. Jinho told him they wanted to offer something even bigger than campaign funds. Donald's eyes narrowed. What could be more important? Jinho told him, victory. He explained that Donald was behind and would lose if nothing changed. Donald's assistant was annoyed, but Donald himself listened. Jinho told Donald that while all the big companies were supporting Diane, Donald's campaign had way less money. But Donald had been a beast at staying famous by causing chaos online and in the news, always getting everyone's attention, even if it was just for being wild. Jinho said if they'd wanted to give money, it was too late for that. But he had something even better than cash for Donald. A way to guarantee he would win. Donald wanted to know how. Jinho brought up Donald's main promise, bringing back American jobs and reviving the manufacturing industry. Diane kept mocking that as impossible. Even Donald's own aide was tired of listening. He snapped at Jinho. Jinho quickly shut him up. He said he was here to talk straight with Donald, not anyone else, and he didn't want to waste a second on distractions. Donald burst out laughing. Sure, this was business. So what was Jinho's plan? Jinho said that if Donald wanted to keep his promise, all Donald had to do was give the word, and Jinho would make it real, right now. Jinho flashed the ace of spades, their lucky trump card. Donald, usually cocky, was stunned speechless for a second. Dude, things just got real. After that chaotic meeting, Jinho and Taek-yu were sitting in the guest house late at night, video calling Hyunju and Ellie. The faces on the laptop screen looked pretty serious. Hyunju was kind of freaking out. She asked them if they were crazy for supporting Donald in the US election. Taek-yu tried to calm his sister down, but she was really upset. Like really, who in the right mind would support Donald Trump? Hey, that's what Hyunju said, right? Not me, don't bully me, okay? She said the whole media was losing its mind over them. There were people everywhere talking about OTK Company meeting with Donald. She wanted to know what they were thinking. Taek-yu tried to lighten the mood by holding up playing cards, but Hyunju shouted at him to put the cards away. Taek-yu told her that this was all Jinho's plan anyway. He tried to act like he had nothing to do with it, but it was too late. Hyunju asked if they understood how serious the US election actually was. Jinho just gave a nervous laugh and didn't say much. Hyunju complained that they had let the story leak to the press and were even stirring up weird rumors and conspiracy theories. Now newspapers were printing headlines like, "Secret contact between Donald and OTK Company." It was crazy. Hyunju said that Donald was getting so much attention without even spending money on advertising, and she wondered why Jinho wanted to jump into foreign politics when he was supposed to care about the auto industry. Jinho explained that the US was just too important. If Donald really won, it would help them a ton to have a big factory or a business in America. Hyunju pointed out that was only if Donald won at all. Jinho calmly said that Donald was definitely going to become president. Ellie and Hyunju just couldn't believe it. Hyunju said that was impossible and asked Jinho if he had ever watched the polls. Hyunju was frustrated. Jinho explained that just getting the most votes in America wasn't enough to become president. They used something called the Electoral College. According to the polls, Diane was supposed to win by a huge amount. Yeah, voting is America's crazy deal, that's what I'm saying. Hyunju asked how Donald could possibly catch up and flip 80 electoral votes. Jinho insisted that Diane would win the popular vote, but Donald would still win overall. Then, Jinho showed a map of the US and pointed at a place called the Rust Belt. He said that area was about to switch and support Donald instead. Over in America, Donald was busy holding a massive rally. People were everywhere, waving signs and shouting his name. Donald yelled at the crowd that Detroit used to be the main city for American-made cars. But now, he said, everything was falling apart. Foreign car companies like those from Japan and Korea were making tons of money in America, but not the other way around. He said the other party destroyed American jobs, and that Diane was lying about the future. Suddenly, a woman in the crowd shouted back at him. She accused Donald of meeting with OTK Company and taking a huge pile of money. People in the crowd started to whisper and look angry. Some said they were disappointed in Donald and to get lost. Donald paused, then told everyone he did meet with OTK's CEO, and asked for help. Some didn't believe him and accused him of lying. Donald announced he did not take their campaign money. Instead, he got a promise of $20 billion for the American car business. He promised they would bring the Detroit car factories back to life and hire everyone again. The crowd didn't fully trust him. They wanted proof. Suddenly, Donald called out the governor of Michigan, Hubbell Butler, who walked onto the stage. The governor was actually from the other political party, so everyone was super surprised to see him there. Governor Butler backed up what Donald said. He told the crowd that the state was working out a deal with OTK Company, and the investment was for real. He said he would help Donald revive Detroit. Everybody started cheering like crazy for Donald after that. Donald shouted that America should always come first from that moment on. Back at the guest house, Jinho and Taekyu were watching videos from the rally. Taekyu thought it was wild, kind of like a pop idol concert with all the fans screaming. Jinho said he finally understood how Donald won the nomination. Taekyu said Donald had played his trump card perfectly. He wondered if Donald might actually be able to win. Jinho said it wouldn't erase Diane's lead, but it would shake things up for sure. He wondered how Diane would fight back. Meanwhile, Diane was angry. In her office, she slammed a fist on the desk. She was upset that Donald had met OTK Company just because she refused to meet them first. Diane was mad that a small investment company had suddenly become such a big deal. Her advisor, Joel, reported the mood in the Rust Belt was changing quickly. He thought they should go there right away, even if it messed up their plans. Diane thought about just keeping her leading states instead and wanted to do their rally in Florida as planned. Joel was worried, but Diane didn't want to change her mind. Soon after, Jinho checked his phone and saw an article about Diane heading to Florida. He thought she should have run to the Rust Belt instead. He felt sure this was her mistake. She might lose the support of people in Detroit and Michigan. Now, Jinho was in the CarOS company meeting room. He announced that OTK was really going to invest $20 billion in the American car business. One of their team was even talking with the Michigan government. He said they would still keep their research center but would move headquarters to Detroit. Some of the CarOS team was confused. They wondered if this was just to work with a car company OTK bought. Jinho surprised them by saying they weren't just going to work with someone else. They were actually taking the lead. From now on, CarOS would call the shots, having full authority, not OTK themselves. Daryl, the CEO of CarOS, thought, if CarOS was buying the car company, not the other way around, that's going to be insane. CarOS will be worth over $20 billion by then. Jinho explained that if they agreed, the CarOS executive team would get 4% of the company as equity. Everyone around the table was amazed. Daryl quietly admired Jinho's determination. The executives at CarOS looked so pumped that some of them almost cried. Jinho told them all he wanted was for them to keep building the cars they dreamed of. He asked if Daryl could put CarOS cars on the road for real. Daryl promised he would do his best. Jinho said it was a self-fulfilling prophecy. Now it was real. CarOS was rising, and everyone shook hands and felt great. Jinho explained to himself that CarOS would win in America partly because Americans liked things made at home. Having an American company and an American CEO would be a big deal. Just then, Taekyu said time like this was perfect for some food, like pizza. American pizza, of course. He even suggested trying M-Pizza, a company OTK had invested in. Taekyu wondered if big shareholders got a discount. Jinho thought it was a good idea too. The two friends laughed and started planning what to do next. Sometimes genius ideas come with pepperoni, dude. The next day, Jinho and Taekyu sat together in the guest house, talking about what to do next after Jinho's latest eagle vision. Taekyu asked about a company called Chrysler. Jinho explained that the big group called PTA had been trying to sell Chrysler for 3 years, but nobody wanted to buy. Taekyu was confused and asked what the PTA group even was. Jinho started breaking it down. After a failed merger with another car group, Chrysler was bought by an investment company named PS. People hoped this would help, but it didn't really work out, so that's how PTA ended up in charge. Taekyu said PS was pretty famous. He wondered why two big car groups getting together didn't work. Henry, who was with them, explained that when two weak companies merge, it usually just means double trouble. Jinho checked Chrysler's sales and pointed out that the company still sold cars, but Henry explained the real problem. All the brands in the group were so different, they couldn't share parts or resources, so there wasn't much profit. Jinho added that Chrysler was so focused on surviving day to day that they forgot to invest in the future, like electric cars and self-driving tech. Suddenly, Taekyu saw the big idea. If CarOS could buy Chrysler, it might be huge. Jinho grinned. Yep, that was the plan. While factory plans were moving along, Jinho said it was time to join Hyunju's team. He asked Henry to check the next flight to Detroit, but Henry said that wasn't needed. He'd already booked them a private jet. They headed straight to the airport. Taekyu was super hyped when he saw the private jet. He felt like a superstar. Jinho thanked Henry for coming along. Henry said it was actually an honor for him. His grandpa had told him to learn from Jinho and Taekgyu. Jinho, inside, thought Henry would learn more from Hyunju rather than them. After all, his trump card is the Golden Eagle, right? But of course, he didn't say it out loud. Taekgyu joked that the jet probably cost 50 billion won. He wondered if they should just buy one for themselves. Jinho thought it would be cool, but maybe not that useful. Inside the jet, the guys relaxed in squishy, fancy chairs. Henry offered wine, but Taekgyu wanted beer. They all toasted with beers and chilled out. Jinho suddenly got curious and asked Henry why he studied philosophy if he wanted to do investing. Henry said his grandpa always said understanding people mattered most, and philosophy helps with that. He then asked Jinho if he really, truly believed Donald would win. Jinho asked if Henry thought it was dumb. Henry said no, but he was still super curious what Jinho saw in Donald. Jinho just grinned and told Henry that this year was so insane, nothing could surprise him now. He said to just wait, because something even crazier was about to happen. Henry said he'd look forward to it. Meanwhile, in a fancy office, Hyunju and Ellie were hard at work. Ellie said it was nice to see everyone again, but she and Hyunju were exhausted. Things were happening way too fast because of all the wild moves Jinho and Taekgyu had made. Another day, another problem. Suddenly, Henry stepped in. Ellie asked who he was, and Jinho introduced him as Henry Goldman, the grandson of the super-famous Golden Gate CEO. Hyunju and Ellie were really surprised. Henry turned shy and blushed while greeting Ellie. Taekgyu, the most sensitive about women, noticed Henry's crush right away and grinned to himself. Jinho snapped back to business. He asked Hyunju about the government talks in Michigan. Hyunju said they were almost done. They got headquarters, factories, and even sweet tax deals. Jinho asked how the PTA situation was. She said their team would show up tomorrow. Ellie was annoyed, thinking PTA was using this to dump their worst brands and factories while keeping the good stuff for themselves. Yet Hyunju said the bigger problem was the US presidential election. The world was watching them, and she was actually annoyed about it. Jinho then asked her what people thought about all this in Korea. Hyunju said pretty much, everyone was against Donald, both for his personality and for his tiny chance of winning. Jinho thought to himself, yep, she was definitely mad this time. Ellie brought up another problem. Donald was talking about canceling the Korea-US trade deal and making Korea pay more for US soldiers. The only country really supporting Donald was Israel. Hyunju sighed. Because Donald had mentioned KROS and OTK out loud, now everyone was looking at them too. Jinho said, at least the future president was basically giving them a free ad. He thought to himself that, since they were fighting Unsung Motors, a major Korean business connected to politics, they needed big allies in America. Honestly, having Donald on their side seemed useful. Hyunju said all this would only work if everything went perfectly, and Donald really became president. But Jinho promised she could trust him. She still wanted to warn him not to do anything nuts, but she decided to trust Jinho's gut. Ellie said she agreed with Hyunju. The whole thing was scary, but since Jinho had been right about Brexit, she chose to trust him too. And of course our goat, Taekgyu, said he'd been supporting Jinho from the start. Jinho thought it was awesome that all the shareholders agreed. Now his goals were simple. Help Donald win the presidency, finish negotiations with the government, and close the Chrysler deal. Just then, Henry announced something big. Diane's campaign wanted a meeting. That night, Jinho and Ellie went to a super fancy meeting room. Joel Harford, Diane's top advisor, came in. He seemed surprised that Jinho was actually the CEO. They all shook hands and got down to business. Joel explained Diane liked OTK's investments, but she worried things were going too fast. He asked if Jinho could delay signing the government deal for a bit. Jinho asked why, and Joel said that Diane would help the industry a ton. She could even change the law to boost KROS, especially since most important states supported her. Joel tried to promise that life would be easier for business under Diane. Losing a state or two in the Rust Belt wouldn't even hurt the big picture. Jinho looked at Joel and asked, if they were winning already, why come talk to him? Joel said his job was to destroy all surprises and win by a massive margin. With that, Jinho realized Diane really saw OTK's move as game-changing. Now, he knew his decision could actually flip the election. Jinho answered, saying business runs on trust, and that once you lose that, it's over. Ellie looked nervous, knowing Jinho's next move would be a big one. Jinho asked if Diane was actually a generous person. Joel said Diane's kindness was as big as a river. He said if Jinho made a public statement for Diane, the campaign would loudly support OTK too. But Jinho shook his head politely. He said, sorry, but he would have to say no. Business is built on trust, not political games. He already done the business with Donald after all. Hearing that, Joel was left speechless. Dude, Jinho was here to play for keeps. Late at night, Jinho and Ellie were talking in the guest house. She wanted to know why Jinho decided to reject Diane's offer. She thought they could have gotten a really good deal. Jinho explained that he just didn't trust politicians, especially after all the stuff that went down around Brexit. He said there were a lot of companies that secretly hated the election camps, and you never really knew what was true. Politicians always said what people wanted to hear. Exactly, dude. They just want your vote and then forget about the country after that. Ellie asked if Jinho really believed Donald was any different. Well, for him, Donald was more of a businessman than a politician. He made public promises to support manufacturing and openly talked about OTK's help. That would be huge for a new president. But if Diane became president instead, things would get really tough for OTK in America. Jinho said confidently that Donald would win. He mentioned that since everyone would probably hear about their meeting, he should call Donald just in case Donald was worried. Ellie still wondered what would happen if Donald became president and then lost the next election. Jinho said that didn't matter. By the next election, OTK would be powerful enough that American politics wouldn't be able to touch them. Damn, I am getting goosebumps. The next day, Jinho was calling Park Sang-yup, who was busy in the noisy OTK Korea office. Jinho asked him to handle something important. Sang-yup agreed and joked about seeing Jinho in the news, hanging out with Donald all the time. Sang-yup also said OTK's team had finished moving into the new office in Korea. He asked Jinho when he was coming back. Jinho thought to himself that he would return to Korea with the crew once they wrapped up everything in the US. Sang-yup wanted Jinho to hurry, saying things were boring without him. Jinho promised to share all the stories when he saw him. Then, Taek-yu checked if Hyunju was getting any sleep, and teased her that she could dress more casually since they were working at home. Hyunju said she could not relax while working. Taek-yu quietly agreed, and Jinho thought to himself that he could never live with Hyunju's strict rules. Suddenly, Jinho's phone buzzed with a call from an unknown number. Ellie asked if he was going to pick it up, and Jinho joked that maybe it was Diane's team calling to threaten him. But he shrugged and answered anyway. It turned out to be James Goldman from Golden Gate. James said the whole political world in Washington was going wild because of OTK's latest moves. He said he heard Jinho had turned down Diane's offer to switch sides. James said that, logically, Diane should win. But people aren't logical, and the whole election felt different now that OTK had joined Donald. James admitted that earlier he was sure Diane would win, but now he wasn't so sure. Jinho thanked James, saying he never could have met Donald without his help. James said he was happy to help, and now had a favor to ask. He wanted Henry to work at OTK. Jinho was surprised. He wondered if Henry could learn anything from him, since Jinho didn't even finish college. James said, school isn't everything. Sometimes real life and business teach you more. Henry wanted this too, since it's not every day he could work with someone like Jinho, who people were starting to call legendary. Jinho agreed, joking that he might end up learning more from Henry instead. James had one last warning. He told Jinho that because of OTK's wild moves lately, lots of people were starting to look into him. He suggested that Jinho start preparing for that attention. In the end, Jinho thanked him and hung up. After that, Taek-yu wanted to know who called. Jinho told him it was James, and then asked what everyone thought about inviting Henry to work for OTK. His otaku friend thought it was a great idea. They needed more staff anyway, since the company was huge now. Hyunju added that if James Goldman trusted Henry as a successor, that was enough for her. She said they should bring him on. Right then, Henry came running in looking super happy and polite. He said he heard everything and was excited to join the team. Hyunju shook his hand and welcomed him. But she immediately put him to work, burying him under a monster pile of papers. This woman is full of madness, but I love it. Meanwhile, in Korea's Blue House, President Park Se-young sat at his big desk. He called the director of the National Intelligence Service, Yoon Se-won, to his office. The president talked about all the good economic news lately. The director asked if he meant K Company. The president felt proud that a new huge investment company was rising in Korea, but he worried where did their first money come from anyway. He thought it might be nothing, but he couldn't ignore the small chance it could involve North Korea. He said that would be a serious problem for national security. Later, Director Yoon Se-won sat in his own office, poring over a thick report. It was about watching financial companies for any sign of sneaky North Korean funding. The report showed all the connections. OTK Company funded K Company, which made huge profits in just 2 years. Park Sang-yup was listed as CEO. The report linked Jinho and Taek-yu through their college and showed big money transfers. There were notes about them living in the US, owning fancy cars and a luxury home. Director Yoon realized that all these pieces of secret information fit together like a puzzle. The real boss behind all the companies was not Park Sang-yup. He looked at the names again: Kang Jinho, Taek-yu, Hyunju, all linked by business and friendship. The director suddenly gasped. In his mind, all the evidence pointed to Taek-yu as the true CEO of OTK Company. Because OTK is Taek-yu name. Bro, I am laughing my ass off. What the fuck? If only he knew how messed up and hilarious the big secret actually was. And look at our otaku. Why does he seem like a gangster in this pic? After that, Director Yoon gives the report back to the president. The president was confused. Director Yoon reports about OTK and K Company didn't make sense. The document said that Taek-yu, who barely finished high school, was secretly the main man behind it all. They wondered if he was some secret genius or just lucky. Nobody was sure how just a handful of young people could control such a mega company. The president worried there was something fishy going on, but the boss at the spy agency explained that they'd need a US court order to look deeper into OTK's shares. The president thinks he should talk to Chairman Han Ming-gu from Unsung Motors about all this shady stuff. Next day, the chairman sat in his slick office, reading the newspaper. Headlines screamed about CarOS and OTK, grabbing all the attention. Han Chanyung, his worker, came in and explained OTK's move, how instead of working together, OTK was straight up buying their own car company. CarOS was still ahead in tech, but the law needed to change to make real progress. Chairman Han nodded, saying that if Donald won America's presidency, those laws would probably change fast. His assistant said Donald didn't have a big chance of winning. The investors were worried that their previous investments in CarOS would turn into rivals, but the chairman tried to keep calm and just told Chanyung to watch OTK and CarOS very closely. Right after, the chairman's phone rang with a VIP message. It was the president himself, asking about car factories and investment. Then the president dropped the big gossip, the secret report about OTK's real CEO. The chairman was shocked and quickly agreed to start getting ready for anything. The president was going to do something nasty, shady as fuck, and I hope they both got the bad karma instead. Meanwhile, Hyunju and Ellie looked totally stressed out, drinking coffee late at night. Hyunju joked that working just brought more coffee and more wrinkles. Taekyu agreed, saying making piles of cash just made him busier, not happier. He doesn't have time to spend his money for real. Jinho checked his phone and noticed a message from SY. He thought it was Sang Yop, his senior. The text is about to call him right now but using an American phone number. How fishy. Jinho then asked Henry to borrow his phone and made a call right away. When Sang Yop answered, he told Jinho to use this new secret number for now. Things had gotten dangerous. The government sent the prosecutors and tax office to raid K Company. They even grabbed sticky notes. NIS, Korea's scary spy service, had been watching them for a long time. Jinho almost dropped the phone. Why was K Company attacked like that? Sang Yop explained someone accused them of breaking money rules and tax evasion, which was insane for a startup that was totally clean. This was a super rare, almost unfair inspection, triggered by an anonymous tip. He said all K Company workers were under watch now, and the government was probably looking at Jinho and his friends too. Luckily, most of their secrets and data were safely locked away in the cloud, where only their team could reach. Jinho realized it wasn't about K Company at all. The real target was OTK Company. The powerful people in Korea wanted to slow them down. Sang Yop agreed, and told Jinho to be careful, to call him using this secret number if anything else popped off. Jinho hung up, his face serious. The team crowded around him as he explained. Taekyu was shocked. Was it even legal to raid a company without any evidence? Jinho said, in Korea, it happened all the time. Hyunju figured out the full story. The NIS discovered a connection between OTK and K Company while they were investigating. Once that link was clear, they brought in the tax cops and the prosecutors for a full attack. Jinho felt the speed and force of the attack meant that it was coming from the very top. He guessed there was another reason. PAS. Ellie wanted to know what PAS was. And for God's sake, I want to know too. Jinho explained it was a company making plastic car parts and airbags, and almost all its money came from Unsung Motors. He said the president used to run Unsung, became a governor, and now was the leader of Korea. The gossip was that he secretly still owned PAS through his family. Taekyu couldn't believe it. A president secretly running a business? Hyunju explained that technically, the president held no PAS stock, but everyone knew his family was in control. This whole raid was like a threat. Do not mess with powerful people in charge. She added that the raid was also about slowing down investment. If Donald became president in America and raised tariffs, the Korean companies that exported everything like Unsung and PAS would get hammered. By tying up OTK's hands, they could delay car investments and make things tough for Donald too. Ellie summed it up. They were tying up OTK by attacking K Company, just to slow down American investment, which would weaken Donald's election campaign. Hyunju knew the smartest move was for K Company to work remotely for now, to dodge any more trouble. Henry was angry. He called it dirty tactics. Jinho said no, but then realized, actually, he needed to go back to Korea. With Sang Yop gone, there was no one else who could run things properly there. Jinho said he had to go. Hyunju worried it wasn't safe for Jinho to return just yet, but Jinho said he was ready for this kind of fight. Taekyu said he was coming too, no matter what. Ellie jumped in, saying she trusted Jinho's decision. Jinho said thanks, even if it was all crazy and a little reckless. He was ready to face whatever happened next. He sat alone for a moment, looking determined and fired up. He told everyone to get ready. They were heading back to Korea. Yes, please fuck up Unsung Motor. I'm thirsty for war. Dude, looks like the real game was just about to begin. At the airport, Jinho, Taekyu, and their crew were waiting around when the vibe turned tense. Everything felt like a big, complicated mess. Business, politics, and power all tangled up. There were wild connections between big companies like Unsung Group, car parts company PAS, President Park, and, believe it or not, the American presidential candidate Donald. Right then, Jinho got a call. It was Donald. Donald wanted to know if the plan for investing was still safe. Jinho said the money would move as promised, and he'd finish as much as possible before the US election. Donald seemed happy, and told Jinho to come to his big celebration if he won. Jinho hung up just as Ellie came over and asked about the call. He explained Donald already heard about the trouble in Korea and warned them to be careful. Ellie was kind of freaked out. Even a presidential candidate was worried about them. Things were that serious. Jinho explained that Korea's Blue House, that's where the president works, controlled everything. Politicians, spies, police, prosecutors, rich company owners, and even the news. They'd probably already decided to arrest the OTK CEO. Jinho knew this was dangerous. Taekyu and Ellie were shocked. They realized Jinho had known it might happen and still returned to Korea. Hyunju said Jinho was prepared and took precautions. She hated to think the government could be so corrupt, but Jinho just shrugged. He said since he hadn't broken the law, he'd be released soon. Taekyu joked in a silly way that getting arrested was just normal for Jinho. Jinho said it was actually safer for him to get in trouble than for Hyunju, because if they messed with the Korean branch boss at Golden Gate, it could cause major international drama. The group started to move out of the airport. Taekyu looked around, a bit on edge, but also a little disappointed not to see cops everywhere. He then asked if NIS was really such a big deal. Hyunju told him not to mess around, but Jinho pointed out that nobody was waiting to arrest them. That seemed like a good sign. Suddenly Henry looked very nervous. He thought some guys had been following them for the past 10 minutes. Hyunju groaned. This bad luck come from his ignorant brother. Well, Taekyu, calm as ever, asked if it was too late to run, but Jinho just told everyone not to worry if he got arrested. They needed to keep working and follow the plan. He told Hyunju to stick to the investment schedule. Hyunju wanted to know what Jinho was really thinking. Jinho answered seriously, saying everything would work out once the US election ended. When Donald became president, all the shady stuff Korea's leaders did to block OTK would pop out and people would start investigating Eun-sung and President Park. He admitted he'd become bait on purpose. With all the heat on him, the rest of the team could move without being blocked. Then, out of nowhere, a group of men in sharp suits walked up. Taek-gyu tried to keep things positive, promising to send Jinho snacks in prison if he got taken away. But instead, two of the men grabbed Taek-gyu. They called him Mr. O Taek-gyu, CEO of OTK Company, and put him in handcuffs. Taek-gyu and everyone else were totally shocked. Hyunju freaked out and demanded to know how they could just snatch Taek-gyu. Even Jinho couldn't believe it, the government had grabbed the wrong guy. They thought Taek-gyu was the boss and took him away. One prosecutor showed Taek-gyu a warrant. He was under arrest for breaking money and finance laws. Taek-gyu started yelling about knowing his rights, but the men just told him to stay quiet. Jinho tried to confess he was the real CEO, but Taek-gyu signaled for Jinho to keep going and do what he needed to do, friend style. He let himself get taken so Jinho could stay outside and fight. For real, this guy is the real gem. I hope I have one friend like Taek-gyu. As the men led Taek-gyu away, Ellie and Henry urged him to keep moving and deal with their problem for now. Outside, his senior was waiting with a car. Inside the car, Jinho asked where Sang-yeop was. The senior said Sang-yeop was being questioned by the government and told Jinho to give instructions if something broke out. The senior asked why Jinho suddenly got tangled in this situation. Who is he for real? Suddenly, Hyunju got really mad. But thank God she kept rational, always sharp, said maybe it was for the best. Better to lose Taek-gyu than Jinho, since Jinho was the planner. She figured Taek-gyu let himself get taken on purpose. She told Ellie to get a lawyer on the case. Ellie started working while Hyunju's eyes flashed with anger. She swore she'd never forgive them for grabbing her little brother, Taek-gyu. Back at K Company's office, the place looked like a storm had blown through broken desks, papers everywhere, total disaster. Jinho said they had totally trashed the place in the raid. Hyunju shook her head. All that Golden Gate got in the mess were some pointless letters. The senior wanted to know what to do next. Jinho jumped into action. He told everyone to grab what they needed, close up the office, and move to Golden Gate's building next door. All important files would be kept safe in the cloud. He told them to settle in and get back to work. One employee asked who he was. Jinho introduced himself as Kang Jinho, and said he'd be running K Company for now. The staff recognized the name and decided to follow his lead. In Golden Gate Korea's office, Jinho told everyone to switch to company phones to dodge illegal wiretaps. Hyunju felt like they weren't running a regular business anymore. It felt more like a spy movie. She gave Jinho a hard stare. He'd promised things would get fixed after the election, but she wanted to know what the backup plan was if that failed. Jinho answered, "Did it really matter?" He knew she'd already made up her mind to fight back. Hyunju agreed. She said while they couldn't play dirty like the NIS spies, the money world moved even faster than government secrets. She called the legal team and told them to investigate the connection between PAS and President Park. She wanted every dirty secret directly reported to her. Jinho was impressed by her cold fire. He thought if President Park could see Hyunju like this, he'd realize he picked a fight with the worst possible person. As Hyunju lit a cigarette, her eyes burning with anger, she promised she would pay them all back for what they'd done. Damn, so badass our queen. Dude, the battle had just leveled up. Fuck them all, messing with our otaku sister. The next day, Senior Sang-yeop had just gotten out after being questioned by the authorities. When he walked back into the temporary K Company office, all the employees clapped and cheered. Everyone was glad he was back. Poor our senior. He looked like he had aged 20 years in that damn place. Sang-yeop then said hi to Jinho, who was waiting for him in the next office. Jinho told him he'd been through a lot, and Sang-yeop said the accusations were wild and made no sense. He could tell the people questioning him just wanted to mess with him. Sang-yeop also heard the news about Taek-gyu being arrested by mistake. He thought it was crazy that they could mess up the paperwork like that, and thought the court must be in on it too. He then asked if Taek-gyu was fine. Jinho nodded, said Taek-gyu was keeping quiet and using his right to stay silent, with his lawyer next to him. He then explained the charges for Taek-gyu. The first was about where their money started. The other was suspicion of insider trading about the Samsung Galaxy phone situation. Sang-yeop got angry. He pointed out that you're supposed to have proof before making arrests. But this time, it seemed they just wanted to keep Taek-gyu locked up until the US election was over, to slow things down on purpose. The only good thing? They arrested the wrong guy, so OTK's team had some time to move fast. Jinho then told Sang-yeop to stay calm and take things step by step. That night, Jinho joined an online video meeting with Daryl Sagan. Chrysler's business was in pretty bad shape because they only focused on emergencies, not on making new cars or keeping quality up. Jinho told Daryl he needed to care about quality first, even if Chrysler's sales dropped a little for now. Daryl agreed. He promised that once they used Keros' technology together with Chrysler, they'd become one of the biggest 3 car companies. After the call ended, Sang-yeop noticed things were moving again. Jinho smiled, and he was getting ready to fight back. Instead of backing down, Jinho decided to go harder. He wanted to keep investing, not slow down, and even spend more money right now targeting the US election. He explained to Sang-yeop that there were some states, like Pennsylvania and Ohio, where the election was really close. If OTK dumped $5 billion more to help Donald's campaign in those places, it could make a huge difference. Right after Jinho made the plan, a news report popped up. OTK was dropping $5 billion into Pennsylvania. The money keeps pouring like water, damn. Meanwhile, in Yunsung HQ, Chairman Han Min-gu got a call from Diane team. He was furious on the phone. He yelled that instead of stopping, OTK's total investment hit $25 billion. He wanted to know if the OTK boss really got arrested. Chairman Han said yes, the CEO was locked up, and even the lawyer's visits were watched. Diane's team didn't get it. How was OTK still moving so fast? Chairman Han guessed it was Taegyu's big sister, Oh Hyunju, running things now. Diane's team remembered seeing her name, wondering if Jinho is really tangled with the women. To make sure, using his head, he asked for a photo. Joel then got a picture of Taegyu. He stopped, he yelled at the phone, and asked what the hell Chairman Han thought the CEO was a different guy. A man Joel met back then is a Korean in his 20s named Kang. At that moment, Chairman Han realized he had made a really big mistake. Oh Taegyu must be just a puppet, with Kang Jinho as the real brains. He was the real CEO of OTK. Thank God, at least you have a decent brain right now to understand. Now, we're gonna see Suna the bitch again. At a fancy restaurant, some rich young people were holding a dinner party. The white-haired guy, whose name I don't fucking remember, and Suna was there. The group was talking about the crazy rumors going around about OTK's CEO. They bragged about how wild it was that a young Korean in his 20s could shake up all of Washington. The other man said Taegyu gave his friend Jinho $1 billion and even a new car. They joked that maybe Jinho was just really lucky to be his friend's helper. One girl, So-hee, said it must be nice to get so much money just by having the right friends. Hearing the OTK and Taegyu name in the same sentence is Suna's first time hearing. What the hell happened? Is this why Jinho got so much money back then in the restaurant? But Suna, thinking to herself, had doubts. She remembered Taegyu from when she dated Jinho. She felt like he didn't seem strong enough to run a beast company like OTK. Suna's ugly boyfriend wondered if Taegyu would get released soon. The other man said yes, it's just a warning after all. He thought OTK was staying quiet on purpose until this trouble passed. But suddenly, the bitch Suna spoke up and said, if Taegyu and Jinho worked together, Jinho would be the real leader for sure. The others questioned her, but Suna insisted Jinho was not the type to just work under someone else. Oh God. Thank God this trash girl is gonna regret her life so much after knowing Jinho was indeed the real boss of OTK. Back in the office, Jinho had made up his mind. He told the group it was time to get Taegyu out of jail. Ellie asked how they could do that. With confident, Jinho said he would gather the press and get the attention by holding a press conference, using his real name. Jinho was about to take back control, loud and proud. Dude, things were about to blow up. Hell yeah, he's gonna reveal he is the real deal.
Now, Jinho was driving with Hyunju sitting next to him. She was busy looking at her tablet, probably doing some important stuff, while Ellie Kim was chilling in the back. Dang, there was a lot going on. Hyunju said they need to inform Jinho's mother. She said that if the mother heard the whole story, she would be shocked, and it was way better for her to hear directly from them, not from some random TV news about Jinho's press conference. Jinho wondered if there was anyone else they should tell. After thinking for a moment, he thought that our best girl, Yuri, would be upset if he didn't inform her first. Clearly she was important. But well, he doesn't have time to call her right now. They soon arrived at Jinho's mother's place. The house looked modern and really nice. Jinho's mother greeted everyone warmly, but she was definitely worried. She told them they should have warned her earlier but thanked them for making the trip. She seemed nervous and asked Jinho what was up and why he came so suddenly. Jinho just smiled and said that it was nothing special, but she clearly didn't believe it. She even asked if he was in some kind of trouble. Meanwhile, at the prosecutor's office, things were getting wilder. A spokesperson was standing at the podium, talking to a mob of crazy reporters. They wanted the scoop on the emergency arrest of the OTK company CEO. The spokesperson said the search at K Company and 2 other places was official and by the books, and the results would come soon. Reporters got really loud when they heard about the emergency arrest and started questioning if the wrong person was arrested. Prosecutor General Hong Manhwa was watching this on his screen. He was yelling into his phone, shocked that it was Kang Jinho and not Oh Taegyu who was the real CEO. Manhwa groaned in frustration, realizing that if things went south, the prosecution was going to take all the blame. He was definitely in panic mode now. Meanwhile, at the National Intelligence Service headquarters, Director Yoon Se-won sat in his fancy office but looked super stressed. His leg was shaking, and an agent stood in front of him with his head down. Yoon Se-won was thinking to himself, how could Kang Jinho be this crazy? Se-won was looking at a tablet showing a photo of his agents being spied on, and the message said 211 photos had been shared. He thought that usually, when the government came after a company, the company stayed quiet. Arrests and raids were basically just normal events. Companies usually tried to make a deal and keep things peaceful. So why was Jinho doing this insane thing, watching the watchers? He wondered if maybe, just maybe, Jinho was doing this because he actually didn't break any laws. Maybe he was too clean so he could go wild and not worry about anything illegal popping up. Se-won started thinking about all kinds of financial crimes companies do, like insider trading, embezzlement, and price fixing. But then, he wondered what if Jinho caused all this trouble without breaking a single rule. Lol, he was a clone. Just then, an agent ran in to say the OTK press conference was in 2 hours. Se-won freaked out, saying they had to stop it before something big was revealed. Back at Prosecutor General Hong's office, Hong was talking to Director Yoon by phone. Hong wanted to know if there was any way at all to stop the press conference. Now that the real CEO was discovered, maybe they could just arrest Jinho. Hong blamed the NIS for making the prosecution look stupid. They have already arrested Taegyu, and now they need to arrest Jinho too? If that's how NIS's stupid guy thought, maybe they should arrest maybe K Company's CEO Park Sang-yeop, or even Golden Gate's Korean branch manager Oh Hyun-ju. Bro, the man was losing it. Back at the Golden Gate Korea office, Hyun-ju was standing guard by some doors. She told Jin-hoo that she took care of all the little problems and he could go in now. She asked if he was ready. Jin-hoo replied that if he couldn't come back before the presidential election, she should invest like he told her. If anything changed, she'd hear from the lawyer. Pretty smart dude. He wanted her to let Taekyu know he rocked when he returned. Jin-hoo finished fixing his tie. Got to look sharp for the cameras, right? Ellie came over, fixed his messy hair, and said that he looked extra handsome today. She told him to go get him. Bro, Ellie was kinda cute too. So, you guys team Yuri or Ellie? Please drop a comment. Anyway, Jin-hoo also turned to his old school seniors, Gi-hong. He apologized for not telling Gi-hong sooner. Gi-hong got all flustered and said that it was fine, though he still couldn't believe it. He suggested having a drink and chatting when Jin-hoo got back. Jin-hoo agreed. Sounds like someone needed a beer after all this drama, dude. Just then, Jin-hoo's phone buzzed from a restricted number. He thought it was obvious who would be calling at a time like this. He picked up, and the person immediately told him to stop the press conference. Jin-hoo asked who it was. The person said it would be better not to do something Jin-hoo would regret, and that this could be solved by negotiation, without making things confusing. He said he called to negotiate and wanted to know what Jin-hoo wanted. Jin-hoo, totally pissed, told the guy that the second they hurt K Company and messed with his friend, any negotiation was over. He said he wanted to see who would win to the end. Then, he threw his phone on the ground and broke it. Bro, our boy looks so cool now. The voice on the phone tried to stop him, but Jin-hoo was done. With aura farming mode, our boy fixed his tie, because a boss has to look cool, and walked toward the press conference room and said he would be back soon. Then, the press conference kicked off. Jin-hoo stood at the podium, facing a whole army of reporters and cameras. He introduced himself as the spokesperson for OTK Company, and thanked everyone for showing up, even though they were all extremely busy. His mother was watching from her house, looking super anxious. Jin-hoo started by saying that K Company had just been raided, and the CEO of OTK Company had been arrested at the airport. He pointed out that everyone probably already knew this. But then he said he was there to explain OTK Company's side of the story. He revealed something huge. K Company employees weren't just targeted by the search, they had been watched, their calls checked, and their money moves tracked both before and after the raid. Bro, that was like spy movie stuff. That made the reporters freak out. One of them asked how Jin-hoo could even know it was real surveillance. Jin-hoo said he'd show proof, then pointed to a big screen behind him. It showed photos of two guys being followed, with red circles around them. It even said the same person was caught in a bunch of photos, like some kind of secret agent fail. The reporters couldn't believe it. One reporter even said it was breaking news and wanted to post the scoop straight away. Jin-hoo hit back, saying public officials watching and reporting on regular folks was not only over the top, but also totally illegal. He said everyone involved, those people and their bosses, would have to answer for it. Yikes! He was dropping lawsuits left and right. Then someone shouted, asking if the OTK CEO, who was supposedly arrested, was not actually the CEO. Jin-hoo pointed out that it seemed political to announce stuff before the official investigation was even finished. He guessed that the guy asking must be a government-backed reporter. But Jin-hoo said the real bomb. The person being investigated was not the OTK Company CEO. Everyone was stunned and yelled out questions. They wondered if the police or prosecution had nabbed the wrong person. So where was the real CEO anyway? It was madness. Ellie was watching with a tough look on her face, knowing that Jin-hoo had made his choice. Then the story flashed back. Hyun-ju, Sang-yeop, and James Goldman had talked about this coming moment. Hyun-ju asked how long they could keep hiding Jin-hoo. Sang-yeop said with all the stuff going on, like Brexit, Jin-hoo couldn't keep his identity secret forever. James said Jin-hoo needed to start getting ready, because a lot had come out about him. Right back at the press conference, Jin-hoo stood alone, right in the middle of all the craziness. He thought to himself that this was the big moment his mentors had talked about, the day he would finally stand up as himself. He put his hand over his heart and, with the whole world watching, dropped it. He said he was the CEO of OTK Company. For a second, everyone froze. Then, total chaos. Cameras flashed, reporters jumped up, people started tripping and falling over each other just to get the news out. Jin-hoo said he was ready to take questions, but the first reporter was so stunned he couldn't even speak. Then, everyone started yelling over each other. They wanted to know about his money, his company, the government case, everything. The whole internet who's streaming the case also exploded. Who the fuck is this cool man? Suddenly stated he was the CEO of a big company out of nowhere. Straight out drama cliche. Meanwhile, back at Jin-hoo's mom's house, she almost passed out, but luckily she had taken her calming pills like Jin-hoo told her. She said she had never felt the danger before, but seeing her son on live TV made everything real. It was lucky they had warned her, or she might have fainted for real. She asked whose crazy son would do something this big. Dude, he is your son. Over at Hanguk University, things were nuts too. A professor noticed his students all whispering and freaked out. A student explained that OTK was holding a live press conference, and their old upperclassman, Kang Jin-hoo, just appeared on TV as the CEO. The whole class rushed over to see the live news on a phone. The professor couldn't believe it. His own student was the star of this global news. Other kids said all the news was getting updated about Jin-hoo, and some students remembered seeing him last semester. Everyone was basically losing it. Shin Yuri, sitting quietly, just smiled to herself, and thought about how she now finally understood what Jin-hoo meant when he said he had a Confession. She said to herself she wasn't expecting that confession to be, "I am the CEO of OTK company." Yeah, this guy never fails to surprise her. Outside on the campus, everyone was talking about Jinhoo. Some couldn't believe it, some called out his nickname, others just said it was crazy to imagine. Over in a busy newsroom, Suna watched the news with a crowd. Everyone guessed Jinhoo must be worth a crazy amount of money. And this bitch dared to think to herself that if only she had known sooner. She wondered what could have been different. Bitch, writer Nim, please make her die. I want to slap her so bad right now, guys. This fucking gold digger bitch, don't you dare lay a finger on our boy. By the way, in a small news office called News Breakthrough, the boss, Lee Song-gyun, was watching it all while eating a sandwich and smoking. He said Jinhoo was actually insane and joked that he regretted only sending his junior reporters to such a wild event. Reporter Ha Jong-won sat at his own desk and said the press conference was blowing up everywhere. He originally thought they were scared, and that's why even small news groups got invited, but it was actually the opposite. They were super confident. On their desk was a big manila envelope and a USB stick, which seemed to be a secret expose they got by mail. Ha thought OTK probably sent it, and Lee said as long as the sender wanted to stay hidden, they wouldn't push it. If another news outlet started reporting on it, maybe then they would jump in. But it felt like no one else had these files. This story was theirs alone. Lee said Jinhoo probably knew his history of fighting power within the government, so this was a big chance to publish a huge story and maybe even get revenge on the president who once kicked him from his previous news company. Meanwhile, the literal president, Park Si-hyung, was sitting in his office watching the chaos unfold. He looked furious, saying that he never actually wanted to destroy OTK company, he just wanted to teach them a lesson. If they had just set things up after the US election, maybe they could have been friends. But since Jinhoo was so squeaky clean and untouchable, now it made sense why he was so confident all along. The president picked up his phone and told his PR secretary he had something to fix, and in his head, wondered if Jinhoo really wanted to challenge him until the very end. He ordered every media outlet to work together. Oh man, now things were serious. He would get wrecked 100%. Back at the prosecutor's office, a huge crowd of reporters waited outside. Jinhoo calmly walked through the shouting mob as they yelled questions. Why were they arresting the wrong person? Was the Blue House involved? What was the real crime? Was the president even putting pressure on the case? It was total madness, but Jinhoo kept cool and went inside. He went into an interrogation room, sitting across a desk from Chief Prosecutor Kim Gyong-jun. The dude looked stressed, flipping through a pile of seriously bad news, reports from News Breakthrough, exposes, and special articles about OTK and political risks. Kim thought all this mess was going to crush the stock market. Kim then asked Jinhoo if he ordered all these wild reports. But Jinhoo only smiled, had a question of his own. He looked at the name tag on the table and asked Kim Gyong-jun if the order to arrest him had actually come from the president. Now, everyone was holding their breath. Bro, our MC is not even afraid of the president. Yeah, money is power, basically. Hearing that, Kim Gyong-jun got angry, asking if Jinhoo really understood his own situation. Jinhoo switched gears and asked if Kim had ever heard of Athena. Kim looked confused, so Jinhoo explained. Athena was a nickname for someone super smart online during the financial crisis. That person made amazing predictions and became famous, even getting called the financial president. But the government got annoyed when Athena's predictions didn't support them, and the prosecutors suddenly arrested Athena, trying to blame her for spreading false information. Turns out, Athena didn't do anything illegal, and she was cleared in her first trial. But the damage was done. The government scared people so much, everyone online started censoring themselves. Classic government move, right? Jinhoo pointed out that the prosecutor who went after Athena never got in trouble. In fact, he got promoted. And guess who he was? That's right, the very same guy sitting right in front of Jinhoo now. Dang, that must have burned. Kim exploded in rage, yelling that Jinhoo must think very little of prosecutors. Jinhoo fired back, saying maybe Kim didn't think much of regular citizens either. He said the big difference between Athena and Jinhoo was that Athena had no money, but Jinhoo did. He said money was his main weapon. Well, he had a lot of cash. So basically our boy said they can't mess with him like when he messed with Athena because Jinhoo is rich? That was mad as fuck, dude. Jinhoo even said he sometimes considered what would happen if he secretly met the president and offered to invest 1 trillion won into PAS, but only if the president cut off prosecutor Kim, basically, fired him and investigated his whole family. Jinhoo asked if the president would say no, or if he'd just take the money and do it. Kim looked terrified for a moment. But then Jinhoo said he was just joking, saying this wasn't a military country anymore, and there was no way anyone would do something so illegal. He even said a president wouldn't fire a loyal prosecutor just for dirty money. Still, he told Kim to be careful. Kim scoffed and said Jinhoo was totally crazy. Jinhoo replied that he heard that a lot. He smiled and thought to himself that having lots of money is nice. He could be this chill, even when under arrest. Over at News Breakthrough, things were nuts. The worker, Ha Jong-won, said the website was down again. Boss Lee Song-gyun asked if it was another hacker attack, then said domestic servers wouldn't work, so they needed to do something else. Lee was pumped and said to post the article on Facebook and upload the video to YouTube. The article and video exposed how President Park was most likely the real owner of PAS. They explained that PAS depended on Unsung Motors, and that OTK's support for Donald Stamper in the US would hurt Unsung and give the president a reason to slow down OTK's investments. They broke it down real simple. even joking that if Donald wins, the president of Korea would become an enemy of the US president. Lee thought that was hilarious and started laughing. Meanwhile, President Park Si-hyung was absolutely losing it in his office. He slammed his fist down, raging about the NIS illegal surveillance scandal and the fact everyone could see the agents in the photos. He knew the official excuse that a deputy director acted alone was total crap. The public opinion could be swayed from his side. Damn, he thought. There was no way a small news outlet could get that kind of scoop on their own. OTK was pushing things so hard, the fallout was even shaking up US politics. The president could only hope Donald didn't get elected now, because if Donald really becomes the US president, everything is really doomed for him. Then, things cut to campaign rallies in America. Diane was yelling at a huge crowd that OTK was secretly owned by Koreans. Their CEO was in trouble, the company was connected to shady money, and they supported Donald Trump using illegal funds. She promised to bring back justice to the US and fired up the crowd. Donald jumped on his own stage, waving American flags everywhere. He shouted that OTK was an American company because it was made in one of the US islands, and that he didn't care if the boss was Korean. He even teased Diane, saying she was being racist if she didn't like OTK because it had Korean roots. The crowd went crazy for him, especially when he said OTK and its CEO were going to invest $5 billion in new US factories and hire American workers. Seriously, the crowd was chanting CarOS and OTK like the company was a rock star. Back in Korea, the prosecutors were still digging for dirt. Assistant prosecutor reported that OTK's big investment choices actually happened before problematic events, like the LG recall, so there was no insider trading. Then he said the production halt came from someone else, not because of a secret agreement. Even big groups like Samsung weren't going with the conspiracy. Then they called OTK's founding money Bitcoin and said it was sold on a foreign exchange platform that was now bankrupt from getting hacked. The whole thing happened overseas, so Korean law didn't even cover it. Now the prosecution had no solid evidence for any crime. All those tough statements they made to the media, totally falling apart. Kim Kyung-jun was freaking out, no big charges, indictment impossible, game over. He almost fell over, looking finished. Back at Golden Gate, Korea, everyone was working hard but anxious. Park Sang-gyop asked Counselor what Jin-hoo had said. Counselor explained that Jin-hoo told them to just keep moving forward, nothing had changed. Sang-gyop noticed that polls showed Diane was expected to win over 300 electoral votes. That meant she was really likely to become president. Taek-yu said not to worry, and just follow Jin-hoo's plans. Hyunju said Golden Gate would join now, and that new scenario modeling said Donald would win. If Donald won, emerging market stocks and money would drop, but gold, yen, and cryptocurrencies would shoot up. They had already invested in crypto ahead of time. Sang-gyop asked if Jin-hoo really predicted all of this. Taek-yu shrugged and said maybe, but either way it was working for them. Hyunju said the plan was for OTK and K Company to take short selling on all those different markets. Because Donald became president was unpredicted by many economists, so that it would shake the US market. Anyway, Golden Gate also bet so much money on Donald to win. She said just one call from Jin-hoo was enough for even the most careful experts from Golden Gate to bet with them. Jin-hoo was seen to be one of the best investors in this generation, so they were willing to believe our boy. Back in the interrogation room, Jin-hoo just sat there, totally calm, even writing things down with a little smile. He thought to himself that the voting day was almost here, and this crazy election was finally reaching its endgame. In another place, Chief Prosecutor Kim Kyung-jun was reporting to his boss, Prosecutor Hong Man-ho. Kyung-jun said it would be tough to keep investigating Jin-hoo while having him locked up, since they just couldn't find clear evidence. He suggested maybe switching to investigating Jin-hoo without holding him. But Man-ho didn't want to let Jin-hoo go. He asked what they would even tell the media. It would make them look dumber. Well, because both of you already dumb. Kyung-jun quickly agreed to keep pretending to look for more evidence while still holding Jin-hoo. But inside, he felt insulted. He knew this pressure must be coming straight from the president, even though the government seemed desperate. He thought that once Diane won the US election, Jin-hoo and OTK would be kicked out of Korea for good. While all that drama was going on, Jin-hoo was just waiting in his cell, arms crossed and looking at his watch. He felt weird, like he had too much free time after being so busy. He wondered if he was turning into a workaholic just like Hyunju. It creeps him out a bit. But then it was already 11 a.m. He guessed the vote counting in America must be in full swing now. An investigator was with him, but this guy was all about following the rules. He told Jin-hoo not to, said useless words, and just answer the investigation stuff. Jin-hoo asked for a pen and paper, but the investigator said no way, those were only for official business. So Jin-hoo said he had nothing to say, there were no real charges anyway. The investigator insisted that he just doing the law to question him, but Jin-hoo was thinking, yeah, right, you're just killing time until the election is over. If Donald really lose, this damned country would turn back on him. Meanwhile, in America, Diane campaign team was pumped. All the news said Diane was getting tons of electoral votes, crushing it on the coasts. California and New York were hers, and everyone was celebrating. Her assistant, Joel, said there was no way they could lose now and wanted to check Diane's victory speech one more time. Diane was cool as ice, just sipping coffee. Bitch was sure she gonna win. Back in the interrogation room, Jin-hoo wondered if Donald Trump was ahead yet, but the investigator wouldn't tell him anything. He knew the Rust Belt states would decide the whole thing. He tried to chat about company funds, saying OTK and K Company together still had $9 billion in cash. The investigator was so shocked he even converted it to Korean currency in his head. There's too much zero. Jinhoo explained that if Diane were winning, all the financial markets would be happy, but secretly, OTK had been betting against that they were taking a short position on the markets, hoping Diane would lose. Jinhoo smiled a bit. He knew all the profit from Diane's lose would come to his bank account in any moment now. Over in the Golden Gate Korea office, everyone was working non-stop. Henry Goldman, Hyunju, Ellie, and Park Sang-yeop were watching the election and making trades. They were frustrated not being able to call Jinhoo, but Henry saw that Illinois had gone to Diane. Ellie mentioned that the whole West Coast was for Diane, and she had a small lead in even more key states. Sang-yeop kept selling, betting big on Donald's win, but Hyunju was about to lose her mind from the stress. Crowds in America were cheering for Diane as her vote count kept climbing. Back in the interrogation room, time was ticking. Jinhoo closed his eyes and had a moment to think. He said everything had a cause and effect, but unlike most people, he liked to look at the results first, then work backwards to find the cause. He pictured Donald Trump being declared the winner. He remembered talking with Donald in person and thinking the guy actually made sense. Donald spoke for the regular working-class folks in parts of America that felt ignored. He gave them simple, tough answers about jobs and taxes, while Diane only talked about big ideas like justice and peace. Jinhoo believed that this difference explained why Donald was connecting with voters. Instead of stressing about things he couldn't control, Jinhoo decided to go all in. He thought about exactly where Donald's message would work best and chose to make a cash drop in those places, meaning his companies were moving huge amounts of money to influence the market and the election. He believed OTK is the reason why Donald could win this election. On the other side, OTK and Golden Gate teams keep pouring more money in with stress and adrenaline, just as many votes began flipping. Suddenly, Florida changed to support Donald instead of Diane. Up on the screen, the final map showed Donald winning by a landslide, 306 electoral votes for Trump, only 232 for Diane. Donald had won. Over at the Blue House, President Park Si-hyung stared at the TV, totally destroyed. He cursed and then immediately called Chief Prosecutor Kim, yelling at him for still holding Jinhoo in lockup and screaming to let him go or risk his job. Meanwhile, Diane campaign headquarters was in total shock. Joel couldn't believe they lost, especially since they had more votes overall. Another staffer said they should have paid attention to the white working-class voters. Joel said this didn't add up. Donald had only been a political joke at first, and no way he should have won entire states with just his rough talk. Joel realized that the real power in the election was just one investor, Kang Jinhoo. That was why Diane lost, they couldn't beat him. So, Jinhoo basically became the kingmaker, totally changing the election with his strategy. Back in Korea, the investigator who had been watching Jinhoo suddenly got a shocking phone call. The order came down to drop all charges immediately. He told Jinhoo he was now free and walked him out through the release process, his hands shaking. Jinhoo walked out, smiling a little. He knew things outside were probably absolutely insane right now. But then the investigator suggested he should skip the main gate. Jinhoo realized that must mean a huge crowd of reporters was waiting outside, ready to pounce. No privacy anywhere for this guy. Jinhoo joked that if he stepped out for an interview now, it'd be super embarrassing for the prosecution, right? The investigator agreed, looking miserable. Well, our boy is not that petty, so he decided to leave through the underground exit instead, and said he'd had enough of having his face all over TV. One press conference was plenty. Down in the parking garage, Jinhoo's friends were waiting for him. Taekyu, Sang-yeop, and Ellie. Taekyu even brought tofu for him to eat. It's tradition in Korea people eat tofu when they get out of jail, as a way of starting fresh. Jinhoo found it funny, asking if he was just out of prison, but he agreed to eat it anyway, asking if Taekyu had some too. Of course, Taekyu said he already had his. Sang-yeop praised Jinhoo for doing well, and Jinhoo asked about his mom. Taekyu said he made sure she wasn't worried. Suddenly, Jinhoo noticed Ellie's eyes were a bit watery and asked if she was crying. Taekyu nudged him to comfort her. So Jinhoo kinda awkwardly stood there until Ellie broke down and hugged him tightly, sobbing about how scared she was that something bad might happen to him. Jinhoo gently patted her back and told her he was perfectly fine. Bro, too many cute girl beside our MC. It's hard to ship. Suddenly, Taekyu wanna puke looking his buddy lovey-dovey in front of his lonely ass, so fuck you guys and hissed them to stop. Looking at them bickering, Sang-yeop said they should head to the office first because there was a mountain of stuff to figure out. In the car, Jinhoo asked how much they earned in total from their wild market moves. Sang-yeop replied that they made about $2.8 billion, which was about 3.1 trillion won. Ellie was annoyed because Jinhoo was asking about money even at a time like this, but our boy just laughed and said that was the whole point of the job anyway. Then Sang-yeop asked, why didn't Jinhoo use the super aggressive strategy from Brexit, like selling the Mexican peso? Jinhoo explained that the UK was big enough to handle that kind of market hit, but if they attacked a smaller country like Mexico, it would destroy the economy and bring too much risk. He said making too many government enemies was stupid if you made enemies, especially powerful ones. It would come back to bite you. Suddenly, Jinhoo saw something wild out the window. A huge OTK company sign was now lighting up the skyline. He asked when they put that beast up there. Taekyu said it went up a couple days ago, now that everything was out in the open. Jinhoo joked that hopefully people wouldn't start calling it the Otaku building. Classic worry. At the OTK office, the team gathered in their cool new space. Hyunju asked if things in lockup were bearable. Jinhoo joked that no one should go there, especially because they didn't even let you smoke, which is the absolute torture for him. Hyunju said Donald's team wanted a call. Our boy just smiled. Well, at least he knew Donald would never forget him. He then asked if anything else happened while he was gone. Our sister queen said the opposition and civic groups kept trying to meet, hoping they could work together to take down the administration. Jinhu didn't want to get mixed up in politics and said they should keep their distance. He admitted he didn't even know enough constitutional law to play that game and asked about President Park Si-hyung. Taekyu thought just one confirmed charge could mean impeachment. Henry wondered how such a guy became president in the first place, and Taekyu chimed in, saying that no matter what, they needed to stop a mess like this from happening again. Jinhu agreed and said they should use this chance to weaken the president. Hyunju said she'd handle talks at the very least. The other side needed to pay for going after OTK. Yes, Queen, we want revenge. After that, the news about the president corruption spread like a wildfire. In the end, the president who was winning from a tight spot before, now getting pushed from all other direction. In the end, he stated that he would protect the country integrity and said sorry for Jinhu and the people. Well, we won, guys. Even Taekyu said this was enough. The president said sorry. He cut down his own people like the prosecutors and closed down the way he could get dirty money from the company. Jinhu agreed. If he pushed too much, it won't be good. So the incident would be wrapped here. Then, Jinhu said he wouldn't be going to school for a while and wanted to focus on building the OTK company into a real powerhouse. First step, hiring new people, starting with a chief human resources officer. The team went through some resumes, checking names and credentials. One stood out: Michael Lee, a famous Korean-American HR executive. Everyone thought he would be perfect, but Jinhu wasn't sure if someone that big would join them. Henry thought he would, saying not many people would pass on a chance to work with a living legend like Jinhu. Jinhu got a little embarrassed. But hey, being famous could help. Just then, Jinhu's phone buzzed. Taekyu pointed out he was always told to turn off his phone during meetings, but this call was from Jinhu's mom, and of course he answered right away. His mom sounded excited but nervous, saying all the relatives were gathered at the house. Hearing that, our MC face suddenly becomes sour. Huh, I bet this family is toxic as hell. In the car with Taekyu, Jinhu drove like he was being chased, looking pretty annoyed. Our otaku boy tried to calm him down and asked if he didn't expect all these relatives to show up. But Jinhu admitted that he had pretty much forgotten they even existed, especially after his dad passed away. The family had lost touch after that, and Taekyu figured it probably had something to do with money issues. After all, Jinhu is freaking rich right now. Many people said after you become rich, all people you barely know would come to see you again. Anyway, Jinhu explained that when his mom asked for help, these relatives ignored her and cut off contact. He said it hurt, but he wasn't really angry with them. He understood that lending money was tough when you were barely scraping by. But honestly, they should not have shown up out of nowhere after all this time. Our otaku boy nod. It must be upsetting for Jinhu that the relatives came back now after he was successful. He even suggested Jinhu could just have the guards to kick them out. Yeah, I agree, dude. When they arrived, a security guard was waiting outside. Jinhu asked why she let the crowd in, but suddenly his mother come out, and she said she had told security it was okay they were his father's family, and she didn't want to turn them away. That's just how Jinhu's mother was. Too soft-hearted for her own good, honestly. Inside, Jinhu's relatives welcomed him like some kind of celebrity. They made a big fuss over him, talked about his expensive car, and even pointed at a car he had given to his mother. They called him a good son and crowded around, poking and complimenting him like he was a zoo animal. Fuck those leech. They then asked him about his military service, how long it had been since his dad's funeral, and acted like they were so worried because of his press conference. The uncle even said he used to support the president, Park Si-hyung, but changed his mind after what happened to Jinhu. They all started acting like super supportive family, talking as if they had nothing to do with ignoring him and his mom when times were tough. Dude, some folks have no shame. His mother, watching all this, clearly felt bad for Jinhu. Suddenly, the aunt reminded him to greet some cousins he hadn't seen in forever. The cousin is kinda cute to be honest, but he wondered why they come here when it's time for school. The aunt got nervous, and stupidly said family gathering is more important than school. The other cousin introduced her husband, who said his own company gave him time off just because he was related to Jinhu. Looking at them, Jinhu just found out his cousin Mi-young had gotten married months ago, but he never got an invite or even a message. The aunt said she got so busy that she forgot to tell him. The uncle started scolding her, but it all sounded super fake. I don't know why, this made me so mad. I fucking hate two-faced family member. Finally, Jinhu asked what they really wanted. The uncle said they just wanted to see him, but everyone got awkwardly silent. Then, probably exactly as Jinhu expected, they started asking about his money, how much he had, since all the news said he was worth trillions. Classic trash move. They tried to push their kids on him, saying it would be great if cousin Yoonhoo could work at OTK. Jinhu cut them off, saying that his company wasn't just handing out jobs. Did Yoonhoo actually know anything about investments, hedge funds, all that business? Mi-young, the cousin, tried to sell her husband as the perfect candidate to work with Jinhu because he worked in health equipment sales and apparently understood human psychology and some stock techniques. Her husband tried to show off with stock trading slang, like scalping, but Jinhu knew it was nothing special. That trash probably got all his money taken out from the market. Then the uncle suggested that maybe, since Jinhu had so much, he could just give family members manager jobs or something easy. Hearing all those bullshit, our boy got super angry, his blood literally boiling right now. In his head, Jinhu remembered all those times when his dad's funeral came and these people vanished, or how they didn't help even when his mom begged for just a little money. Now they had come back, pretending nothing happened, all for a handout or an easy job. Talk about crocodile tears. Suddenly, everyone started fake crying, talking about how sad it was Jinhoo's dad couldn't see his son's success. They called Jinhoo a good son and said his late dad must be watching and helping from heaven. One even said, "Thanks to you, we can finally breathe again." Another relative started hinting about starting a small business, hoping for $1 billion to get going. Another wanted to get into real estate using Jinhoo's money. They started begging him to buy a building for one of the cousin's daughters, who also started whining for it herself, calling him Oppa, which just made the whole thing even more awkward. Inside, Jinhoo was fuming. He wanted to kick them all out. But he remembered his father always saying, family should help each other, especially his mom. He knows she won't abandon their family. So he had no choice except for forgiving them. But suddenly, a cracking voice yelling and told them to fucking stop already. The room went dead silent. Everyone just stared at where the sound come from. There, Jinhoo's mom, quiet until now, stood up with the coldest look ever. She asked if this was the real reason why they come to see her and Jinhoo again after all this time. Uh-oh, looks like things were about to get real for those greedy relatives. Then, the uncle tried to talk back, saying they suffered after Jinhoo's dad died, and tried to play the "We're Victims Too" card. Jinhoo's mom stood there with a knife and an apple, looking scary, and told everyone to go home and to never contact them again. She wants to make them remember how, when her family got bankrupt and the house was taken away, they didn't even help her. When she begged to pay for Jinhoo college tuition back then, they started to lose contact. This fucking family shut her and Jinhoo all down hard. She reminded everyone how much Jinhoo's father actually did for the family, paying for school, supporting everyone through weddings and medical bills, even covering funerals. She asked if any of these people ever even tried to give back just a tenth of what her husband gave them. Instead, they just showed up now, looking for money and jobs, as if nothing happened. Jinhoo's mom then said they should just keep living as strangers from now on, no more fake family reunions. Yes, mom, serve them right. What a queen behavior. If you slap them, I will even cheer you up. Then, the relatives freaked out, asking her to calm down and not make a scene. They even tried to use Jinhoo's late father as an excuse, saying he would want everyone to help each other. But Jinhoo's mom said those responsibilities ended the day her husband died. She made it very clear. Don't expect anything from Jinhoo. She then called for the security team, and the guards started escorting everyone out, but the relatives got louder and louder. They yelled that the guards should listen to them because Jinhoo paid their salaries and started freaking out about being physically removed. The little kids got scared and cried. Choi Nam-woo, the cousin's husband, yelled that he didn't have anything to do with this and begged for forgiveness. The uncle tried to hand a business card for future favors, but Jinhoo had had enough. This fucking stupid family really tires him out. He said if they hadn't all been so selfish when his father passed away, maybe things would have been different. He said he had waited all this time for an apology, but they just didn't get it. Even today, if they had said sorry first when he got here, maybe he could forgive them. But nope, they were just asking for money. He told them it was really over, and that it was time to live on as strangers. The relatives tried to fight back, begging for jobs and buildings and saying he was being cruel. One even said he could use helping them to make himself look good. They tried guilt-tripping him and calling him unfilial, and said his dad would have been better. But Jinhoo said his father always stopped when his mother was upset, and he was going to do the same. As the relatives were pushed out, they shouted insults back at Jinhoo. Choi Nam-woo tried to say sorry and beg for help one last time, but Jinhoo was stone cold. One aunt shouted to film everything and post it online, saying the world needed to see Jinhoo's true colors. But Jinhoo warned them, leave him and his mom alone from now on, because if they didn't, they'd regret it. Oh boy, spicy. Everyone was scared now. Even the little kids just wanted to leave. Jinhoo finished the conversation by telling them to live their lives and be thankful to his late father. As he walked away, the family screamed his name, total chaos. After that storm, the living room was wrecked. Jinhoo and his mom cleaned up the mess together. His mom worried if she did the right thing, but Jinhoo said she was amazing and should take care of herself, not stress over other people like that anymore. He told her to rest and not to be so harsh out of anger, because he knew she was just protecting him. His mom asked if he'd eaten, and when he said he hadn't, she promised to make him food right away. Outside, Taek-gyu, the otaku boy, was leaning against the car. When Jinhoo came, he asked what the hell had happened inside the house. Jinhoo said everything was fine and joked that he just had to kick out some relatives asking for cash. Taek-gyu nodded. He had heard all the trash the family talked about Jinhoo on their way out, so he gave them a piece of his mind. He told the relatives that Jinhoo was just as rude before he ever got rich. So money hadn't changed his personality at all. Jinhoo couldn't help but laugh. Bro, this goat friend keep cracking me up every single time. I would die to have at least one friend like him. Sometimes an old friend teasing you is all you need after a totally insane family drama, bro. Meanwhile, over at Samsung Tower, Vice President Im Jin-young was studying Jinhoo's history. Turns out, Jinhoo didn't start as a genius, just an average guy at Korea University. No special training or elite background. But after he got out of the army, he and a friend made a ton of money from crypto, then pulled off some insane moves in the stock market, especially when the Galaxy Note 6 smartphone line was shut down. That's when they made hundreds of billions of won. But Im Jin-young remembered it was actually his own decision to end the Note 6 that made everything blow up. He wondered to himself if Jinhoo was going to be his enemy, or his new powerful friend. Dude, big bosses always think like that. Im's super curious about what relation they could have in the future. Meanwhile, back at OTK Company, Jinhoo and Taekyu were getting flooded with meeting requests. It seemed like every old classmate, army friend, and even random acquaintances wanted to meet them now that the company was famous. Taekyu even joked about some Uncle Choi the Snake from his army days, and asked Jinhoo to just reject those requests and put everything in a file. Then the secretary came in and announced that the guest they'd been waiting for was here. That guest was Michael Lee, the real deal, bro. This was the new chief HR officer, wearing a sharp gray suit and ready to shake things up. Michael Lee said he'd wanted to meet the guy being called the Kingmaker behind Donald's win. Michael even admitted he was a Diane supporter, but he could see that without OTK, things might have turned out differently in the US election. Then he said something cool. He chose OTK not just because of the chance to start over with a blank slate, but also because his wife was Korean. So it was a good opportunity to live in Korea for a while too. Major points. He then presented his plan for the company. Employees would be treated like the most important customers. He wanted flexible work hours, a buffet cafeteria, nap rooms, hobby support, education programs, even an in-house daycare. Staff could do yoga, rock climbing, gym stuff basically. He wanted the office to be better than home. Bro, I would die to work for OTK. Our otaku boy even joked that they should add a PC cafe so everyone could game together at work. Jinhoo was like, then when would anyone work? But Michael thought this was awesome and wanted to actually add it. This guy had an open mind, for sure. Well, Jinhoo thought that fancy space wasn't an issue because OTK owned their own building and the work style actually fit with their global investment business. No one needed to sit at a desk all day yelling at numbers. Jinhoo liked it a lot and offered him the job. Michael was happy to join and they shook hands. Pretty soon the company was growing fast. New faces from Golden Gate, K-Company staff coming over, and things were getting busy. Then it was time for some old pals to share a meal. Jinhoo, Taekyu, Sangyup, and Gihong met up for some food. Sangyup was joking about losing staff to Jinhoo's team, but Jinhoo promised he wouldn't steal everyone, especially not Gihong. But realizing how talkative the guy was, Sangyup shook his head and even begged Jinhoo to take Gihong. Bro, Sangyup is funny. Then Jinhoo wanted to do a dividend before the year ended because OTK made crazy money. $35 billion from Brexit. $2.8 billion from the US election. Shit, I wonder if that was real money. Anyway, Jinhoo asked how much to give out, and our queen sister said that was his call as CEO, so our boy chose to hand out 50 billion won in dividends. When the otaku asked how much he would get after taxes, Taekyu was shocked when he learned half would disappear. Jinhoo told him it was simple. If you make money, you pay your taxes, and as long as taxes are used right, it's nothing to regret. But no, Jinhoo. I always believe taxes are just how the government steals money from its people. But, well, you are the rich one, so let's just say you are right, okay? Then, Jinhoo also planned massive bonuses for K-Company's CEO, for the staff, and all the workers. Twice their annual salary, extra cash for everyone. The employees, especially Gihong, were so hyped that they cheered and hugged him, calling him the best boss ever. Again, I really want to work on OTK. The next day, Jinhoo and Taekyu were heading through OTK. He came to the office and asked how long Hyunju and Ellie had been working. He also noticed a bunch of new faces in the lobby. Ellie looked tired and explained that those people were new hires. They were from the Golden Gate Asia branch, and they had been working with her in the US before. Hyunju, stretching and saying it was for a due diligence team basically, an inspection to help with their work. Their private equity fund was forming a large team to acquire a major US security specialist company, XCOP, which was being sold in Korea by the TYPO group. Turns out TYPO was in financial trouble after a fraud scandal, so they started selling overseas assets to raise money. This was a big deal. XCOP was worth at least 2 trillion won, maybe up to 3 trillion. Jinhoo and Taekyu were blown away. This was the type of big fish everyone gossiped about in the industry. Hyunju said other huge firms were gunning for it too. This was going to be a war. Then, she dropped the bomb. The leading candidate to buy XCOP was Unsung Group, the very group Jinhoo had clashed with in the past. Taekyu was so shocked he almost fell over, and Jinhoo just let out a long, dramatic sigh. Bro, one thing was clear. The next big fight in business was just about to begin, and things were about to get even crazier. Taekyu couldn't believe it. Unsung, again. Hyunju explained that Unsung usually relied on DS for security, but they started having beef. With XCOP up for sale at the perfect time, Unsung was jumping in. Ellie broke down the motives. Huge companies wanted XCOP to grow for years, while private equity firms like OTK wanted to get it for a good deal and maybe sell it for more later. But Unsung was ready to pay more than the company was really worth, just to win. Taekyu guessed that maybe Unsung would win just by throwing a big number on the table. But Jinhoo said that rushing to buy something for way too much was risky. If Unsung overpaid, it might hurt them in the long run, a classic winner's curse. Jinhoo realized that if Unsung won, OTK couldn't trust their security in this country anymore. So, Jinhoo decided, why not get in the fight and go after XCOP themselves? He admitted it was partly personal, yeah, but he wasn't going beast mode only for a grudge. If many companies want XCOP, that means the value must be really high. Then, Hyunju asked if Jinhoo was sure about fighting for the deal, and Jinhoo said he was confident. Taekyu thought this would be fun, and Hyunju said to go for it, good experience either way. Later, in the office, Tech-U was cracking up at X-Cop's price. The company was bought 15 years ago for 500 billion, but now they wanted up to 3 trillion? He called the sellers greedy, but Jinhu said that was just both sides bluffing. Real value was a lot less, but the hard part was figuring out how much all of X-Cop's business relationships, reputation, and future were worth. That was complicated, and if you got lazy, you might end up overpaying like a clown. That's why many big companies work like crazy to think about how much they should pay to be smart. Anyway, OTK teamed up with Golden Gate to make the bid as a single team. Hyunju had already locked in how much OTK and Golden Gate would get. The experts would set the price for the first round of bidding, so Jinhu wasn't stressed, at least not yet. But he said their two main strategies were either win X-Cop at a fair price, or let someone else, preferably Yoonsung, overpay and hurt themselves. Taekyu wanted to know if stopping Yoonsung was enough, and Jinhu brought up something Sang Yop said at dinner. There were a bunch of strong bidders, and it'd be fine if any solid company won, as long as it wasn't Yoonsung. But at least, they could meet the legendary investment company called RCK Bros. At RCK Bros, two bosses, David Ryu and Shin Byung-do, were chatting. They noticed OTK was jumping into the fight, partly because of Yoonsung. David said that Jinhu reminded them of their younger days, but at Jinhu's age, neither of them had been that talented. David even joked about inviting Jinhu for coffee, since his own kid couldn't stop talking about him. Back at OTK, Michael Lee was getting the company in order. He said OTK ran super lean, and now they needed to expand at least 50 full-time staff. Jinhu could only say yes. To be honest, he couldn't control how big his company was, especially since all his previous investments in many companies were now too big to handle alone. Bro is suffering from being rich. In the end, Jinhu said to Michael to talk with Sang Yop before making big moves, or when they need more employees. He was done hearing about how many more newcomers he needed. At least, he could feel the company becoming more like a real business. Well, except for one thing. Taekyu was in the office gaming hard. This otaku really hyped up his name. He was the real deal. The otaku himself claimed it was market research for OTK games, but Jinhu thought he just wanted to play. Classic Taekyu moves. Honestly, Taekyu wasn't totally wrong. He told Jinhu to relax before he burned out trying to crush Unsung. Well, Jinhu admitted he needed a break. Bro, why do you have billions of dollars if you can't even enjoy playing games? Next thing, Jinhu was wandering around campus, trying to go undercover in glasses and a turtleneck. Bro thought he was some kind of Jackie Chan. He joked that he was sure nobody would spot him. But suddenly, Shin Yuri found him. Yes, my girl, I've been waiting for this ship. Anyway, she was rocking a white coat and red scarf and teased that she was practically famous herself after being seen with him. They went for a fancy dinner. Yuri said campus life was chaos. Everyone only wanted to gossip about Jinhu, professors included. Minyoung and Kyungil, his close friends, were losing their minds. That's when our boy remembered his close friend on campus. By the way, she said, OTK is now the hottest place to aim for work. The workplace is on par with Google and Apple, of course. Every fresh graduate is crazy and wants to work there. Especially after everyone even knew about OTK's fat bonuses. Well, Yuri admitted she hoped to work at OTK after graduation too. She brought up something wild. She actually had a confession to make. Bro, is my ship gonna bloom right now? Could I see Jinhu and best girl Yuri kissing? But nope. Dang. Turns out Yuri's confession was that her dad was none other than Vice Chairman Shin Byung-do of RCK Bros, the financial legend. Jinhu's jaw dropped. Not because he couldn't get the confession and a kiss, but it's no wonder why Yuri was so confident and rich. Anyway, Yuri said her dad and Uncle Chol Gyun kept hyping up Jinhu and saying he'd rewritten finance history. With both of their companies gunning for the X-Cop deal, Yuri asked if Jinhu thought he could win. He played it cool, saying the competition was fierce, but then he had a wild flash. In his mind, he saw a golden eagle on fire with Yoonsung Motors as the buyer, and a final bid price of nearly 2,930,000,000 won. Jinhu just smiled. Oh bro, things were definitely heating up. See, Jinhu always got her power awakened near Yuri. I hope he really married this one in all packages girl. Jinhu started to smile like crazy. He missed the eagle so much, bro. Yuri noticed right away and asked what was up. Dude was acting strange, so she got worried, remembering the last time this happened, things almost went badly, they nearly crashed in the car. Jinhu tried to play it cool, saying he just thought he saw something new. Yuri wanted to know what he was thinking, so Jinhu said she looked really pretty that night. Dang. That made Yuri blush hard and she called him out for being cute. Bro, just kiss already. Anyway, Jinhu thought to himself, wow, even numbers could be beautiful when they mean something special. They both talked a bit later and laughed a lot, saying maybe the wine was making them say silly things. A while later, they decided to go home, and Jinhu called a driver because he was drunk. Yuri nodded and said she felt hot from all the wine. Meanwhile, our boy kept secretly thinking about that crazy big number again, $2.93 billion, or about 3.22 trillion won. He knew he would never forget it. He could fuck Yoonsung Motors with that number. Later, in front of Yuri's apartment, our girl asked when the first part of the bidding would happen. Jinhu said it was at 3 p.m., in 2 days. She then hoped things would go well for him, and our boy asked about her dad's company preparation. Yuri, still blushing, said about 5 companies would make it to the main round, so they just had to keep going. She told Jinhu she wanted him to succeed. and he smiled and then said he'd treat her to a meal next time. She told him not to change numbers, but if he did, she'd kick him in the ass later. Then, she did something surprising. She took off his glasses. She said nobody would recognize him anyway, and he didn't need to hide such a good-looking face. Bro, she was naughty. She said she'd cheer for his success and told him to fight on. That was super cute. Jinwoo only smiled as Yuri walked away. He thought Taekyu was right. Getting fresh air sometimes was good. Bro, if you don't make her your wife, I'm really gonna kick your fucking ass. On his way home, Jinwoo was in a car with a driver. He was deep in thought about that $2.93 billion price. He realized if he didn't know the main bid price, it would have been so hard to win. This info was super secret. Only a few important people ever knew. The second Yuri brought up X-Cop. All the hard work from a group of money experts just landed in his lap, like magic. He thought that Yuri had helped him a lot 3 times already, actually. He blushed thinking about her calling him pretty, which was funny. Suddenly, the driver started chatting, saying he knew Jinwoo was the CEO now that he wasn't wearing glasses. He said he watched Jinwoo's press conference and was impressed. Jinwoo just laughed and agreed. Inside, Jinwoo thought, see, people always recognize him anyway. Yuri was wrong this time. Next scene inside OTK Company's office at night, Jinwoo talked with Taekyu. He explained that Yoon Sung bid the highest, $2.93 billion. Taekyu said that was super expensive. He explained that if someone spent that much, it would take 17 years of profit just to get the money back. That sounds rough. He asked if it was really a smart price. Jinwoo said if Unsung Motors paid too much, maybe they shouldn't try to win. But if it was fair, they'd need to beat the price. For him, this price is just enough to invest in X-Cop. Taekyu wanted to know how much higher they should go to win. Maybe just add $1? That was funny. Jinwoo said nope. The smallest price point they could add is $100,000. But, well, they should talk to Hyunju first. So, Jinwoo and Taekyu went to talk to Hyunju, late at night. Henry and Ellie were there too. When they arrived, everyone was working hard. Ellie smelled wine on Jinwoo's clothes and was kinda jealous. She playfully said she wanted to drink together with him next time. She liked wine too. Bro, this guy is too popular. In the end, Jinwoo said it was a deal. Our sister then wanted to know what was up at this crazy hour. Why the big boss came here. Jinwoo and Taekyu sat and talked business. Jinwoo asked about the first bid price. Hyunju guessed $2.5 billion and said anything less would probably get kicked out. Jinwoo asked if X-Cop was even worth more than $3 billion for the final round. Ellie shook her head and thought, $3 billion seemed way too much. Hyunju thought a while, looking cool and badass while smoking, and wondered if Jinwoo got a gut feeling again, for it was worth $3 billion. Hyunju said that if they spent that much, they should be ready to lose money. But her own calculation said the very top price she could agree with was $2.92 billion. Jinwoo was shocked in his head. Turns out the secret price from Eun-song was just a tiny bit above this maximum. He thought it was amazing Hyunju could guess the best number so quickly, even without all the details. No wonder everyone called her genius. In the end, Jinwoo thanked her and told her to handle the early part of the bid, and he would decide what to do for the main bid. 3 days later, at Eun-sung Motors, the M&A team was making their plan. So Sang-won said they should offer $2.88 billion for the main bid. Han Chan-young, the big boss, checked which companies were strong or weak. He guessed most couldn't make such a high bid, especially the foreign companies. He thought OTK Company was impressive for their age, but not experienced enough. So, they won't think of them as a threat. The real competitor was RCK Bros, who knew the Korean market inside out. So Sang-won said RCK Bros offered the lowest for the first round. Maybe they had no money? But Han Chan-young thought it was just a trick. He believed $2.88 billion was a smart price. Not too much, not too little. But just to be sure, he told So Sang-won to add another $50 million, making their bid $2.93 billion. The manager was shocked and thought it was too much. But Han Chan-young said he would take full responsibility. The final main bid price was set, $2.93 billion. Just like Jinwoo's vision number. Again and again, this power is super OP. Back at OTK Company, Taekyu urges Jinwoo to just add $100,000 for the bid price. Our boy seems unwilling and a bit panicked, he said, wondering if this was the right number for the big decision. Taekyu grinned and said it was fun. They bid to mess with Eun-sung Motors in some way, so wrecking their plan like this is super fun. In the end, on a piece of paper, their new bid was written. $2,930,100,000. That's $100,000 higher than their rival. Lol, next scene would be spicy as hell. I want to see the Eun-sung dude's face. The next day arrived, and it was a big day for everyone. The main bid for X-Cop was finally here. Inside the OTK lobby, Jinwoo and his buddy Taekyu walked in and were greeted by Michael Lee. Michael introduced some brand new team members, and wow, these people were super pumped. They said it was an honor to join, and even called Jinwoo and Taekyu their idols. Jinwoo suddenly spotted one of his seniors, Ju Hyunjung. She was excited. Jinwoo remembered her from university. Michael Lee said lots of Korea university grads applied to work at OTK, so there might be even more old faces around. Well, Jinwoo never dreamed he'd be a boss and hire his old classmates and seniors. Taekyu whispered that this was a perfect moment for a little encouragement words, so Jinhoo awkwardly told everyone to keep up the hard work. Meanwhile, Henry and Ellie also said good morning to Jinhoo. Henry pointed out that Hyunju was almost ready and asked if our MC stayed up all night. Ellie teased Jinhoo, saying the lights in his office were on all night, so he must have been overthinking the bid. This shocked our boy. Everyone loves to misunderstand everything he does. Jinhoo just awkwardly admitted it was true. But, to be real, he actually only talked about the $100,000 extra for 30 seconds and then played games for 6 hours with the GOAT Taekyu. Can't blame him, that's some pro-level procrastination. Then, Henry and Ellie handed out gift bags. Inside, there were sharp new suits. Jinhoo got a standard suit, but Taekyu had to wear a bow tie, which he thought was a bit weird. They both looked good, though. Just as everyone was ready, Hyunju showed up looking super professional. Jinhoo also noticed that Henry seemed to be checking her out a little. Well, someone in love, I see. Now, time to roll out. They went to the More Starly Seoul branch, where the ex-cop bid would happen. Hyunju asked Jinhoo if he'd been there before. Jinhoo said only a couple times he'd handled research before, but never ran the show like today. He handed Hyunju a sealed envelope with their bid, saying he set the price near her upper limit. Hyunju warned him not to expect an easy win, but said, "Okay, let's go turn in the documents." Inside the building, the lobby was packed. So many people in suits, all thinking they were about to win big. They are basically the richest rich you could see in town. Taekyu was surprised at the crowd and how so many were famous in the industry. Jinhoo nodded. He recognized someone from TV, but Ellie pointed out that Jinhoo was actually the most impressive one there. She silently bragged that none of these folks earned more cash than he, though. Well, true. Our MC in this manhwa is basically Elon Musk from Korea. People then started whispering when they noticed Jinhoo. They all recognized him. He looked young, but he was a legend to them. That made him a little uncomfortable. Jinhoo also met a bunch of rivals. Jung Tae-ho from KRR Korea, Lee Jong-ho from Conline Group Korea, Cha Hyun-jin from KNN, and Kim So-yeon from KRR's HR. Everyone then started to talk to him. Jinhoo was glad he memorized their names because things were kind of friendly, which was odd. He also noticed Yuri's dad wasn't there, and he decided to take a bathroom break to escape the crowd for a bit, leaving Taekyu to deal with the awkwardness. He realized all the top players were there, and things were about to get serious. Then, the room got tense as Han Chan-yong, the vice chairman of Unsung Group, walked in. Big boss energy. Hyunju noticed right away, and all the staff started talking. He then walked to our boy with a smug face and asked him for a handshake, but Jinhoo just stared at him like he saw a cockroach. This angered Chan-yong. Everyone begins to gossip, telling others it must be true that Jinhoo has a beef with Unsung Motors. Some were surprised why both big players like them showed up in person. Sensing all the gaze, suddenly, Han Chan-yong asked to speak to Jinhoo alone, so they moved off to the vending machine. He said he was happy Jinhoo wasn't hiding and wanted to meet him. He pointed out that OTK and Unsung had a lot of ties. Jinhoo's face became sour. He thought to himself, this wasn't just connections, it was basically a weird, twisted fate between them. Han Chan-yong wanted to know why OTK wanted to buy X-Cop, and Jinhoo just said they needed it, nothing fancy. When asked about their chances, Jinhoo said who knows. There were so many strong companies, but then Han Chan-yong claimed Unsung would win for sure. The whole conversation had a super bossy vibe, like Han Chan-yong was used to being the king. Jinhoo remembered a cold moment from the past, when Unsung didn't really care that his father's company shut down. That made him angry inside because Han Chan-yong acted like nothing happened, even though he totally knew. Of course, that bastard would know. Jinhoo's past can be searched easily if you just Google it a bit. But seeing how this guy does nothing, not even a sorry, showed how disgusting Unsung is. He's glad to accept Taekyu's plans to mess with Unsung Motors. Right then, Taekyu showed up, wondering what was going on. Han Chan-yong recognized Taekyu as the vice president who had made crazy money that started OTK from scratch. Taekyu got a little too excited. He shook hands. But when Han Chan-yong feels his hand wet, Taekyu rambles about how he just came from the restroom. This angered Chan-yong again, but our goat otaku guy insisted his hands were clean, and he said he was grateful to Unsung for selling Car OS for cheap. They got a shitload of money because of them. He even promised to buy Han Chan-yong a meal next time. Han Chan-yong was baffled, dude. One is too cold too, the other is too messed up. He can't stand these two trolls. Suddenly, Jinhoo cracked up, laughing really hard. Again and again, he was glad Taekyu was his best friend. But Han Chan-yong got angry and asked if Jinhoo was laughing at him and if acting like this was OTK's official attitude. Jinhoo told him no. It's just that all this drama over who would win was starting to feel funny, like the whole outcome was already set anyway. The guy was confused, but Jinhoo told them to just see the results inside. Han Chan-yong started to get really mad. He thought the OTK guys were just stuck-up newbies who didn't know their place. Inside his head, he promised to crush Jinhoo and his team. Yeah, dude, you are a fucking bullshit and a crap. Please, let me see how funny his face gonna be when he loses to OTK with just $100,000 different. Now, the bidding really started. By the way, most big company sales take months or even a whole year, but this one was super fast, just over 2 weeks. That was all because Typo Group, the seller, wanted things done quickly. They decided to make the process simple. One sealed auction, one shot, winner takes all. Inside the hall, all the company teams sat together. Jinhoo and Taekgyu were there too, sitting in the audience. Jinhoo thought, with such a big deal, they could have done this slowly, but the seller was really in a hurry, so all they had to do now was open the envelopes and see who won. Song Myung-hwan, the man in charge, stepped up to the podium and started opening the sealed bids. Everyone in the hall watched him closely, probably holding their breath, dude. First, he announced KRR's bid. They offered $2.74 billion. Many people were shocked, because they never thought they'd go that high. It was a huge jump for the company. There was a bit of awkward talk about how everyone seemed to guess $2.7 billion was the basic starting point. KRR, which should be the lowest bidder here, wants to pay $2.74 billion. They don't have an idea how big this deal gonna be. Next, the man read out the Conline Group's bid, $2.855 billion. The boss from Conline stated he thought they made a good move by raising the bidding price before. But nope, you are too poor to snatch X-Cop from our MC. Then, suddenly, RCK Bros came out swinging with a $2.917 billion bid. That surprised everyone, including Conline boss. He was shocked because he hadn't expected RCK Bros to go so high, especially since their boss didn't even show up in person. Some people realized they had underestimated these guys. Now came the heavy hitters. The man on the podium announced the Yunsung Motors Group's bid, $2.93 billion. Damn, really the same with Jinhoo Vision. People started whispering, thinking the game was basically over. Even Han Chan-young, Unsung's vice chairman, was super confident. In his head, he was bored because, to him, no one else could handle this much money except for a giant company like Yunsung. He thought there was no way anyone would top this bid. To him, the moment he wrote down that amount, he believed Unsung already won. Thank God he decided to raise the bidding price because of OTK yesterday. Now, because of that damned OTK, he could really win after all the other companies suddenly raised their bidding price, different from his information from his subordinate. His staff agreed, thinking the same thing, like, it's over, boss. His boss is so damn cool to be able to predict that everyone really raised the bidding. Han Chan-young even thought that if anyone like OTK was trying to beat him just for revenge or to mess up the price, it wouldn't work, and it wouldn't bother him at all. He has all the money. So, now, everyone was ready to crown Unsung the winner. Jinhoo, though, was super chill. He believed he already won. Hyunju suddenly felt a bit sad, thinking there was no way to beat Yunsung since their team's max limit was just $2.92 billion. She said sorry for not giving the best price recommendation to Jinhoo, but the man she said sorry for is too nonchalant. Taekgyu and Jinhoo were even smiling. Hyunju knew these two guys must be planning something shocking. Finally, the man on the podium opened the last envelope for OTK Company and Golden Gate. He started reading 2.9, but stopped and checked the paper again, looking shocked. The big screen flashed up the result, and everyone froze. The OTK and Golden Gate Consortium's bid was $2,930,100,000. That's $100,000 more than Yunsung Group's $2.93 billion. The room went totally silent. People were confused, whispering to each other like, did I hear that right? Damn, OTK is really something else. People begin to salute Jinhoo to be able to know the real bidding price. No wonder OTK is really hot these days. Then the OTK team freaked out with joy and shock. Hyunju, Ellie, Henry, all of them. Jinhoo never misses to impress them. Our queen sister wanted to ask Jinhoo how he did it, but Jinhoo told her to wait. He would explain everything later. Suddenly, this dumb man ran to the podium and took the bidding envelope. He was angry to be fooled by a mere newbie. How the fuck this real? And yeah, the bidding price really just have $100,000 different from him. He looked at our MC, this guy was beyond ordinary. Meanwhile, Jinhoo just mocked him with his naughty smile. Damn, that's boiling Chan-young blood even more. Yet since everyone was looking at him with disdain, he chose to end his stupid act now. Jinhoo kept smiling. This was really fun. Taekgyu was right to make fun of Unsung. From $1 billion, only loose because of $100,000 is a punch in the gut. After that, people began to say congrats to our boy. Other teams took it pretty well, saying they lost fair and square and would do better next time. But anyway, Jinhoo really impressed them. They were amazed at how sharp OTK's information network was. It's amazing how they managed to beat Yunsung by exactly $100,000, which was just next-level intel. Feeling his team gaze, our boy tried to explain what happened. He said he added $100,000 to their bidding number because he thought other companies would go bigger. Then, just before he handed it in, Taekgyu said they should add another $100,000, just for fun. Hyunju was super annoyed because she told them not to go over the limit, but Taekgyu just said the whole thing was fun. Yeah, our Gototaku is the only one who is really funny and can spice things out to the next level. Anyway, Jinhoo said it was still a good price, and now it just depended on how well they managed X-Cop from now on. Yet he also worried if maybe Yunsung would try to mess things up, but our queen sister explained that even if the deal fell apart, the opportunity naturally would go to Yunsung as the second highest bidder. But she wasn't worried, though she knew Yunsung would be busy with their own problems now. Cut to Yunsung Motors' office. Han Chan-young was freaking out. He wanted to know how their secret bid got leaked, thinking someone from his team must have told OTK about their number. Since only 3 people knew it, there must be something shady here. So Sang-won, his team leader, was totally shocked. Over the edge, the vice chairman put everyone on the team under a special audit. He was sure there was a traitor. Meanwhile, Jinho, in his head, just laughed to himself because he wasn't going to correct them. By now, Eun-sung must be really thinking he was bribing someone inside. Well, he knew the truth, but whatever. Finally, back outside the OTK company building, everyone was celebrating. The staff cheered for Jinho, shouting his name and congratulating him for getting X-Cop. The whole team was pumped. In the end, Jinho just thought, "We beat Eun-sung and got our hands on X-Cop. Big win, dude. What a wild ride." Shin Byung-do, Yuri's father, and his colleague sat together in the RCK Bros office. They were looking at the results of the X-Cop bid, and our father-in-law, well, I hope so, could not believe it. He thought it was crazy that the winning margin was only $100,000. He asked his colleague what he thought about all this. The colleague wondered out loud if someone from inside Unsong Motors had leaked information. Well, Shin Byung-do himself, as a big name, would have added $3 or $5 million to avoid looking suspicious, because that's just common sense. Still, they both agreed the situation was strange and tough to predict. They started thinking about who sent the bid. Shin Byung-do figured it was probably Oh Hyunju, since CEO Kang Jinho didn't have experience with public bidding. Oh Hyunju was also pretty new, but she was known to be really smart with money. He didn't think she would bid in a way that could get her into trouble. Both men agreed. This was not normal behavior for the financial world. Well, our boy Jinho has a cheat skill, so you guys are not at his level yet. Later, over at the OTK office, Sang-yup stood in front of Jinho, who was chilling on the couch with Taek-gyu. Sang-yup was hyped and wanted to know how Jinho made such a good move. Our boy only said he used his luck and gut feeling. Sang-yup wondered if there was an insider, but Jinho said that would have been even more suspicious. Anyway, he said if people wanted to think something weird was going on, that was their problem, not his. Then Sang-yup switched topics to finding a house, since Jinho gave him that task. Yeah, Jinho took the house detail document. He was anxious about security after a recent spy incident from NIS. Taek-gyu noticed the house belonged to the CEO of Hyunjin Shipping, which just went bankrupt. Sang-yup explained the shipping business was risky, and the CEO had died, leaving his wife, Chae Young-eun, in charge. She was bad at managing the company, and it lost a ton of money. Now, she and her kids owned most of the shares, but she sold out right before trading was stopped, basically saving herself and leaving other shareholders with nothing. Taek-gyu called that out as classic insider trading. Jinho pointed out the minority shareholders were getting screwed, which was actually pretty common in business. But Sang-yup said Chae Young-eun's bad relationship with the government meant she was in big trouble. Now she was selling her fancy house, saying it was for a donation to help the shareholders. The house price was super high, at 20 billion won. Jinho guessed she didn't want to really sell it, and if she did, she might try to cheat everyone by buying it back through someone she knew. Still, our boy liked the house and decided he should buy it properly so no one could play tricks. Sometime later, Chae Young-eun sat angry in her office, reading a headline about Jinho wanting to buy her house. She yelled on the phone at her lawyer, Park Dong-soo, since he had said no one would buy the house at that price. Her lawyer explained that Jinho was kind of a big deal now, but Chae Young-eun was not happy at all. He then suggested raising the price to 22 billion to slow things down, maybe giving her an excuse to delay. Chae Young-eun liked that idea, because she could claim it was for the minority shareholders, but she was still worried Jinho might really have the money. Park Dong-soo thought Jinho was smart, but maybe didn't have much negotiation experience, so he offered to meet him in person and make a fool of him. The next day, people online roasted Chae Young-eun for trying to raise the price. Meanwhile, Jinho was smiling to himself. He thought that if Chae Young-eun wanted to act generous and raise the price for the minority shareholders, he would just go along and publicly agree to pay 22 billion. It's just some change money for him. In the office, Ellie suddenly celebrated beating a Taek-gyu at a video game. Jinho reminded them they were in the CEO's office, but things stayed pretty chill until the phone rang. The secretary said Chae Young-eun's lawyer had arrived. Jinho then went to meet Park Dong-soo in a meeting room. Park Dong-soo introduced himself politely, but Jinho just wanted to get it over with because he was waiting for his noodles. Yeah, this dude is not worth as the ramyeon he would have later. Anyway, Dong-soo explained that Chae Young-eun hoped Jinho would take back his offer to buy the house. He said the house had a lot of family memories, but Jinho thought that was pretty weak since the house was only 5 years old. Dong-soo tried to offer Jinho a different house at a lower price, but Jinho wasn't interested. He said he wanted that house only, and he was sure the sale money would help the shareholders. With a flat face, he called out Chae Young-eun for trying to hide her money, instead of helping the minority shareholders. He said the only reason the stock price crashed was because of her bad management, so it wasn't fair that normal people were losing out. Then our boy got really serious and told Park Dong-soo to pass the message that Chae Young-eun should stop playing games and get ready to move out. Hearing this, Dong-soo could only tremble. The CEO in front of him is not a young man, but a real businessman. Whatever he heard from the news is fake. Jinho is the real deal, and never to mess with. Honestly, yeah, our protagonist is cool as fuck. After that, Jinho left the meeting, feeling annoyed by the whole thing. He thought that if he went public about wanting the house again, it should all work out. In the hallway, he ran into Sang-yup, who had some documents and news. Sang-yup told him that Unsong Motors had bought another company, JD Caps, for a huge amount of money, but it was like picking a small prize instead of a big one. Because of the X-Cop mess, the main team at Unsong Motors had all quit. including team leader So Sung-won. Our otaku friend joined and joked that now a family man was in trouble because of their moves, and he patted Jinho on the shoulder. Bro, you are the one suggesting that $100,000 more. Even Jinho could only roll his eyes at his trolling friend. He remembers the guy, Sung-won from Yunsong Motors. He was the stern man beside the CEO when they met to bid on X-Corp. Our boy got a wild idea. He asked Sang-yup to set up a meeting with team leader Sung-won, the guy who was resigning. He sounded determined. This next meeting was going to be important. The next day, in a private Japanese restaurant, Jinho and Taekyu sat across from Sung-won. Jinho looked at Sung-won and thought for a moment. He really wanted to meet this guy, even though Sung-won was supposed to have quit his job. He felt a bit surprised that he actually agreed to meet him. Our protagonist thought that Sung-won looked like life had been hard on him. Well, dude, that's because of you and Taekyu, by the way. But no problem. I like how you fucked up Unsong Motors. Anyway, Sung-won suddenly said he came here because he only wanted to ask something important. The air felt a bit heavy. He had one big question. Was the secret bidding price really leaked by someone from his team? After all, the people who knew the bidding price? It was very few people. Our boy thought Sung-won could be really seen as a traitor when they met. But wow, this guy must be really curious about whether their bidding price got leaked. Jinho asked if maybe Sung-won wondered if someone on his team leaked the number for some extra cash. But Sung-won said that could never be true. Hearing that stern answer, our boy was kind of impressed that Sung-won still trusted his team, even though everyone was under suspicion. What a loyal dude. So, how Sang-won thought OTK got the bidding price right on the nose. Sang-won told Jinho he thought this definitely because Hyunju, yet something was odd, because when the bidding price was announced, the branch manager, Hyunju, herself was shocked, so he didn't know if she was the one predicting the number. But when he saw Jinho, our boy seemed pretty chill, like he already knew what would happen. So honestly, he didn't know what happened. He even explained that the Unsong Motors vice chairman had changed the price at the last minute to keep it a secret, even added $50 million to really get this project and crush OTK. So, Sang-won is really clueless about how the news got leaked. Suddenly, Jinho knew that if didn't aimed for Unsong Motors from the start, Hyunju would have won. Wow. He always got speechless when talking about her. Well, our boy didn't feel bad about using his special power of precognition, but he realized maybe Sung-won and his team had lost out because of it, and he felt pretty bad about it. Jinho then tried to explain that their company's original spending limit was set at $2.92 billion. He said everything that happened was just luck, sort of. Sang-won couldn't believe it, and asked if it was truly just a coincidence. Taek-yu tried to keep things light, saying that weird things happen, but there was always a way out and that they could help if Sung-won wanted. It seemed Taek-yu was realizing just how serious all of this was, too. Jinho asked about Sung-won's future plans since he quit his job. Sung-won said he actually didn't have any plans yet. So our boy offered him a job at OTK, but Sang-won instantly said no because he didn't want people to think he was really the traitor. He wanted to keep his honor. He said, thanks for the offer, but turned it down with pride. Jinho saw that this wasn't going to be easy. He noticed Sang-won was dressed pretty messy, probably so it didn't look like they were having a secret meeting. Sang-won also didn't even drink any water there. This guy really tried hard to look innocent. But he respected that Sang-won could act proper and not give up, even when things were really bad. Our protagonist then warned Sang-won that even if another company cleared him of all blame, people would still gossip. His reputation would be stuck with the scandal. He said that he was the only one who really knew Sang-won was innocent. If he joined OTK, Jinho himself would get criticism. But he didn't care, because he had already been hated on a lot. So one more insult wouldn't change anything. He said that what mattered most was how Sang-won felt about himself. Well, there was no need to rush for an answer. He promised that if Sang-won worked with him, his honor would come back. Sang-won asked how that would even work. Jinho said that in the future, when people saw what he did, they would understand that winning by only a tiny gap of money wasn't a big scandal at all. He got 1,000 more things that would be way shocking than this. While Jinho waited for Sang-won's answer, life kept moving fast. Hyunjin Shipping was taken off the stock market, and chairwoman Chae Young-eun, who couldn't keep up anymore, had to sell her big house in Samsung-dong. With money from his business, Jinho bought that house. That was cheap as hell. Living the dream, right? Also, the house was super close to the company, just a 5-minute drive. Now, Jinho moved in, and Taekyu, Hyunju, and Ellie walked around the fancy new place. They were like, wow, there's even an elevator inside. The kitchen was huge. Hyunju thought it would be awesome for cooking, but Taekyu joked she would probably just make ramen or order takeout anyway. Ellie then asked Jinho if he liked the new house. Jinho thought the house looked really good, and maybe Chairwoman Chae was talented at decorating, not just with business. Ellie told him that the chairwoman had studied art and even had some shows, so it made sense everything looked expensive. They were all a bit amazed at how fast things had changed, but Hyunju got a little serious, saying that just a few years ago, nobody thought Hyunjin Shipping would fall apart. She said it was a reminder that anything could happen, even to big companies, so they should always be careful. Jinho took her advice seriously and thanked them all for their hard work. Time sped up and the year was almost over. The company got ready for a big year-end party, the first party with all 3 teams, Golden Gate, OTK, and K Company. Gihong, now a team leader, planned it. He was apparently really good at organizing things. In the car on the way to work, Our boy thought about the crazy year. He remembered Brexit, Ronald getting elected, crazy company drama, being called to court, and even buying a house. Taekyu reminded him that they also invested in the US car business. There are too many jobs to handle. As they arrived at work, they saw people protesting outside the building. Some people called Jinho a criminal and told OTK to just shut down. Jinho just said that people could say whatever they wanted. It was a free country anyway. He doesn't mind at all. Then, Jinho saw something weird in the crowd. He spotted a guy with a big sign saying he wanted to see Chairman Kang Jinho. Jinho realized it was Kim Sok-bom, an old colleague of his father. Instantly, our boy jumped out of the car and ran to him. Kim Sok-bom stood outside, shaking in the cold. But when looking at Jinho, he was kind of shocked. People said it was hard to get a meeting with Jinho, so he hoped doing something crazy like this might work. Jinho realized that with all the fame and the new rules, he almost missed a friend in trouble. So, he invited Mr. Sok-bom inside. In the company lounge, they sat together. Mr. Sok-bom was a bit nervous, saying he didn't know how to act around Jinho now that he was such a big shot. Jinho said he didn't care about fancy titles. They could still be easy with each other. Mr. Sok-bom started crying, feeling guilty for not contacting Jinho after his father died. Our boy shook his head and said that just staying with him when his father died was more than enough. But something was off. Mr. Sok-bom stuttered and seemed scared now. He finally told Jinho his sad story. A few years ago, he tried to find a new job with another friend, Mr. Jong-soo. They both got jobs at Woosong Corporation, a car engine company, but work was brutal, and there were big fights with management. They faced unfair lawsuits, and, worst of all, Mr. Jong-soo died. Mr. Sok-bom cried and showed Jinho his head. Under his hat was a huge scar. He had been hurt badly just because he went on strike. Taekyu couldn't believe it, thinking the people who did that were just crazy. Jinho thought about why he worked so hard for money. He remembered someone once asked him why he was still risking so much when he already had enough. He thought, yeah, sometimes money can't fix everything, but maybe it could help the people around him who are really in trouble. So, Jinho told Sok-bom not to worry. He promised to help no matter what. Bro, our MC is a goat. He was way better than Elon Musk. Anyway, our boy, Jinho, put together Uncle Sok-bom's story, and honestly, it was one ugly mess. When he was just a little kid, he used to visit his dad's factory. There were always two guys who were really nice to him. Uncle Sok-bom, who always joked that Jinho was getting too tall, and Uncle Jong-soo, who teased him about running out of allowance already and wondered if his buddy Taekyu was with him. Back then, after his dad's company went bankrupt, those two just started working at this place called Hong Woosong Enterprises. It was a big company, making car engine parts, and they were trying to grow super fast. But to do that, they just made everyone work crazy long hours, even all night, no breaks, no rotation. So people ended up dying from overwork. 6 people, man. That's not just bad, that's criminal. So the workers got together and made a deal with the boss. Switch things up, work in 2 shifts, make it less brutal. But surprise, surprise, the company just kept dragging their feet and nothing really changed. The all-nighter work just kept going. After lots of fights and arguments, the union had enough. They tried to protest by occupying the factory. Of course, Uncle Sok-bom and Uncle Jong-soo joined in. They had guts, bro. But the company wasn't playing nice. Instead of talking, they sent dudes in cars right at the protesters. Like, literally, these guys rammed cars into the workers. That's some mafia stuff. For real. 3 dudes got bones broken. 8 more got beat up. The company just called it an accident, blamed the union, and somehow the police just let it slide. No one went to jail. But it didn't stop there. Later, when people were still fighting for their rights, the company sent in even more hired muscle, like actual gangsters, with masks and bats. Uncle Sok-bom got smashed in the head with a fire extinguisher, and from then on, he couldn't talk right. Our poor guy, man. The police? Total jokes. They told the people to bring evidence, but then, when it was time to blame the union, suddenly they sent everyone to court, asking for 1-year prison sentences. Meanwhile, the company just replaced the striking workers and told everyone they couldn't come back unless they quit the union. And then, just for extra pain, they started hitting the union guys with all kinds of crazy lawsuits, stuff like damaging lockers with tape or painting banners on the ground. Most of it was just trash that any real judge would laugh at. But Uncle Jong-soo, man, he couldn't take it and ended his life. Yeah, super rough moment. After hearing those stories, our otaku friend was wiping his glasses, wondering why the world seemed so twisted. Everyone, media, police, prosecutors, they were all on the company's side. Jinho knew why, though. Big factory keeps the local economy alive, and the real owners always have friends in high places. Looking at some documents, he started to feel like maybe there was someone even bigger behind it all. But he shook it off. He had bigger problems to deal with right now. So, our MC turned to Lee Chol-jin, the new ex-cop manager, and asked what kind of company this Chongju Consulting really was. Chol-jin just grinned and said they were famous, but not in a good way. On paper, they were a labor law firm. In reality, full of thugs and gangsters. He explained that his own crew, ex-cop, was made up of elite agents, ex-special forces, even foreign mercenaries. Basically, fighting wannabe mafia like Chongju Consulting was nothing for them. Our MC admitted he wasn't exactly a hero, but he wanted to help those workers, and told Chol-jin they'd get a shot to prove themselves. In another place, The worker is still planning to do their protest. And inside, the big boss, Chairman Hong Woo-song, was freaking out. Isn't Changju Consulting promised to get rid of half the union in 3 months? And clearly, that hadn't happened. The chairman was mad that he couldn't even give out bonuses, and he hated seeing the union dudes camped in front of his house. But he couldn't fire them directly. That's why he hired Changju Consulting. Lee Se-yop from Changju Consulting told the chairman to chill and enjoy his coffee. They'd handle things today, and he shouldn't even look out the window. Back outside, the union kept shouting for their rights, begging for the company to finally switch to the daytime shifts they were promised. Then, Im Doo-sik, Changju's vice president, stepped up with his squad. He told his guys to drive out the union, tear down all the tents and banners, and beat up anyone who fought back. He even promised a bonus if they did a good job. One of the enforcers looked scared and asked what would happen if they got charged with assault. Im Doo-sik just screamed that the police wouldn't do anything, not after all that happened before, that they had big backing, and nobody would dare touch them. He told his men to wipe everyone out. The union, seeing these hired thugs, started freaking out. One yelled to call the police, but it was chaos. Tents were ripped up, people getting smacked with bats, everyone running. Some union members tried to resist, yelling at the thugs to stop, but it was hopeless. Finally, a police car rolled up, sirens flashing. The union guys were desperate, waving and screaming for help, but the cop car just drove right past. Yeah, you read that right. Didn't stop, didn't care, just kept going. Wow, is corrupt police happening everywhere? US police are not a joke either. I hate them so bad. Anyway, Im Doo-sik saw it too, and he was actually impressed. The police really won't do anything because they're big backing. So he told his guys not to be scared. With that much pull, they couldn't lose. Some of the union members tried to film what was happening and told others to send the video to the police. But the violence just kept getting worse. A bloody metal pipe flew, people screamed, and some of the enforcers suddenly got their hands busted up. Suddenly, Taegyu come and said, everyone has a plan until they get punched in the face. Then the ex-cop agents showed up, looking sharp in their suits and ties, body cameras rolling. Lee Chol-jin led them, ready to show off. The ex-cop agents started recording, announcing the time, saying they witnessed an assault, and were reporting it to the police. They explained they only hit the attacker's wrist to disarm them, and only after giving 3 warnings. Bro, these guys were professionals. Im Doo-sik was confused, wondering who the hell these new guys were, and if maybe the union had brought in their own thug. He shouted, asking if they were from the countryside, and bragged that nobody around here messes with Changju Consulting. But Lee Chol-jin and his ex-cop crew just stared him down. Chol-jin said if anyone got too close, they'd use physical force to protect their VIP. He even joked they'd let Changju's thugs spend some time in jail for raising a hand against him. Im Doo-sik wasn't scared though. He started bragging too, said he had a massive conglomerate backing him, and maybe the name Yoon-song Motors would mean something. He said with that kind of power, nothing gets exposed and everything gets buried. Some of the union guys, beaten up and bleeding, heard the name Yoon-song Motors and suddenly realized how deep the corruption ran. They cried. So that's why everyone got beaten up, but the police won't do anything. Jinho realized that Yoon-song Motor had a big corruption using PAS, which is the family company of the Korean president. And because this Hong Woo-song Enterprises company is also a company below PAS and Yoon-song Motor, 2 big superpowers protected it. No wonder why even after people died, nobody ever wrote a real news story about any of this. They never stood a chance. But suddenly, Jinho, cool as ever, just asked, so what if Yoon-song Motors is behind it? What are you going to do about it? Im Doo-sik, now completely losing it, raised the bloody pipe and told Jinho to experience it himself. Yeah, bad move, bro. Im Doo-sik swung his weapon, but Chol-jin wasn't having any of it. He blocked an attack and told them he warned them not to do something stupid. Then, he absolutely wrecked Im Doo-sik with 1 punch, sending him flying through the air like a ragdoll. Dude, that was satisfying. Anyway, Im Doo-sik tried to yell something, but all that came out was one long scream as he hit the ground. Blood on his face, ego totally destroyed. His crew freaked out, yelling for their boss. But honestly, these guys were about to get a taste of how outmatched they really were. Some of the enforcers started screaming, saying they outnumbered the ex-cop agents and should push through. But dude, numbers don't mean a thing when you're up against real professionals. But Chol-jin calmly said to those fucker that anybody who tried to fight would be beaten, no questions asked. Then it turned into a real brawl. Enforcers were charging with bats and pipes, but every time they tried something, ex-cop agents would block and put them on the floor. One of the agents announced loud and clear that this whole situation was dangerous. They had the right to protect everyone, and they were doing it under legit emergency security law. And just so nobody could lie about what happened, they were recording everything on body cameras. Every punch, every swing, all of it. The enforcers were losing their minds, yelling that ex-cop was just messing with them. But our MC's friend Taegyu was standing there, looking super stressed, and asked if they were actually losing. Chol-jin just gave him that look and said, did it really look like they were losing? In the old days, this would have been over in seconds. But now, with video evidence and new strategies, things were different. They need to pretend not to be aggressive. Some ex-cop agent stepped on an enforcer's hand and explained that all the false testimony was pointless. Everything was on tape. Meanwhile, some of the union guys watched from the side, totally shocked at how easily the thugs were getting handled. One wondered if it was really okay for the new guys to hit people like this. In the end, all the thugs were on the ground, wrists zip-tied, some bleeding. Police sirens started blaring in the distance. Perfect timing if you ask our hero. A whole fleet of police cars showed up. Jinho just smiled, feeling like he'd played this game perfectly. When the police captain arrived, trying to take control, Jinho acted super chill. He explained that he was just passing by when he saw some guys attacking people with steel pipes. So he stepped in. Jinho said there shouldn't be a problem, since these guys got caught red-handed, and just in case, he had everything recorded on his action cam. He pointed out how, before, the police only sent one car, which just rolled past and did nothing. Now, when he called again and brought some media probably around here, the entire department showed up. Hearing those, the police captain looked nervous, asking if Jinho was the guy who filed the report. He tried to tell him to step aside if he wasn't part of it, but our MC was ready with receipts. Jinho brought up how, last time, a thug cracked a union guy's skull with a fire extinguisher. Police didn't even bother investigating, told them to get their own evidence. So, guess what? He did just that, analyzing the video with CareOS facial technology and location recognition. He found out exactly who threw the fire extinguisher and pointed straight at the thug. The guy lost it, tried to deny everything, but Jinho just told him he'd be charged with special assault. If it wasn't him, nothing would happen. But the dude panicked and tried to run, like, come on bro, that was just stupid. Jinho called for the police to arrest him, but the captain tried to act like he had to do some procedure bullshit first. Jinho tried to take control, saying he really saw some media reporters around and told him to look up at the roof, and yes, there is indeed a news outlet there that has been filming for days. Suddenly, the police captain was pretending to be all serious, yelling at his guys to grab the suspect. Funny how he changed his tune once there was a camera on him. Take you noticed that too. Media attention made these guys behave real quick. Dusik finally woke up, asking how long he had been passed out, and his underling said it's been 10 minutes. Suddenly, the thug earlier started shouting that he was innocent, but nobody was buying it. Jinho stood over him and told him straight up, innocent? Dude, you almost killed someone. Anyway, the police captain still tried to get Jinho to leave and come back another day, and our boy was just so angry. Even he could feel how desperate it is when even the police are trying so hard to protect the thugs. Uncle Suckbomb must be feeling shit like this too. The police captain kept spouting nonsense, got all fake nice, and told Jinho to just go home and let the police handle things from here. Jinho could only sigh, and the union people remained hopeless. This victory was only temporary. Everyone knew it. The system was stacked, and the nightmare would just repeat tomorrow. Individuals like them couldn't compete with the conglomerate and corrupt police. Feeling enough, our boy decided to go all out. He said, from now on, it's company versus company. He was stepping into the big leagues, a real heavyweight fight. He then officially introduced himself loud and clear, Kang Jinho from OTK Company. Hearing this name, everyone was so shocked. He then explained that his company would hire a law firm for defense and file civil lawsuits along with the criminal charges. He even listed all the things the thug would go after: surgery costs, hospital bills, damages, even the guy's house and car if that's what it took. There would be no settlement. Not with him. The thug started to realize who the person in front of him was, and suddenly, freaking out, thinking he'd become a target of a global investment company's CEO. He started begging, saying he had a family, but Jinho asked why he was apologizing to him. He should be apologizing to the guy he nearly killed, a dude who was like family to Jinho. That guy now had aphasia because of the attack, so that thug needed to take responsibility. That bastard tried to say it wasn't his fault. He was just following orders from the top. But Taegyu, who'd had enough, told him to stop acting like the victim. That brat started yelling, blaming the police and the company, saying they all promised him protection. But what they would do now? Hearing all of that, Dusik got angry and shut his underling down. He got so angry and yelled at Jinho that he wasn't getting out of this because he'd used his company men to attack people. He would make sure everything would go public. He tried to sound tough, saying he'd do a press conference and deny ordering violence. But Jinho just told him to save it. The lawyers would deal with it, and every word Dusik said would be repeated everywhere. He told everyone that Dusik himself admitted Unsong Motors was backing gangsters, hiding crimes, and letting people get buried. Dusik lost it, screaming that he never said that, but Jinho just shrugged. Everything recorded on the tape. Why bother being logical with a guy who beats people for a living? Let's see what happens next. He then told all the thugs he'd analyzed the videos and filed charges against everyone who got violent. The thug were all begging, saying they just followed orders and were promised nothing would happen. But again, who cares? But get this, Jinho couldn't believe how messed up everything was. These guys were apologizing to him instead of the real victim, and the cops barely did anything unless there was a camera on them. Thankfully, after all the drama, the union people thanked Jinho, saying with legal support they could finally breathe, but our boy could only smile. These people had done enough. In the end, our MC looked at all this chaos, knowing it was all because of one corrupt company. He got his squad together and said, let's at least look at the big boss faces before leaving. Inside Hong Wusong Enterprises, the big boss, Chairman Hong Wusong, was feeling good because the protest outside had finally calmed down. He asked Seop if all the union guys were taken care of, and wondered if bringing in the police was part of their plan. Seop was basically bragging that, even though the cops weren't his idea, It worked out for them. That corrupt police probably made the union afraid and feel hopeless. Then things got weird. Chairman Hong looked outside and noticed that some of the thugs were missing and only a few guys from the union were left outside. This made the old man super confused and annoyed. Suddenly, his executive panicked and shouted that they were in trouble because OTK Company's CEO, that's our hero Kang Jin-ho, had rolled up with a bunch of ex-cop employees. Chairman Hong almost couldn't believe it. He kept asking what the hell Jin-ho was doing there, since he was just supposed to be some investment dude, not someone taking the workers' side. Bro, the executive was stressed. His hand was shaking. He was sweating like crazy and said he'd check it out. He also told the boss that the prosecutor's office called about Jin-ho. He hired a law firm and submitted a criminal complaint. But he didn't get to finish his sentence before the big guy arrived. Jin-ho suddenly entered the room with a little smile. Even some police come inside and tried to take Seyup from Changju Consulting away. Looking at that, the chairman got angry and asked what the hell our boy was doing after barging into someone else's business. But nonchalantly, he just asked to get some coffee and talk. After getting the damn coffee, Jin-ho could see the motto of the company inside the room, treating employees like a family. Yes, this stupid-ass chairman really has the audacity to have this heavenly motto for a demon king like himself. Anyway, our boy asked why the chairman does nasty things to their worker, but the chairman just shut him up and said he just does what is the best possible action he could do for his business. He then tried to play the wise old man. He told Jin-ho and Taek-gyu that young people these days just didn't know how to be patient. He went on and on about how, back in his day, just getting food and a bed was enough. He said he worked super hard. The boss gave him a raise, so he worked even harder. His idea of a virtuous cycle. He even showed them this missing finger, as if he were some kind of hero from the past, saying it was proof of his hard work. He never blamed his boss, not even on the day he got hurt. He still went to work, ran the machines, and even after the factory went bankrupt and the boss disappeared, he didn't hold a grudge. He said that's why he became the owner of Hong Wusong Enterprises today. In his mind, if you work hard, you get rewarded. Yeah, sure dude. But our boy Jin-ho wasn't having any of that. He asked Chairman Hong if he even knew that dozens of his workers got hurt, and one even took his own life. The old man just snorted and said it was their own fault. Bro, what the hell? Taek-gyu was furious. He clenched his fists and looked like he wanted to punch the guy, saying it was scum like Chairman Hong who caused people like Uncle Jong-soo to die. Jin-ho pressed him. So, their own fault. Was that really Chairman Hong's philosophy on labor? He thinks it was impressive that he could endure everything and reach this point. But not everyone could survive hell like he did and not broken. But that stupid old man just said, "Thank you for the compliment." This chairman couldn't be helped. So Jin-ho hit back. He said that just because Chairman Hong survived like that, he shouldn't force that suffering onto everyone else. Chairman Hong tried to argue that he wasn't supposed to accept everything the union wanted. But Jin-ho told him, of course, but at least he should do so within the boundaries of the law. That's the point. Suddenly, the executive ran in again, looking like he'd seen a ghost, and told Chairman Hong to check the latest online news article. Chairman Hong freaked out, saying it was just some article, but the executive explained it was serious, especially the part where the anonymous informant was now named as OTK Company CEO Kang Jin-ho. Chairman Hong stared straight at Jin-ho, asking if it was him. Our MC just smiled. Bro knew exactly what he was doing. He was on par with an A-tier celebrity. Just using his name would make public attention look toward this company. The internet exploded with this new scandal. After that, the executive was on the phone, totally stressed out, saying Yunsong Motor is calling. Chairman Hong just crossed his arms and smiled. He said to Jin-ho that his backing won't let his company be ruined. Jin-ho, looking chill as hell, said this whole thing must be an emergency for Yunsong Motors too, since Hong Wusong was their main subcontractor. But he wasn't letting it go. He pointed out that this emergency was because they hired thugs to beat up union members. Chairman Hong tried to pretend he didn't know anything, just blaming his workers for getting too overexcited and saying he never told them to hurt anyone. Bro, does this guy ever take responsibility? He even knew the ex-cop member was recording all of this. But he wasn't stressed. He said he wasn't going to say what they wanted to hear anyway. So what could they do now? Our boy just smiled and just told him he doesn't care about that goddamn recording because he was there in person to handle things himself. He also said that Yunsong Motors won't make themselves dirty just to help this small company. Hearing that, the chairman denied and said it wouldn't happen. But the executive on the phone suddenly trembled, said they wouldn't survive without them, and begged. But in the end, he just looked at the chairman and almost cried. That's when the chairman knew his backing won't help. He instantly got scared. Jin-ho and Taek-gyu tried to leave, but the chairman suddenly begged to at least remove the article, and he would do anything. Without looking back, our boy just said that the chairman always made good use of the law and his power, until now. So, he intended to use his money and status to do the same, bring this company down. In the end, the public was enraged by the news and urged the chairman to get arrested. As the media kept covering the news, it got larger by the day until all people doing bad shit in the company got dragged down. But still, that damned Unsong Motors slipped out unharmingly, claiming that the company is just a company they rarely do business with. The problematic all-night shift was abolished, and the union began to work again. After all of that, they came to see Uncle Sokbum in the hospital and began rehabilitation. He could smile now, thank goodness. And looking at the uncle, finally free from that company and having everything he deserved, Our boy could only smile. At least, with all his money, he could protect his own people now. But why the hell is this dude crying so much? Taek-gyu was hugging him and bawling his eyes out, snot everywhere. This dude is always too much. Anyway, after all the drama, the year was ending, and OTK Company was throwing a huge year-end party at their main building. The place was covered in Christmas decorations, pretty fancy stuff. Now, while a bunch of politicians who hated President Park kept blowing up their phones, trying to get some meetings, OTK just straight up ignored them. Maybe they'd work together later, but right now? Not a chance, bro. Suddenly, someone totally unexpected showed up at the party. The crowd was shocked, like, who the heck is that? Turns out, it was Chase Southwell, the investment legend himself. He strolled in with a big smile, looking like the main character in an expensive scarf. He said he was just there to check out the Korea branch. Yeah, right, my dude was just flexing. While everyone was still buzzing about that, our hero Jin-ho was in his office, looking all serious on the phone. He was talking to someone about a proposal. The other person was Seo Sang-won, who used to be a big shot at Yunsong Motors. In the end, the guy wanted to come work for OTK, but only if Jin-ho would also bring along his whole team. You could see Jin-ho smirk, this way better than he expected, so he just said, of course. That's when our protagonist realized he'd just scored a major player thanks to Yunsong's own mistake. Talk about a lucky break. Next up, Michael Lee, the HR boss, started handling all the hiring and firing for the new year. He said things were looking up, security was tight thanks to X-Cop, and the finance teams were finally getting their act together. But they still needed more accountants and, apparently, a real legal department. Right now, the lawyers were all outside hires, but they wanted an in-house squad soon. Our boy also said, oh, by the way, that Yunsong Motors' old M&A team was joining them too. Michael was hyped, and you could tell he was finally starting to relax a bit. But there was still a lot to fix. For example, OTK's reputation outside. Not so good. Protests everywhere. People waving signs like OTK should give back to society and shove off. Michael pointed out the obvious. The company started in a no-tax country and kept wrecking the global markets. So, yeah, people were salty. They didn't even have any plans to sell things directly to customers, but Michael said eventually they'd need a proper media team. Somehow, Jin-ho smiled, because he had someone in mind. Jung Gi-hong, the senior dude who just loved to talk, like non-stop. The kind of guy who'd tell the whole school if you farted near him. Everyone agreed that Gi-hong was kind of a blabbermouth, but also really good at getting people on his side. He never spread any nasty rumors, just the stuff that made people jealous or impressed. In the end, he got the job as PR team leader, all smiles and thumbs up. Jin-ho said he was perfect, and honestly, who's arguing? After that, it was time to pick someone to lead the planning and coordination team. Our MC called in Henry. Yep, the same Henry who was related to the Golden Gate CEO. Henry was surprised, since he thought he was just there to get experience before heading back to Golden Gate. But Jin-ho told him, until that day comes, they were all on the same team, and he was counting on him. Henry looked nervous at first, but then agreed, calling Jin-ho boss. Now, right when things seemed pretty chill, a new face showed up. Lee Chol-jin from X-Cop. He was put in charge of private security for Jin-ho and Taek-gyu. Normally, his team never did private protection, but this time he volunteered because he thought it'd be fun to work for these two. Now, with personal security locked in, the whole company restructuring was finished, or so they thought. Even after all that, things just got even busier. Jin-ho and Taek-gyu were standing outside, tired as hell, watching new employees run around like lost puppies. Taek-gyu said it'd take months to train all these newbies, so they'd just have to keep suffering for now. He was being dramatic, but he wasn't wrong. Then Taek-gyu asked when Jin-ho was heading to the US. So Jin-ho said he was leaving tomorrow. Our boy was surprised, whining about how Taek-gyu was supposed to get the CarOS management report and also got invited to Donald's inauguration as the US president. Taek-gyu, looking half dead, said he was feeling sick and wanted to just stay home, but our boy immediately shut that down. He said if he had to go alone, he'd be bored. Poor Taek-gyu. The next thing you know, the two were on a plane to Detroit. Inside CarOS headquarters, a bunch of executives were having a tense meeting. Daryl Sagan, the boss of CarOS, said dealerships were mad because their incomes were down and they wanted more money for selling the cars. Some were even threatening to boycott sales altogether. Our boy Jin-ho was sitting there, trying not to roll his eyes, thinking this was bound to happen sooner or later. Basically, a dealership is like where people got influenced the most to buy a car. With this system, if they really boycott CarOS, the loss will be huge. The CarOS team explained the real problem. They'd bought another car company called Chrysler, but its sales were dropping, and all their dealerships were pissed. The executive argued about whether to spend more on sales incentives, but Jin-ho pointed out that'd just make things worse if the cars still didn't sell. If the dealerships ditched them, they'd be stuck with giant empty factories burning through money. Taek-gyu was cranky, asking if they had to keep kissing up to these car dealerships. Jin-ho said there was only one company that didn't have to do that, Tesla. They sold electric cars online, so customers could buy directly from them. Taek-gyu suddenly wanted to know why their own sales were dropping. So Jin-ho hit him with the truth. Other companies' cars were just better. Ouch. Our boy then asked how much money they had left. Turns out, after all the big spending, CarOS still had $10 billion. Another executive suggested just making a new model and doing a big promotion, but Jin-ho said that was just a band-aid. The real issue was that their car's design and engines were old news, and they couldn't stop building the new factory, or the politicians would freak out. Jin-ho, looking dead serious, said there was only one answer left. Our boy stood up and told everyone they were thinking backwards. Chrysler was old news. The future was CarOS cars. The real question was if they could survive the pain until their self-driving car was ready. The CEO argues that if they got into a war with the dealers, future sales would also tank. But our protagonist just slammed his hand on the table and told them he only invested in CarOS because they had dreams big enough to break reality's limits. If they needed more money, he'd get it for them, even if he had to sell other companies or go public. Hearing all the CarOS executive was literally touched, even the CEO. Our boy finished by saying not to worry about the dealers. If they built cars that were actually awesome, customers would show up on their own. No need to beg people to sell their stuff. After the meeting, Jin-ho and Tae-gyu walked out of CarOS together. Tae-gyu teased him, saying the speech sounded like something Donald Trump would say. Jin-ho admitted he borrowed a little inspiration, then joked around that it was a compliment. Just as they were heading out, our otaku friend remembered that Golden Gate's CEO, Grandpa Goldman, tried to call Jin-ho but couldn't reach him. Apparently, Grandpa Goldman told them to cancel his plane ticket, whatever that meant. Hearing that, Jin-ho was shocked. Is something big gonna be happened later? Next thing you know, the boys were flying in style. They were chilling on a private jet that Golden Gate sent just for them. Man, talk about an upgrade. Jin-ho took a sip from his can and started thinking about the old days. Remember that time they went to Japan? Total budget trip. The two of them were squished into those tiny airline seats, Tae-gyu sleeping like a log while our boy Jin-ho was dying from the lack of legroom. The only thing that came back heavy was Tae-gyu's suitcase, which was stuffed with all his nerdy treasures. Classic otaku move. Back in the present, Jin-ho was looking tired, while Tae-gyu said those times were fun. Our boy disagreed. He thought it was hell. But then the talk moved to business. He asked how the public was feeling about Donald these days. Daryl said Ronald was still super popular in the Rust Belt, but not really anywhere else. At least that was something. Jin-ho wondered why support didn't rise when people usually get more excited after a big win, because Donald had to hang in there for OTK's plans to work out. Then Daryl got a little businessy, talking about launching their next car, with the new self-driving tech, hopefully by the end of the year. Sounded sweet. Jin-ho also knew that electric cars were the real future. The problem? Batteries. He explained that all the big car companies were afraid to go electric because they couldn't make enough money sharing profits with battery makers. But then a new company, Tesla, did a partnership with a Japanese battery firm and started killing it, leaving everyone else in the dust. Now automakers are all chasing behind Tesla. Jin-ho explained that it was like when Kodak stuck to film and totally missed the digital camera revolution. Or when Nokia misses its chance because Apple rises. Tae-gyu got the hint and said so. In the end, they also had to go electric. Jin-ho agreed, thinking out loud that maybe they needed to buy a battery company or at least team up with one. But, as always, the main problem was money. No surprise there. Fast forward to Washington, D.C., and our crew was standing at Capitol Hill, all dressed up like they belonged in a magazine. Tae-gyu was geeking out, spotting big-name politicians left and right. But Jin-ho told him to stop staring like a tourist. But honestly, even our protagonist couldn't help it. It was wild. Suddenly, he saw Diana, the lady who almost became US president. Tae-gyu said she looked happy, but Jin-ho could tell she wasn't feeling it on the inside. There was something heavy behind that smile. Suddenly, Diana and her group walked straight towards them. Even Tae-gyu was surprised. Diana then introduced herself, all polite and powerful. And Jin-ho shook her hand, feeling her crazy strong presence. He thought to himself, wow, they really did beat someone this intense in the election. She made some small talk, saying she wished they'd met sooner, and that she had a bunch of questions finally answered by seeing him now. Jin-ho wondered, if he'd met Diana earlier, would she be the new president instead of Donald? But hey, he knew there's no point thinking about what-ifs in history. Then, the big moment. Donald stepped up with his hand on the Bible and made his oath as president. The crowd went wild, chanting his name over and over. Jin-ho listened to Donald's speech, full of big moves and wild promises. The main idea? America first, no more playing world police. Donald Trump promised to cut trade with China, blow up the Japan partnership deal, and review other agreements, including the one with Korea. Basically, he was about to shake things up for a whole bunch of countries, and the markets hated it because nobody likes not knowing what's coming next. Basically, Donald is someone aggressive and uncertain in business, while Diana is all about stability. But here's the twist. Jin-ho realized he was standing in the middle of all this chaos. Someone who helped make it happen. Dude was literally shaping history. He was the one who made Donald really become the president. Anyway, after the big show, Jin-ho went to meet Donald in a super fancy office. Donald greeted him like an old friend and asked what Jin-ho thought of the speech. Jin-ho, being smooth, called it the best one he'd heard, even though, inside, he thought it was more like grade school level compared to Kennedy's classic speech. Hearing that, Donald laughed it off and then got serious, asking about OTK's plans. Our MC explained it straight. OTK would build factories in the US, hire American workers, make cars for Americans, and maybe even export a few. Basically, he was selling Donald's whole "Make America Great Again" idea right back to him. Well, because of taxes and labor costs, most companies avoided the US, but Donald's new taxes and tariffs would force them back, just like OTK was already doing. With their business done, Donald told Jin-ho if he ever had trouble, to come ask for help. Our boy thanked him, but in his mind, he wondered how long that kind of friendship would last. He knew that in business, you only stick together as long as both sides have something to offer. If not, you get tossed out. Simple as that. Later that night, Jinho and Taekgyu were back at the hotel. Our protagonist was stretching, finally out of his suit. Taekgyu was chilling on the couch, asking if Daryl, the car OS boss, got sent off okay. Apparently, Daryl was still thinking about Jinho's big advice to build the car of his dreams, and he was super grateful for the private jet ride. Suddenly, the hotel phone rang. A staff member said they had a VIP visitor for Jinho, someone the hotel manager personally checked out. The secret passcode was Galaxy Note 6, which caught Jinho's attention right away. He told the staff to let the guy up, and Taekgyu started to get nervous, wondering if maybe this was someone coming to get revenge for OTK's past wins. After all, they got so much money because Samsung phone batteries were exploding. Maybe they should have brought their bodyguard, he thought. Suddenly, a knock came at the door. Taekgyu told Jinho he looked like a mess, and Jinho just groaned. The door swung open, and in walked Lim Jin-young, looking sharp and confident. Turns out, he was the guy behind Samsung, the CEO, and that got both Jinho and Taekyu's attention. Taekgyu blurted out that he'd only seen Lim Jin-young on TV, mostly for rumors and scandals, not for business. Jin-young was a bit surprised, but took it like a champ, joking that it was the first time someone said that kind of stuff right to his face. He said it was fine, though. He'd seen way worse online. Jinho then cracked that even the vice chairman of Samsung checked online comments. Jin-young thanked our MC for meeting without any warning and said he wanted to talk face-to-face, not just over text or calls, to keep things private. Then came the bombshell. Jin-young asked if Jinho was interested in investing in Samsung SB, the world's fifth biggest EV battery company. Now that's what you call an offer, dude. Taekgyu was so excited he could barely hold it together. He said this was like winning the lottery, even better than meeting with your favorite idol. Hearing all the money pouring in, Jinho just grinned and invited Jin-young further inside, ready to talk business. It's sweet how when he wanted to buy some batteries, the big boss himself came crawling to him. Inside the room, Jin-young brought drinks for everyone. He even had hot chocolate for Taekgyu instead of coffee. Gotta admit, that was weirdly thoughtful, maybe even a little creepy, because he got the brand just right. Jinho thought it was impressive, but also, how did this guy know their drink preferences? Kind of stalker-level detail if you ask me. Then Jin-young started talking about their interesting connection. He explained that, back during the Samsung phone disaster, someone invested big in put options, which basically means betting on a company to fail. That someone turned out to be OTK, our hero. Taekgyu said if that phone hadn't been discontinued, they'd have been in big trouble, and Jin-young agreed, saying things almost went very badly. He looked serious thinking about it, but ended up saying it turned out okay for everyone since Samsung's next phone, the Note 7, became a huge hit. Then, Jinho dropped that there was another link between them. Jin-young immediately brought up Jinho's university. He also graduated from Korea University with a Western history degree, and he donated a big scholarship every year. Taekgyu piped in that his own older sister also graduated from there, and Jin-young said he already knew she majored in economics. Taekgyu went into this whole mental calculation about who's, junior or senior, and finally said maybe they should call Jin-young senior. Jin-young loved that idea and told them to call him that. Honestly, thanks to Taegyu's weird logic, the mood got way more relaxed. But our MC Jinho wasn't fooled. He noticed that Jin-young was probably doing this on purpose, coming alone, acting all friendly, trying to build a personal bond, not just a business one. Smart move. Anyway, Jinho got back to business and asked why Jin-young wanted their help. Jin-young set down his coffee, looked serious, and said he'd come to ask his juniors for help. You could feel the room get heavy. Our boy was like, wait, the vice chairman of Korea's #1 business group wants our help? What kind of help does a guy like that need? Jin-young said before he could ask for help, there was something important he had to share. He finally admitted his father, Chairman Lim Il-gwon, was in critical condition and probably had only about 2 weeks to live. Yeah, the air pretty much left the room. Even Taegyu almost dropped his drink. He said he'd been expecting this day for a long time, and he'd be all right, but you could see he was struggling to hold it together. Our hero Jinho thought to himself that no matter how rich or powerful someone is, they can't avoid death. That truth hit hard for everyone in the room. So, our boy asked if it was okay for him to tell them such personal stuff, but Jin-young said everyone would know soon anyway. He explained that, just like in regular families, a father's death brings big problems, except in a rich family, it's even crazier. He said that even normal families fight over inheritance at funerals, so you can imagine the chaos when the richest man in Korea dies. His dad was always #1 in the country's rich list. He only lost that spot after our genius boy Jinho, the Brexit king, appeared. So, Jinho asked if this was about a management fight inside the family. Jin-young said the electronics company was safe, but the real problem was Samsung SB, the battery company. Taekgyu freaked out a bit, remembering that this was the company that made those exploding Note 6 batteries. Jin-young confirmed it, but told them not to worry. Even his car used those batteries and should be safe. Sure, bro. Back to business. Jin-young explained that his mom and younger brother were both after control of Samsung SB, and behind them was, you guessed it, Yunsong Motors. Taekgyu just lost it at this point, saying Yunsong Motors was popping up everywhere lately. Couldn't blame him. Jinho wanted to know how Jin-young's mom was connected to Yunsung. Well, Jin Young said her younger sister was actually married to Yoon Sung's chairman, so yeah, these super rich family trees were completely twisted. Taekyu tried to process all those blood and marriage links, but Jinho told him to stop overthinking it. Our boy then asked about shareholding, who had how much. Jin Young explained, his mom had 5.8%, his brother 4.7%, and he himself only 0.8%. Taekyu was shocked at how tiny that was. Samsung Electronics owned 15.9%, so with Jin Young's shares, that was 16.7% on their side, which beat his mom and brother's total 10.5%. Sounds safe, right? Wrong. He said there was still a problem if the biggest shareholder joined his brother's side. Jinho asked who that was, and he dropped the bomb. The National Pension Service, NPS. These guys managed over 600 trillion won and usually owned big slices of lots of major companies. Over the last year, NPS had quietly bought up 16.1% of Samsung SB. Jinho and Taekyu were both shocked. That was way more than normal. Now, Taekyu was totally lost and asked why NPS would support the brother and what this even had to do with Yoon Song Motors. Jin Young explained that his brother planned to marry Yoon Song Motors' vice chairman's cousin and would sell 6.3% of Samsung SB's treasury shares to Yoon Song Motors if he became CEO. Then he brought up the stewardship code that President Park Si-hyung had been talking about, a rule that said big investors like NPS should get more involved in company management. But the truth was, NPS's top people were close to the president, and the whole thing was a sneaky plan. The public liked it, thinking the president was protecting their pensions. But really, it was just a way to help Yoon Song Motors grab Samsung SB after the chairman died. This Yoon Song shit is really pissing me off. This guy is so dirty. Anyway, it was a huge, nasty trick. Yoon Song Motors and the president's crew would use NPS to tip the vote, marry off the right people, and buy up shares, all while regular people cheered them on. After the deal, NPS would be left holding the bag and probably lose money, but Yoon Sung would own everything. At this point, Jin Young looked exhausted. He couldn't win this fight alone. Yoon Sung Motors wasn't interested in peace. They wanted control. So, his last card was asking OTK, our hero's company, to be the White Knight, the friendly group that comes in to stop a hostile takeover. He wanted OTK to buy the 6.3% treasury shares, but also to buy even more shares on the open market, at least 3.6% more, which would cost over 2 trillion won total. And even then, it still wasn't a guaranteed win. In the end, Jinho had to ask, why them? Jin Young said it straight. He needed an ally who would never betray him, someone who had as much to lose as he did. But as soon as Jin Young said it, the Golden Eagles came out again after a long time. Jinho, of course, started thinking this was the big chance for them. If OTK and Samsung worked together, they could do some epic stuff, like put Samsung's world-class batteries into OTK's new cars. You could see the light bulb go on over his head. Some words showed up beside the eagle, stating that CarOS needs a Samsung SB battery. In his mind, Jinho imagined a future where their cars ran on Samsung batteries, and he realized this whole crazy drama might actually be the golden ticket for both companies if they survived the coming storm. Suddenly, Jin Young noticed Jinho looking spaced out and asked if he was okay. Taekyu, who knew his friend just activated his power, explained that our boy sometimes drifts off into his thoughts like that, totally normal, apparently. So, Jinho jumped back into the conversation, all smooth, and asked if Jin Young was talking about battery supplies. But Jin Young wasn't thinking small. He started throwing out big ideas. He wanted to team up on the whole car game, not just the batteries. He said Samsung Electronics was about to start making some crazy new car chips, those apps that are basically the brain of self-driving cars. Taekyu geeked out, super hyped because he'd heard those chips even beat the latest ones from the competition. He bragged about Jinho's skills and said the man knew his stuff. Jinho, though, was all business. He knew that for real autonomous cars, you need these high-powered chips, not just batteries. Well, if they partnered with Samsung, they could dodge a lot of annoying little deals and just get everything they needed from one place. He even knew that Samsung had just bought Harman, that global leader in electronics, which made their team even stronger. That move had helped Jinho's crew before because Yoon Song Motors got blown really hard. Our boy then asked whether Jin Young had ever offered the same deal to another major company. The man said no. He couldn't trust the big guys not to stab him in the back. He admitted he didn't fully trust OTK either, but he said one thing made him confident. OTK's beef with Yoon Song Motors. In his mind, as long as both of them hated Yoon Song, they were unlikely to betray each other. Taekyu was pretty impressed, not gonna lie. Jin Young pressed for a quick answer, but our boy Jinho had already decided. As soon as he saw the future in his vision, he knew what to do. He got up and shook Jin Young's hand, saying he'd help. The deal was on. Later that night, Jin Young was in a car with his right-hand man, Kim Myung-soo. The guy asked what he thought of Jinho after finally meeting him. Jin Young just said he wasn't sure yet, but things looked all right. Myung-soo reminded him not to get too comfortable, because the other side, Jin Young's brother and their mom, could still pull off more moves with their friends in government and finance. To be honest, Jin Young wished his family would just chill, but Myung-soo hit him with some real talk. People never stop wanting more once they get a taste of power. So, his boss had to brace himself for the ugly fight ahead. Cut to OTK's office, and Taekyu was thinking to himself, wondering if it was even smart for Jinho to work with a big conglomerate, since he always said he hated those guys. But our protagonist explained he didn't actually hate them. He just didn't like anyone hogging everything. It wasn't his goal to destroy the whole system. That was enough for Tae-gyu. Jinho then got all strategic, thinking how blocking Yoon-sung from grabbing Samsung SB would mess up a lot of things. He said only a few companies worldwide could do what Samsung SB did. Basically, they needed to move fast if they wanted to win. So, he called someone who would help them now. Meanwhile, Park Sang-yop, their analyst guy, got called by Jinho and asked to start buying Samsung SB shares immediately and to keep it super low-key, don't use the obvious accounts, go the sneaky route with foreign brokers. Sang-yop was like, all right, but wanted an explanation. But our boy promised to explain in person. The next day, Jinho was back in Korea, and the team gathered in the OTK conference room. He said the meeting with Donald Trump was finalized, but the real game begins after that meeting. He explained that Vice Chairman Jin Young had visited, and that's why he told them to buy up the shares. Hyunju, Tae-gyu's sister and their finance genius, got it right away. She said these kinds of solid partners were super rare. But she still asked him if there was some deeper reason, because she could tell when he was hiding something. Our hero was smiling. Another big reason was that he wasn't about to let Yoon-sung Motors steal this prize. So, he needed to know how much Golden Gate owned in Samsung SB shares. Hyunju pulled up the numbers, about 2.2% with their affiliates, but only 20% of shares were really out there to trade. Hyunju then asked if Jinho had a plan. Of course, he has a plan. Our boy explained that Jin Young's brother at Samsung had more power, thanks to his alliance with Yoon-sung Motors. With government support and all, the other side looked strong. So, they needed to buy as many shares as possible without going above the 5% limit that would force them to make everything public. If they got exposed, the enemy would just hit back. The dream was to grab at least 17% shares, then they'd be set for the fight. In the end, everyone realized they needed to move super fast. Jinho said he'd fill KROS in on the plan, and Tae-gyu mentioned how tricky it would be to buy those scattered shares. That's why our boy handed the messy job to Henry Goldman, who was totally down. He'd use a bunch of brokers to keep their moves secret, so nobody would know OTK was behind the buying spree. Meanwhile, over at Samsung Hospital, Lim Il-gwon, the old chairman, was in bad shape in his hospital bed. The machines kept beeping, and the guy looked like he was fighting for every breath. Suddenly, he started having flashbacks, old memories, old TV shows, people yelling at him, industrial scenes, talk of money, and even some shady stuff like illegal funds and slush accounts. The old man was haunted, and his heart monitor kept dropping. Executives and family members freaked out as his condition got worse. After all of that, the heart monitor flatlined. He was gone. All over Korea, people reacted. President Park Si-hyung heard the news and told his people to give Lim Il-gwon a proper send-off, but to keep business as usual. Even Han Chan-young, the enemy over at Yoon-sung Motors, took a moment to say goodbye with his whiskey glass. News exploded everywhere. People on the subway gasped. Reporters started digging up all the scandals, tax evasion, embezzlement, and the rest, but everyone still admitted the chairman was huge for the country's business history. The stock market freaked out for a minute, but then Samsung Group announced that Jin Young was taking over, and the panic died down. Back at OTK, our boy sent his condolences to Jin Young, who thanked him and told him to just ask whatever he wanted. Jinho got straight to business. He wanted to know how Jin Young would defend against government and media attacks after the news about selling a lot of shares broke. He said if the regular shareholders got scared and left, Samsung SB could take a hit. Well, Jin Young said they'd announce new policies to give money back to shareholders and promised tighter teamwork with Samsung Electronics. Jinho pointed out that the other side won't just let those promises calm the public, so it wasn't a guaranteed win. Jin Young admitted it was only a way to catch up, not a killer move. Suddenly, Jinho said victory required more, and he knew the secret weapon, but he'd explain everything after Jin Young's father's funeral. After returning to the office, Tae-gyu asked if they should attend the funeral. Jinho pointed out that they should come. Of course, they would be partnered with Jin Young's after all. Our otaku friend was too lazy to come, so he called his sister Hyunju to check what to do. And she instantly warned them they were already on the guest list, so move your ass and attend the funeral. After coming to the funeral, our boy Jinho could not believe his life sometimes. One week he was hanging out at a US president's party. Now he was all dressed up in black, heading to a funeral at Samsung Hospital. Talk about whiplash. He then asked if Tae-gyu checked the funeral rules because, bro, you do not want to mess up at this super rich funeral. Our friend said he did not, but he was just going to copy Jinho anyway. At the funeral hall, there was a big photo of the chairman surrounded by white flowers. Jinho and Tae-gyu stood with a few others and bowed deep, following the tradition. Our boy apologized for being late and tried to say something respectful, like he never met the guy, but respected him a lot and hoped he was in a good place now. The chairman's oldest daughter, Lim Soo-mi, was there in the old-school Korean funeral dress. She told Jinho her dad always wanted to meet him and that he had promised to do it after he got better. She also thanked him for coming, even though things turned out like this. After that, our MC and his bro sat down to eat with the other mourners. The food was super simple, which surprised Jinho. He thought there would be a crazy feast, but actually, it was just small dishes, no showing off, probably what the old boss wanted. Tae-gyu, being Tae-gyu, wondered if Chairman Lim knew his family would start fighting after he died. Our boy said, of course he did. The dude went through the same thing when he was young. Typical conglomerate family. Suddenly, Lim Soon-young, the second son of Samsung's family, showed up. He asked to join them, and the boys said yes. Soon-young thanked them for coming and said his father would have been happy. He then leaned in and started talking about devotion to the group and how he would help his brother run the company now. Our MC was analyzing every word. He thought, yeah, this guy wants more than just his small subsidiary company. He's hungry for power. Careful, bro. Too much greed is a one-way ticket to trouble. Back in the hall, Taekyu was happy he could get out of there. But well, Jinho was super famous. So suddenly, two older businessmen in suits noticed them. One called out, asking if Jinho was the CEO of OTK. Turns out it was Ryu Cholgyun, the big boss of RCK Bros, and Shin Byung-do, his vice chairman. Jinho was surprised. Bro, was one of them his future father-in-law? Who is Yuri's father here? Anyway, our boy said he recognized the chairman right away and guessed the other man was Yuri's dad. Shin Byung-do laughed and said he heard a lot about Jinho from his daughter and never expected her college senior would be the OTK CEO. Taekyu also introduced himself, and Ryu Cholgyun started joking about how OTK gave them a run for their money with that ex-cop deal. They were all smiles, trading compliments, talking about Seo Sang-won's team joining soon, and even making half-joking plans to go out for drinks. It was like a nerd fan club, but for financial legends. As Jinho and Taekyu walked away, Taekyu was starstruck, saying meeting those two was like a gamer meeting their biggest hero. He said only Warren Buffett was left to meet now, and Jinho just rolled his eyes and asked if they were really that famous. Taekyu went off, saying in the gaming world, those two were like total legends. Before anyone could blink, February arrived. The whole country had already moved on from the funeral drama. All the companies Chairman Lim used to run started picking new CEOs, including the one everyone cared about, Samsung SB. Meanwhile, our otaku was watching his phone like a hawk. He saw that people online noticed someone was buying up shares in Samsung SB, and the price shot up from 170,000 to 200,000 won. Yunho said thanks to Henry, OTK had secretly bought up to 4.7% of shares. Not bad. Taekyu then asked what they should do now, and Jinho explained they had already planned to stop buying shares. He had just gotten word from Seo Sang-won's team that the talks about buying the leftover shares were done. Our hero looked ready to make a big move. He thought maybe it was time to show the world what OTK was really up to. After the news, it was official. OTK now owned 11% of Samsung SB with the shares they bought and the treasury shares combined. People on the internet almost had a heart attack when they saw the news. The stock forums were blowing up. People were yelling not to sell. Others were freaking out that OTK was involved. Some even wanted to know what Han Chan-young was thinking with this timing. Over at Yunsong Motors, that guy, Han Chan-young, wondered when the hell OTK got involved. They thought OTK only did finance, not politics. He tried to calm himself, thinking it was still fine since they had connections and the whole government backing them up. He figured it was still a good fight and just needed to keep pushing for management rights. He then called Lim Sung-young, the second son of Samsung's group. The man picked up the phone, and after some talk, he decided to join the fight on Yunsung Motors' side. But the man just wondering, what the hell his brother, the smart Lim Jin-young, thought to ask for help from some financial speculator like Jinho. Oh boy, you gotta get wrecked by that speculator. Don't cry in the next part. Anyway, over on the stock forums, Samsung SB shares were flying past 230,000 won. The National Pension Service was suspected of buying like crazy, and people online were roasting them for spending so freely. Some were worried this would wreck everyone, while others just said to chill out and let the experts handle it. On TV, a special news report was running about the future of electric cars and who would run Samsung SB. The news anchors said Lim Jin-young's treasury stock sale was a dumb move and brought up old scandals. The media started acting like Lim Sung-young was the only smart choice and said Jin-young's press conference was probably just empty talk. Meanwhile, our boy was on the phone with Yuri, who was worried about all the bad press. Yeah, the wife is so worried about her future hubby. She asked if he had a plan. Jinho just smirked and said he did, but wouldn't tell her. It was insider info after all. Yuri was annoyed, but he told her to turn on the TV in 5 minutes. Yet he wouldn't even say which channel. Bro loves his secrets. In the newsroom, the anchor said only a miracle could change things now and that Lim Sung-young had the win in the bag. Suddenly, breaking news hit. The press conference was starting. The anchor said, unless Jin-young had more than just a boring shareholder policy, nothing exciting would happen today. But then, surprise, Jinho himself walked up to the podium, live on TV, calm as ever. The online chat went absolutely wild. People couldn't believe it. Our MC was there, holding 11% of Samsung SB. Some called him the god of investing. Some just spammed, what? Like a million times. Looking at that, Sung-young freaked out in the audience, asking why a so-called speculator was even there. Over at Yunsung Motors, one of Han Chan-young's people stormed in and gave him this shocking news. In the conference room, Jinho announced that OTK Company and Samsung SB would invest together and build a new company in the US, TB Company, to make batteries. The audience exploded. Even the anchor who saw this conference live even stood up yelling that this was all just a trick to get more votes at the CEO meeting and asked for proof. All the media in the conference room were also shouting for answers. Our hero didn't back down. People loved to call him a lucky gambler, a financial speculator who got rich by sheer luck. But he said that if they didn't trust him, he would prove himself. He then clicked the play button and let everyone see his real proof. As soon as he clicked it, the chat went nuts. Everyone was screaming, spamming "whoa" and "insane" in the comments. The crowds were also cheering. They could see the US president was on screen, thanking OTK and Samsung, saying every company should learn from them. Our MC just changed the whole game with one move. Dude really doesn't miss. What a legend! Anyway, people looked like they had just seen a ghost, and the other was totally spaced out. It was clear something huge had just happened, and you could tell everyone in the building was about to lose it. Then, everywhere online, people started blowing up the forums. Everyone was losing their minds, posting stuff like, "Whoa." And this is insane. One netizen didn't really understand what was happening, but they all knew it was big. Next, on a giant screen at a huge press conference, President Donald Trump was grinning and giving a big thumbs up like he just won the lottery. He told everyone that OTK was an awesome company in Korea and that every company exporting to the United States should learn from OTK and Samsung. He kept smiling for the cameras and thanked OTK again, looking like the happiest guy in America. Out on the street, bystanders were staring at this giant electronic billboard showing President Donald's speech. One person even pointed at the screen, while another looked like their head was about to explode. People were so shocked they couldn't even talk. The chaos kept exploding online, with a bunch of people saying the country's national prestige was flying high, and someone said they were really looking forward to Monday's stock opening. Yeah, people were wilding out. Meanwhile, in her apartment, Yuri was also shocked when the news anchor on her TV said they were interrupting the program for an official message from the US president. She looked ready to faint, holding her chest in shock, and thinking that when Jinho said to turn the TV on anywhere, he seriously meant everywhere. Back in the newsroom, the anchors were completely stunned now. He was about to break his fist from clenching it so hard. He said it was incredible and wondered if the U.S. president was really backing Samsung SB. Over at Unsung Motors, things were getting tense. Chan Young sat at his desk, totally pissed off, when the anchor continued his prediction. The anchor explained that Samsung's batteries had just been denied certification in China. Apparently, the world already had way too many batteries, and companies were killing themselves in price wars, so supply was way higher than demand. He wondered if there was any other solution if CEO Lim Sung-yong got involved, but everyone in the room knew things were looking grim. Well, Samsung could be a partner with Unsung Motors, since the company that could handle the supply was basically next door. He called out OTK company and straight up said everyone knew they and Unsung were on bad terms. Hearing all of that in his room, Chan Young said it was all pointless talk. He basically called the connection between his company, Unsung Motors, with OTK company, and Kang Jin-hoo, doomed from the start. It all started when OTK picked up CarOS quietly, swiping X-Cop, stealing team leader Seo Sang-won, and making a mess during some labor disputes. In the end, Chairman Hong Woo-sung got arrested, and Unsung Motors got dragged through the mud. But thank God that public opinion always died down quickly, and things stayed under control. But if the deal for Samsung SB's battery company fell through, it was going to be a disaster. Suddenly, on the TV, Daryl Sagan, the CEO of CarOS, came up to the stage all smiles, ready to show off. Daryl said he knew everyone had concerns, but from now on, Samsung and CarOS would cooperate on everything from motors to sensors to car entertainment systems. He and Lim Jin-young shook hands, and the crowd got all hyped up. Kang Jin-ho took the mic again and announced, through their joint venture TB company, all the batteries produced for the next 5 years would be bought entirely by CarOS. The crowd of reporters went nuts, yelling questions about the investment and ownership, but Jin-ho just told everyone to watch closely. Back at Unsung Motors, Chan Young was suddenly feeling himself. He leaned back in his chair with a big smirk, thinking to himself that these guys had been planning this attack from the start. He knew the game was on. Meanwhile, the other son from Samsung, Jin Young's brother, also got super angry. It was all over for him, too. He realized that a single line from Jinho had destroyed everything. The big pension funds, which owned most of Samsung SB's shares, would obviously support his brother Jin Young's clear plan, not his wishy-washy ideas. He was feeling totally defeated. So, the smug face from Jinho that day was weighing Jin Young on him, to choose someone to be a partner. When he just branded Jinho as some financial speculator, Jin Young was the one who saw OTK's potential and reached out first. He looked back on all his mistakes, realizing he never had the guts to break away from Unsung Motors and stand with Kang Jin-ho. He admitted to himself that he just wasn't on the same level. He thought maybe, if he gave up everything and apologized, his big brother would forgive him, but it was way too late for that. The boardroom scene was next, and yeah, the tide had totally turned. Lim Soon-young announced he wouldn't run for CEO, and everyone supported Lim Jin-young to take over without hesitation. The whole succession thing ended super smoothly, and Jin-young became chairman just like that. But he didn't waste time. He immediately started cleaning house, firing Lim Soon-young and his whole crew from their positions. The power inside Samsung Group totally shifted, and now it was all pro-Lim Jin-young people running the show. After that, Jinho got a phone call from Jin Young. Our boy gave Jin Young props for getting the business plan approved, and the man was all humble, saying it was thanks to Jinho. They congratulated each other, and Jinho mentioned that Samsung Electronics stock had just shot up nearly 5% because of all this madness. Now, OTK company holding 70% of the shares, and Samsung SB at 30%. With that said, all the batteries would go to CarOS for 5 years, and the National Pension Service, which had bought a bunch of shares trying to fight Jinho before, suddenly looked like the heroes who made the best investment ever. People online were even thanking them for securing their retirement. Jinho then said he'd be in touch and turn off the call. Instantly, Taekyu started gossiping about Lim Sung-young, wondering if that guy would ever come back from his business funeral. Without management rights, he was just a rich guy with nowhere to go. Our MC said Sung-young got too greedy and lost everything, but he told him not to pity the guy. He still had trillions on his bank. He was more worried about their own company, since they'd spent so much cash on the automotive business, and their reserves were getting low. But Taekyu said it didn't matter. He got excited about their investment in Face It, saying it was becoming the Netflix of the adult industry, and their 80% stake was now worth at least $70 billion. He even made a joke about Americans needing adult content more than cars. Well, that made Jinho just raise an eyebrow. They talked a bit about how Face It was technically illegal in Korea, but usage was still super high anyway. Taekyu asked if his bro ever checked the shareholder monitoring page, but Jinho said he just looked at the numbers. Just then, his phone buzzed with a call from Ellie. He answered, and Ellie asked what he was doing. He told her he was just working, but nothing serious. Then, out of nowhere, she asked if he wanted to have dinner together. Our boy agreed, and you could see Oh Taekyu in the background making a nasty face at Jinho's phone call. Yeah, the dude was not impressed. Then, in the parking garage, Jinho was waiting by a fancy car when Ellie walked up, looking super stylish. She asked if Taekyu was coming, but our boy said, nope. He told her they should go just the two of them, since he made a reservation. At the restaurant, things got real fancy. The table was loaded with steak, seafood, and wine. Ellie was super impressed, and Jinho was just happy it suited her taste. He noticed her hair was different, and Ellie instantly asked if he thought she would look good with longer hair. Our boy just gave her a soft smile and said yes, and even teased her by saying there was nothing she wouldn't look good in. Bro, Ellie was clearly happy about that. Then she admitted that today was her birthday, and she wanted to be wished happy birthday by Jinho. Our boy was shocked she hadn't told him, but she just said they'd all been busy lately. He told her he still wanted to wish her a happy birthday, and she thanked him. Then, Ellie asked if he was going straight home, after dinner. Jinho gave her a smile and said nope, they were going to buy her a present. Wait, I'm smelling something bad here. You guys knew I'm a big team, Yuri. I shipped them so hard. Anyway, they showed up at this huge, shiny shopping mall. You couldn't miss the giant Louis Vuitton sign shining on the side of the building. Inside, it was all gold and glass and expensive as hell. Jinho told Ellie to pick anything she wanted. Anything at all, he'd buy it. Ellie's eyes went wide and she asked, seriously? Our boy just smiled and said, of course. He was a fucking billionaire anyway. Ellie, messing around, pointed across the store and joked about buying everything from here to over there. Well, Jinho freaked out for a second and started wondering if he'd remembered to lift the spending limit on his card. But Ellie just laughed, told him she was only kidding, and said the thought was enough. She thanked him for taking her shopping. Jinho smiled back and said he was planning on giving her a present, even if it wasn't her birthday. But Ellie wasn't letting him off the hook. She told him she wasn't leaving until he actually bought something, so he should pick something expensive. Our MC just laughed and said, no backing out now. So they made their way to a jewelry store, and Ellie told him it had been a while since she went shopping. Every day was always busy, though she sometimes went shopping with Jessica back in Hong Kong. A staff member came up to help, and Ellie tried on some necklaces, clearly enjoying herself. She put one on and asked Jinho how it looked. Jinho said it suited her, but Ellie rolled her eyes, wanting a real opinion. She wanted to know which one looked better. Our protagonist got confused because, honestly, they looked the same to him. But then he noticed Ellie's face and realized she liked the one she was wearing now, so he told her to go with that one. Ellie paused and started worrying the necklace was too expensive, but he just brushed it off, saying it was her birthday, so go for it. He even asked Ellie to help him pick out gifts for his mom and Yeonju. Ellie smiled and said Jinho was so thoughtful, and she promised to wear the necklace all the time. Ellie then left the store with a shiny, new silver watch on her wrist. Later, as they walked through the underground parking garage, Jinho asked if she liked the present that much. She said of course. After all, it was the first gift he ever gave her. Jinho smiled and asked if there was anything else she wanted to do before midnight. Then, Ellie got a bit serious and asked Jinho if he was pushing himself too hard. But Jinho, ever the smooth guy, said it was still her birthday until midnight, and he'd grant her any wish until then. Ellie joked that he was making her feel like Cinderella. She then told Jinho she wanted to see the night view, so they headed to this super tall skyscraper looking out over all of Seoul. They sat together in a high-rise cafe, sipping coffee, checking out the city lights. Ellie said Seoul's night view was really beautiful. Jinho turned to her and reminded her that she'd said that before. She was surprised he remembered, and her cheeks started turning a little pink. Ellie's hand shook a bit as she reached for her coffee. Then her hand found Jinho's on the table. Their hands touched, and before they knew it, they were holding hands, both of them blushing like crazy. Bro, without realizing it, Jinho's hand just went for it. Damn, I lost it. I lost in the battle, guys. So all this time, Jinho's girlfriend would be Ellie? So what's gonna happen to my girl Yuri then? Fuck, I'm gonna cry now. Anyway, Ellie looked at him with a soft, expecting smile and asked if there was something he wanted to say. Yunho got super flustered and started mumbling, but then got serious and asked if she could give him a little time. Well, Ellie was surprised but nodded calmly, telling him not to make her wait too long. Jinho smiled, cheeks still red, and thanked her. In that moment, it was clear their feelings weren't just in their heads. This was the real deal. The next day, at the OTK company building, Jinho was sitting in his big, fancy office when Han Hyorin showed up. She was all confidence, arms crossed, and dressed to impress. She told Jinho she'd heard it was hard to get a meeting with him, so she thanked him for making time. Our boy said he only had 5 minutes since a meeting got postponed. He asked her what she wanted. Well, Hyorin was the daughter of the Unsung Card president, cousin of Han Chan-young, and an executive director. She looked around his office, commented that the view was nice, and asked if the building belonged to OTK Company. Jinho, looking at his watch, said she had 4 minutes left. Hyorin suddenly got serious and told Jinho that her engagement got cancelled because of him. She meant the engagement to Lim Seung-young from Samsung Electronics. She explained that, since the business plans got wrecked, the marriage was off too. Jinho didn't even flinch. He just asked, "So what?" Hyorin smiled and said she actually wanted to thank him. She never liked Seung-young anyway. She even joked that he'd feel hurt if he heard her say that. Our MC warned her that once she got blacklisted by Chairman Lim Jin-yong, she wouldn't be seeing anyone in this industry again. Hyorin, changing topics, mentioned that they were both alumni of Korea University and wondered if they'd crossed paths. Jinho told her he only attended for about a year and a half. Hyorin said she'd better get going and headed towards the door. Before leaving, she turned around and offered him a new VVIP exclusive card, saying she'd give him a discount on the annual fee. Our boy said he'd think about it if Unsung Card ever split from the Unsung Automotive Group. Hearing that, Hyorin laughed and said she knew he'd say that, then told him to call the number on her business card if he changed his mind, or if he ever got bored drinking alone. After she left, suddenly, Taekyu popped in, looking all flustered and making wild faces. He thought Jinho was acting like a cold CEO from a drama because he didn't want to make his girlfriend upset. He remembered Jinho had dinner plans with Ellie and wondered how it went, but figured Ellie was a good person, so things should be fine. Taekyu then asked how long Jinho had been in the office, because he was hoping to go somewhere together after the meeting. He reminded him that they had agreed to go watch baseball with Lim Jin-young. Jinho said he remembered. It was an evening thing. Meanwhile, not everyone was happy. The president was enraged, thinking it was insane that some kid in his 20s was now teaming up with a tiger cub like Samsung SB, and now he had the U.S. government on his side too. He fumed that this was no time to just sit back and do nothing. On his desk, he saw Sang-yeop's picture got ready to execute his plan. Anyway, after watching the baseball together, the internet was doing its thing. There was this forum post called something like, social life is tough. And yeah, they weren't joking. The post had a photo of Lim Jin-young, looking all cool with glasses, standing next to our MC Jinho. Both were wearing matching blue and white jackets. Honestly, it looked like a promo shoot. And our boy Jinho, he looked slightly uncomfortable, like he just realized he was in a meme. Taekyu showed him the picture and asked what the hell he was thinking to make a face like this. Jinho thought maybe he looked weird in the photo because he was just watching the game and not paying attention. And yeah, he realized, without even noticing, he'd given the internet this super awkward image to laugh at. Back on the forum, people kept joking. One said Jinho was sneaking glances and getting nervous. Another said he pretended not to notice until the end, and that it was hilarious how awkward things were, since the two weren't even that close yet. Someone called Jinho a rich rookie who doesn't know how to read the room. Ouch. Taekyu suddenly asked if they should start their own baseball team. Jinho shot back, asking if his otaku friend had any idea how expensive that was. Like 40 billion won a year. Bro, Taekyu thought there could be lots of benefits, like social contribution stuff. Our MC agreed it was necessary, but you could tell he wasn't sold. The otaku pointed out that with only 10 teams in the league, there was no way they'd get approved for a new baseball team anyway. So he suggested something way more realistic. What about a pro gaming team? He said, hey, esports is still a sport. Suddenly, that idea seemed to click for Jinho. Cut to a conference room. Gi-hong, the PR team leader, was presenting a big esports strategic investment analysis report on the screen, with Jinho, Taekyu, and Sang-yeop listening. Gi-hong explained that being a pro gamer didn't actually mean getting super rich. Most players barely made over 100 million won a year, and that's why a lot of talent kept moving to China. Taekyu was not happy about that, saying it sucked that all the national talent was leaking overseas. Sang-yeop stepped in, being the practical dude. He asked if an esports team even had any promotional value, since plenty of people like him didn't know much about esports, and their company was more like an investing company anyway. He wondered if the money would be better spent on ads, which might improve their media relationships too. Taekyu didn't look too happy about that. But even Jinho had to admit his friend had good instincts. After all, Face It was worth 7 trillion now. He listened, and then decided they should just start small. So, he pitched the idea of starting with a little in-house game tournament between OTK and K Company. Gi-hong and Taekyu got super hyped about it. Taekyu started flashing his phone full of game apps, asking Gi-hong if he'd played all these games. Gi-hong bragged about spending his youth playing PC games, and Taekyu tried to impress him with a secret Easter egg in a game. Gi-hong was shocked he hadn't known about it. Dude had played the game for 10 years. Well, those two actually got along better than expected. Suddenly, Sang-yeop looked worried. He brought up the CarOS report Jinho had shared and asked if it was really okay. The guy looked stressed, and for good reason. Ever since Jinho's decisions had messed with the dealer network, sales had dropped 8%. The year-on-year numbers were down more than 20%, and even factories had to stop because of too much inventory. Yeah, things weren't pretty. Our boy tried to calm him down, saying it wasn't Sang-yeop's fault and that there was good news too. CarOS had finished developing level 5, full autonomous driving, which was ahead of everyone else. He told him to just wait and see. Hearing that, Sang-yeop gulped. Sometimes, he didn't know what kind of future Jinho saw. As a math person, he could comprehend how a failing company would become successful, and how Jinho really believed them. 100%. But, well, he said he'd make up for the old losses, even though you could tell he was still worried. He accepted it was Jinho's decision. Suddenly, Jinho invited him to dinner, but Sang-yeop quickly said he already had plans with a friend. Cut to a busy city street at night. Enter Chae Min-sik, rocking a business suit and a huge grin. He called out to CEO Park Sang-yeop, telling him he'd made a dinner reservation. They started joking around, Sang-yeop teasing that Min-sik was paying. The boy snapped back, asking if Sang-yeop even knew how little civil servants got paid. So they ended up at a pretty fancy Japanese restaurant. Sushi, sashimi, the works. Sang-yeop called his friend out for choosing such a nice spot and nervously brought up the anti-graft law. He was afraid this could make people think K Company bribed a civil servant. Min-sik told him, as long as he, the one paying, kept his mouth shut, they were fine. Then, they started talking about work, Min-sik saying civil servant life was predictable and only the top bosses got to throw their weight around. Everyone else just worked themselves to death. Suddenly, Sang-yeop noticed his friend was acting off, super distracted. He asked if Min-sik needed to borrow money. The man instantly said no, it wasn't that. So Sang-yeop got impatient and asked what the hell was up. Min-sik got all serious and said there was someone he wanted Sang-yeop to meet, and he begged him for a favor, saying he was under pressure from above. Sang-yeop, annoyed but curious, told him to just spit it out. Next thing you know, Min-sik brought in Bae Ji-han, this sharp-looking guy in a dark suit with a gold tie. He was the chief administrative secretary at the Blue House. So yeah, a total big shot. Ji-han apologized for the surprise and said he'd heard a lot about Sang-yeop, always wanted to meet, and asked if he could have a drink. Min-sik was sweating bullets, and Sang-yeop was seriously thrown off. He finally told Ji-han to just have a drink. Ji-han, all smooth, told Min-sik to tell the driver outside to go eat and come back later, since the talk might take a while. With Min-sik gone, Sang-yeop squared up and got straight to the point. He asked if President Park Si-hyung had sent him. Ji-han admitted it, saying the president was very interested in Sang-yeop and that he knew this whole setup wasn't exactly welcome. He even thanked him for not just jumping up and leaving after hearing his job title, saying that meant Sang-yeop saw at least a tiny chance for a talk. The narrator jumped in and reminded everyone that Jinho's recent moves were just insane, beast-like investment instincts, a drive you'd probably never see again. Well, this was not a shocker. If a little shop went bankrupt, nobody cared. But if a giant like OTK had problems, the whole country could get dragged down. Looking at how bold OTK and Jinho were in throwing out money, people would see how reckless they were. The risk was too big. Even in the best casinos, nobody wins every time, and this level of aggressive investing could lead to total ruin. Back at the table, Ji-han got real. He told Sang-yeop he imagined it must be overwhelming to always feel like everything could collapse at any moment. Hearing that, Sang-yeop asked him to be more specific. Ji-han said the government didn't want to fight with OTK. They just wanted some kind of backup plan if, for whatever reason, Jinho couldn't do his job anymore. Sang-yeop, shoulders tense, asked if they were telling him to betray Jinho. Ji-han acted all innocent, saying, no, not at all, just to think of it as a safety fence. He said it was about not letting one person control the fate of a 50 trillion won company. And, honestly, maybe it was for Jinho's sake too. If Sang-yeop took over K Company, it could stop everything from falling apart. He told him to just be Jinho's insurance. He finished by asking if Sang-yeop had ambition, because that's all he really needed to know. With all this bullshit, Sang-yeop sat there, hands tight, looking determined, and even a little pissed. He finally answered that, yeah, he had ambition. Suddenly, Ji-han seemed happy with that and asked Sang-yeop to pour him another drink. But then, Sang-yeop did something wild. Instead of pouring him a drink, he basically threw water straight into Ji-han's face. Of course, Ji-han freaked out, yelling what the hell he thought he was doing. Sang-yeop told him that he was getting something wrong. He said what he feared wasn't failure. It was not being able to understand the future that Jinho was seeing. He said it was because he had so much ambition that he chose to stay under Jinho, not betray him. Bro, what a power move. This is why I love this manhwa. Jinho has some serious friends and even bigger enemies, and Park Sang-yeop, dude just showed everyone he's not anybody's lapdog. Insane.